Hey everyone, welcome back to WonderGod. Today we will see what if Harry Potter became the master of Bellatrix and Narcissa. Here is short summary. Sent back in time with one goal, end Voldemort, Harry Potter changes history by winning the loyalty of the Black Sisters. With Narcissa seeking freedom and Bellatrix craving purpose, Harry becomes the future they choose. Together, they reshape the balance of power, protect the Black family from ruin, and turn Voldemort's greatest weapons against him. But before we begin, if you enjoy stories like this, make sure to subscribe to WonderGod and share it with your friends, because it really helps the channel grow. Now, let's begin the story. March 14, 2002. Harry Potter, the boy who lived. That's what they had called him, the infant who survived a killing curse from the darkest wizard in a generation. He had fought Voldemort to a standstill at the Battle of Hogwarts, then came the second killing curse. He'd survived that one as well. Voldemort had apparated away and the war increased in ferocity. It had taken Voldemort and his Death Eaters quite a while, but now he was the last Order member alive. It had taken the Snatchers working constantly, checking every home in every city they came to, but at long last they had found Harry Potter hiding in Godric's Hollow. Bellatrix Lestrange was the first one to enter the ruins of Harry's childhood home. The other Death Eaters were going around the back. She had killed his friend Ron, she had killed his wife Ginny, and now it was time to finish the job. Come out and play little potty. I'm sure you'll be more fun than your little Ginny Pooh, she sang, nimbly dodging the bombarda that Harry cast at her. She grinned, her tongue peeking out of the corner of her mouth. Tut 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 little potty, you've got to do better than that. Let me show you. She raised her wand, pointing it towards the doorway she had seen Harry cast from, Crucio. She cried as the torture curse flew from her wand. She heard a scream from inside the room. Ha! Got you, she said as she skipped into the ruins of the Potter family kitchen. She saw a form cowering on the floor, twitching from the residual effects of her curse. There you are, you naughty little boy. She leaned in, only to see that it was not Harry Potter, it was her husband Rodolphus. Alrighty, you got in the way of my spell. She kicked her husband's prone form, then perked her head up in time to see Harry standing there. Defindo! Harry cried out, watching with grim satisfaction as the spell parted the head of Bellatrix Lestrange from her neck. That was when he heard the voices behind him. 3 Death Eaters called out as one stupefy. Harry Potter knew no more. Harry awoke in the Department of Mysteries. He was tied up in damp heavy ropes. All around him the Death Eaters were watching with eager anticipation. He was the last one left. With him gone, there would never again be a threat to the rule of their master. That was what brought them here, to the Vale. Ah, Harry Potter, you are awake, I see. I'm glad. I didn't want to kill you until you were conscious. The cold, gloating voice of Voldemort cut like a knife in the air of the silent room. Harry didn't turn his head. I'm beaten. I'm not giving him the satisfaction of being afraid. Well, hello Tommy, I didn't think we'd see each other so soon after I blew up Malfoy Manor. He smirked as the Death Eaters began to murmur angrily. The destruction of Malfoy Manor at Yule had been the last defiant act of the remaining Order members. Hermione had sacrificed herself to give Harry an escape route, getting the attention of the Death Eaters and then casting fiendfire to destroy herself, the manor, and them along with it. A very clever ploy. Convincing your witless mudblood by .ch to kill herself. But it seems you never did have any issue finding witches to kill themselves to save your miserable life. Voldemort hissed, I brought you to a special place. I am a merciful lord, so I decided, in my kindness, to let you meet your worthless family again. McNair, Yaxley, send Mr. Potter to his final reward. Voldemort stepped away, allowing the 2 Death Eaters to take Harry's arms and drag him roughly towards the Vale. Enjoy the embrace of the hereafter, Potter, Yaxley said as he and his fellow Death Eater thrust Harry through the Vale and into oblivion. I thought death would feel different when it is permanent. Harry thought as he opened his eyes. He was looking at the floor of the Department of Mysteries. Confused, he found that the conjured ropes he had been bound with were gone. Shakily he rose to his feet. That was when he realized something. He was surrounded by wizards holding wands. I guess sending me through didn't work, Tommy, he said, before realizing that the wizards before him weren't wearing Death Eaters' robes but rather gray robes with hoods that obscured their faces. Where did you come from? Said the one closest to him. From the voice Harry was unsure if it was a man or a woman or if they were old or young. Well, They asked, bringing their wand up to his face. I came from here, I mean the Death Eaters threw me through the veil and I woke up here. Harry said. What Death Eaters? The robed figure asked him. Harry was about to answer when the door opened and a familiar figure came into the room. Professor Dumbledore. You're alive. Harry ignored the wizards in front of him. Albus Dumbledore was standing in the doorway with another of the grey-robed wizards. I'm sorry, have we met? Dumbledore appeared confused. The wizard at his side spoke. I think you'd better come with me. So that's the story. In 2002, the Death Eaters brought me here and tossed me through the veil. Harry finished speaking. The wizard who had led Harry and Dumbledore into their office had identified themselves as the Chief Unspeakable. They hadn't given Harry a name. Here being the year 1972. You were sent back 30 years. The Chief Unspeakable said softly, now how did you get here, Albus? They said, looking to the headmaster. Fawkes told me that I was needed here. He must have known that you were coming. Dumbledore said, looking to Harry. He then sighed, thinking about the situation for a moment. In your time the war had ended. And in ours the war hasn't begun. The Chief Unspeakable said, jotting down some notes onto a sheet of parchment on their desk. Harry, I've got a plan. You say that Tom Riddle started his war by recruiting students at Hogwarts, correct? Yes. He recruited students, mostly from Slytherin House. He wanted purebloods then. He wanted bigots who believed that somehow being born of two wizards would affect your magical talent. The Unspeakable scoffed, then looked to Dumbledore. Albus, that bird of yours told you to come here to meet Harry. That is not a coincidence. I want you to take him to Hogwarts with you. Let him mingle with the students, get to know them, more importantly let him find out who among the students are followers of Tom Riddle and who are just sheep following out of fear. I'm afraid that Harry here is a bit too old to be a student, even a 7th-year student. Perhaps there is something we could do. The headmaster looked pensive for a moment, pursing his lips in thought. Then he smiled and looked over to Harry, his eyes twinkling. Harry, my boy, how would you feel about teaching a class at Hogwarts? I think this would be a good time to start a dueling class for the new school term. Grimmauld Place was a very different place than it would be in Harry's time. It was still a rather austere place, but for now at least there were signs of life. One such sign was the bee-owned teenage witch walking through the hall. The Hogwarts letter had arrived for Narcissa Black. Her father Cygnus had brought her into the study. This is your final year, my dear. You'll be ready to take your place in the world after this year. He smiled, embracing her. Cygnus Black loved his 3 daughters with his whole heart. His wife, Druella, however, only saw the girls as gifts she could offer other powerful families. His eldest, Andromeda, had escaped her fate. She had chosen exile from the family over marriage to Rodolphus Lestrange. Unperturbed, Druella had chosen to wed their middle child Bellatrix to the scion of the Lestrange family instead. My poor Bella, he thought sadly, she had been his favorite child. She was the cleverest of the Black sisters, she was also the most ambitious. You would have done so well in the world. I can only hope you are happy, wherever you are. No one had seen Bellatrix since the wedding. She and her new husband had vanished to undertake important work, critical to the success of our kind. Cygnus released his daughter from his embrace. Madame Pomfrey sent a message with your Hogwarts letter. He said, handing her the package. Eagerly Narcissa opened it. There were 3 letters inside the envelope. The first one was the standard Hogwarts letter telling her of the classes she could choose and what books she would need. The second was the letter from Madame Pomfrey. Dear Narcissa, I look forward to continuing to guide you through your training as a Medi-witch. Enclosed is a list of books I would like you to purchase with your school texts. This year, being your final with us, I have a term-long project I would like you to assist me with as part of your mastery of the healing arts. Yours, Madame Pomfrey. Narcissa smiled, reading the note. Madame Pomfrey had always been a great source of assistance during her previous 6 years at Hogwarts. Always willing to guide Narcissa to what she needed to learn in order to be the best Medi-witch possible. The 2 books, Hubert's Guide to Herbs and Macrage's Guide to Poultices and Salves, were books she had already been eyeing whenever she went to Diagon Alley with her family. Then she looked at the 3rd letter. This one was from Headmaster Dumbledore himself. Students. As a special elective, we will be offering a dueling class 3 evenings a week to students 5th year and above. Our instructor hopes that you all avail yourselves of the class. Yours, Headmaster Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore. A dueling class. I suppose if it doesn't impede my Medi-witch training it couldn't hurt to learn a few new moves. She looked to her father. Madame Pomfrey wants me to undertake a special project this year. The other letter is an invitation to take the new dueling elective. Dueling. Capital. Her father brought his hands together. Dueling is a fantastic pastime for a young witch or wizard. The witches learn how to defend themselves and the wizards learn who not to mess with. He grinned and looked to his youngest daughter. Will you go? I just might, father. The trip to Hogwarts was uneventful. Lucius Malfoy had insisted on sitting with her. He was, after all, her future husband, another plan made by her mother and aunt. The Malfoy family had nearly as much wealth and power as the Blacks, and their son would inherit his father's place in the Wizengamot in due time. Sadly for Narcissa, while Lucius was handsome and could be charming when he wished, he was also a pompous, arrogant fool. Were you listening, Narcissa? His voice cut through her reverie. I'm sorry, Lucius, I must have been distracted. She said. She hadn't been listening, but not because she was daydreaming. She was ignoring him on purpose. He had started explaining how once they were married that she would keep their home instead of sullying herself with work. As I said, if you wish to study your Medi-witch nonsense this year, that's fine. It'll give you something to do. However, once we are married those books will go on the shelf. You will be the Lady Malfoy. Your job will be to raise my heir. He said softly. Outside of their compartment they heard a loud argument. He rolled his eyes and cast a silencing charm on the door. That fool cousin of yours again. He and his little friends will meet a sticky end one day with the way they carry on. Narcissa managed to hide her eye roll this time. Sirius has nothing to fear from you, you own Ponce. She shifted in her seat looking out at the landscape. They were nearly at Hogwarts now. I hope this year lasts forever, then I won't have to worry about you anymore. The opening feast was, as it always was, a noisy affair. Dumbledore rose, using a sonorous charm to amplify his voice. Greetings to you all and welcome to another year at Hogwarts. Unless of course, this is your first year and then I welcome you to that. Apollyon Pringle, our caretaker, has tacked outside of his office a list all items considered contraband and I invite all the students to read it at their leisure. The final item on the agenda for students 5th year and above, our dueling instructor Professor Harry Fox, comes to us from the American dueling circuit and I wish to welcome him. With that, the headmaster led the school in a round of polite applause. He's the most handsome man I've ever seen. The thought sprang to mind in more than one young witch, but most of all in the minds of two witches in particular. Narcissa looked at the handsome dark-haired man, Merlin. Even with those awful glasses he's handsome. She felt a slight blush reach her cheeks before she took back her nerves. The other witch was a second-year Gryffindor named Lily Evans. She wasn't sure what it was about the young man, but there was a strange familiarity about him that intrigued her. I hope he stays here when I reach 5th year. Maybe I can still speak to him outside of class. Harry Potter, now known as Harry Fox, looked out over the tables in the Great Hall. There were quite a few Death Eaters in the making in this place. Sitting here he made note of the ones he saw. There's Yaxley McNair. Over at the Gryffindor table there's Wormtail with my dad, Sirius, and Professor Lupin. That's weird to call him. Best get used to calling him Remus here. There's a 12-year-old Snape sitting at Slytherin table looking at my mum. There's Lucius Malfoy sitting beside Merlin's saggy bollocks. That's what Draco's mom looks like at 17. Narcissa Malfoy was quite simply one of the most beautiful women he'd ever seen. Long owned hair and icy blue eyes. She was staring at him, so Harry decided the best thing to do would be to busy himself with his meal. As the feast ended, Dumbledore beckoned to him. Professor Fox, would you please follow me to your office? Harry rose and followed the headmaster towards the Hufflepuff wing and then up a flight of stairs to the 4th floor. Harry's classroom led into his office, and once inside Dumbledore closed the door and cast silencing charms upon it. Are you prepared for the start of term? Dumbledore asked him, to which Harry shrugged. I'm as prepared as I can be, thank you for helping me with the lesson plans. I never made ones when I started the DA at Hogwarts. Dumbledore smiled, his eyes twinkling slightly. Ah yes, Dumbledore's army. I must say, you do have a flair for naming things. He looked at the room for a moment. This was my first classroom here at Hogwarts, did you know that? Dumbledore took a few steps towards the desk and then closed his eyes. I've taught generations of young witches and wizards here. gave them the best chance I could at a good start in life. Please do the same thing. Give the students the tools they will need in life. Who knows, perhaps if we cut off the body by giving the recruits of Mr. Riddle somewhere else to feel at home, we can kill the head with less bloodshed. Harry sighed and touched the scar on his forehead. Perhaps, sir, but I'm still going to keep a firm hand on my wand until Voldemort is killed permanently this time. Quote. Dumbledore looked to him, do not let that hate for him poison your heart, this is a second chance for all of us. You can stop this war, you can also build a life to replace the one you lost. With that, the headmaster left the room. Harry walked into his office and sat on his chair. He pulled out a bottle of fire whiskey from his desk and poured himself a small glass. That hate is what's kept me alive, I'm not going to let go of it until every Death Eater is either dead or locked up in Azkaban. In his office Harry found himself reflecting on everything that had led him to this moment. Mr. Potter is it, said Albus Dumbledore as he and the Chief Unspeakable, an individual named Croaker, led Harry out of the Veil room and into an office a few doors away. Harry nodded, yes sir. The room was dark and unwelcoming. As Croaker sat down on the other side of the desk, they gestured to Harry and Albus to sit down. Right, I think we should start at the beginning. In simple terms, I am from the year 2002. I was born in 1980 and have been fighting a wizard who calls himself Voldemort almost from day one. He killed my parents, among many others, during his first attempt at conquest. After their deaths, I was sent to live with my aunt and uncle. Muggles and magic haters of the worst sort. Due to the nature of blood wards, I couldn't leave that house except to go to school. They couldn't move and so doted on their son and at best neglected me, and at worst, well, let's say I still have marks that look like the buckle of Uncle Vernon's belt. At the age of 11 I received my letter for Hogwarts. I find out that my parents weren't drug-addicted criminals, as I had been told, but were rather considered, along with myself, heroes. They called me the boy who lived. During my first year I make literally my first friends and end up defeating a semi-resurrected Voldemort by accidentally killing the defense professor who he'd possessed. Skip ahead to the next year, you hire a fraud named Lockhart who claims to have killed everything from a werewolf to a hag, and often on the same day in different parts of the country. My rival, Draco Malfoy's father, sticks a diary in my friend and future wife Ginny's schoolbooks. She gets possessed by a fragment of Tom Riddle. Tom Riddle, by the way, is the one who killed Ning Myrtle, not Hagrid and not Hagrid's pet Acromantula. Riddle unleashes a basilisk, people get petrified, and I end up stabbing the haunted diary with a basilisk tooth and break the spell. I also get killed a little, but Fawkes cries on the wound and I don't die all the way. Third year, I find out that my godfather, whom everyone believes is a murderer, is innocent. I also find out that a Death Eater named Pettigrew has been hiding as a rat in my best friend Ron's house. Thanks to a time turner, my friend Hermione and I save my godfather from Dementors. I learn to cast a Patronus that is apparently the same one my father cast. Fourth year, I get curd into a magical tournament that is supposed to be only for 7th year students. I fight a dragon, save my friend Ron and a Vila named Gabrielle. Then during the third task I do something incredibly stupid. I let another student touch the Tri-Wizard Cup with me. Turns out it was a port key. We get taken to a cemetery. Cedric gets murdered and I get used to give Voldemort a physical body. I manage to duel him to enough of a draw that I can summon the cup and get back. I tell everyone what happened in the Ministry, or rather the Minster does nothing. Voldemort begins killing everyone he can find that he thinks is a threat. During my 5th year the Ministry sends his crony to act as a teacher. She tortures a few of us with a blood quill. He manages to sneak followers into Hogwarts and kills most of the teachers and students. I escape along with a few friends and we go into hiding. We spend the next few years sniping at the Death Eaters and getting murdered for it. Finally I am the last one. I get caught and he throws me through the veil. Harry took a sip of his fire whiskey with a wince. Croaker had thankfully recognized the danger and had started working as best they could. It's odd dealing with unspeakables. Unless they tell you themselves you'll never know if they are a witch or a wizard. He shook his head and looked at the fireplace, continuing to think about the whirlwind of activity that had went on since arriving in the past. Dumbledore had also taken the threat seriously. The moment they left Croaker's office, Albus had taken him through the flow to Hogwarts. Being an instructor will be more than just a way to spy on the students. After all, if this whole affair is cut off, this could be a place for you once more," he said, leading Harry to his office. Harry grinned at the password of chocolate frogs. Apparently the headmaster had always been like this. Once inside the office, Harry sat in a much more comfortable chair than in Croaker's office. "Do you have any experience in teaching others?" Dumbledore asked as he began to jot down notes on a piece of parchment. "Not really, sir. I mean, in 5th year we had a club that my friends and I created because Umbridge didn't teach us anything practical. I helped teach them how to cast protective spells and to learn basically how to dodge curses." Harry answered, maybe this plan wouldn't work. He had no real experience in teaching, not a classroom. Dumbledore didn't seem too concerned. He snapped his finger and with a nearly silent pop a house elf wearing a Hogwarts emblazoned toga appeared. "US is calling for Wobbly Professor." "Yes, Wobbly, please ask Professor McGonagall to come to my office. I need her assistance." Dumbledore had scarcely finished his sentence when the elf vanished again. "Minerva McGonagall is one of the finest teachers I have ever had the pleasure to work with," he told Harry. Harry nodded. "Yes, sir, she was my professor in my time." "Good, then you are familiar with her teaching style. I think she will make a good mentor for you this year." The door opened then and Harry was face to face with a 37-year-old Minerva McGonagall. She looked very different than when Harry first met her. Her face was mostly unlined and her hair was ebony rather than the silver he'd known. "You asked for me, headmaster." "I did, Minerva. This is Harry Fox. He is taking a position with us as a dueling professor." Albus began. He was rather well known on the American circuit. When he decided to come back to Britain, I invited him here so that we could begin training new duelists. Hopefully this time next year we'll have some contenders back on the circuit. Harry rose and offered her his hand. Even now she was taller than him, but thankfully it was only by an inch or so, unlike how she'd towered over him when he was a child. She shook his hand. "It's nice to meet you, Mr. Fox." "Harry, please, Professor." Then Minerva, Harry. Albus smiled, the familiar twinkle in his eye working overtime. "Unfortunately our newest professor has never taught a class outside of a few impromptu lessons given to friends. I was hoping that you could help him find his path as a teacher." Minerva looked at the young man. He was affable enough, at least at first glance. He was young, but she knew teachers who had started when they were younger. "I'd be happy to, Albus. In fact, Harry, if the headmaster doesn't need you for anything else, we can start today. That woman is just as hard driving as a mentor as when she's my professor." Harry mused, taking a sip of his drink, "But she's damn good at what she does. You must remember, even though you are teaching 5th years and above, they are still children," Minerva said as they sat going over her old lesson plans. "That doesn't mean treat them as if they are incapable, but it does mean that you mustn't expect them to process their emotions like adults." "So, are you saying I should coddle them?" Harry asked, confused. "Merlin, no, I mean that you cannot expect them to always understand that what they did was wrong. You'll have to explain it to them in such a way that it penetrates." Minerva withdrew a detention slip and showed it to him. "For example, last year James Potter and Sirius Black received a detention from me for 3 days due to bullying another student." "Was the other student a Slytherin?" Harry asked without thinking. "Yes." "How did you guess?" Minerva said, putting down the paper and looking at him. "A lucky guess. Albus told me about that little band. I'm glad they are still too young to be in my classes." Harry replied, to which Minerva chuckled, laying a hand on his arm. "You are fortunate. For now, Harry, they'll be 5th years soon enough, and when they are, I doubt they will want to take divination instead of dueling." Harry shared the chuckle, imagining giving his own father and godfather detentions. The moment passed and the two continued to discuss teaching strategies. "You should speak with Phileas when you have a chance. He was a dueling champion here in Europe before he became a teacher," she stated after a moment. "In fact, I'm rather surprised that Albus asked me to mentor you. I was a rather poor student in my year. Perhaps Albus thought I needed a firmer hand," Harry said with a cheeky grin. Minerva returned it. "Not too firm, I hope. I can always send you to a Polly and Pringle to gather unicorn dung." "Wait a minute, was I flirting with Professor McGonagall?" Harry looked at his glass of whiskey in horror. "Come on now, Potter, you do not want to find yourself imagining Minerva McGonagall in her underclothes." Harry sighed. Minerva had been an excellent source of information for a new teacher. She'd also been right that Professor Flitwick was the man to talk to about dueling. Greeting Professor Fawkes, what brings you to my humble classroom? Phileas Flitwick had always been one of Harry's favorite teachers. Hello Professor Flitwick, I was wondering if I could borrow your expertise for a moment. Harry said as he walked into the classroom. It still looked the same as it had when Harry first entered it as a first-year student, though he supposed that it meant it would look the same then rather than now. I'd be glad to assist you, what's on your mind? Well Professor. Phileas, please. We are colleagues, you aren't one of the students here. Flitwick said. Harry nodded. Harry for me then, if you please. It's true, Harry wasn't a student, he wouldn't be a student for another decade and change, he mused, then let the thought drop. He didn't want to imagine what would happen when Harry, the instructor, and Harry the student met. Well, I'm setting up my goals for each year and I wondered if you'd be so good as to look at my list for the 7th years and tell me if I've made the class too demanding or too simple. Harry offered the tiny wizard the parchment he'd been carrying. Certainly, Flitwick looked at the paper and frowned and thought. Harry had met nearly all the staff by now, his favorite had been meeting a much younger Hagrid. Hagrid had been very excited to meet another person who didn't treat him like a squib for being a product of his parents. Then the voice of Flitwick broke his train of thought. I think perhaps terrain manipulation might be a tad over-ambitious, but in a good way. Teaching your students to react not just to the other duelist but to the environment is very important. Now what about manipulation of the air around them? Harry chuckled and drained his glass, then rose. Right, class starts tomorrow morning. I'd better get plenty of rest so I can prepare, he said to no one in particular as he went the office that also served as his private quarters. The next morning Narcissa sat with her fellow 7th years. The gossips of each house had already started their work in analyzing Hogwarts' newest professor, she noted with a roll of her eyes. I heard he killed a dragon. I heard he is a dragon and he was transfigured into a man. I heard he killed a vampire. I heard him and McGonagall go out drinking in Hogsmeade every night after curfew. Idiots, she thought as she sipped her pumpkin juice. He's handsome, yes, but that doesn't mean he's an obscenely talented destroyer of all who oppose him. If he was, Bella would have found him and roped him into a marriage contract. She smirked, imagining her elder sister bringing a retired duelist to the Grimmauld place or to the Black Manor in Wales where her parents spent the school year. Hello mother, father. I want you to meet your new son-in-law, Harry Fawkes. Bella grins and pulls the young man into the house. He's killed more people than a modest earthquake and he makes me breakfast in bed. Of course you did marry me off to Roddy, but I forgive you for that. My Harry, however, was very peeved. You should have seen the mess he made of my former husband. Narcissa laughed to herself then. A bit farther down the table Lucius and Cantankerous Knot sat discussing the state of the school. Those simpering fools have fallen for a man they've never seen perform. Knot spat, looking up at the professor's table where Harry and Minerva were discussing something that was apparently frightfully amusing as the tall woman had touched his arm, laughing. Apparently the rumor mill has decided that Professors McGonagall and Fawkes are lovers. Lucius drawled, looking at the Gryffindor table where it seemed a group of 4th years had decided that the pair were soulmates. It's disgusting, but it does offer an opportunity for us. It does indeed. The idiots will be distracted by the rumors around our newest instructor and they won't be paying attention to anyone else. Not grinned. Lucius returned it. Exactly. It will be much easier for the right sort of people to meet if the sheep are all watching to see if McGonagall ends up retiring early in the term to give birth. Lucius chuckled softly, then looked over to Narcissa. He frowned then. She is watching him with entirely too much interest. Did she just laugh? I'll have to have words with her. She needs to understand what is good for her. At the professor's table, Harry and Minerva had stopped talking in order to enjoy their meal. The two had become quick friends, and he felt that Minerva, along with Phileas Flitwick, were exactly who he needed in order to make this plan work. Minerva, he began, an idea germinating. Yes, Harry. She wasn't sure where in the development of their professional relationship that they had become friends. They had only known each other for a few months at this point, but they were already very comfortable together, as friends. Minerva mentally added, I know you normally chaperone the Hogsmeade weekend. I need to take care of some business in town, would you like some assistance? This will give me a chance to observe the students. I know mostly who to look out for, but I don't know where they hide to make their plans. He wants to go to Hogsmeade with me. Minerva's eyes widened. She finished her glass of pumpkin juice and then set it down. I suppose, if you don't have anything better you need to do. I'll have to let the man down gently if he gets too close. The idea of being in a relationship after what had happened back home was not an idea that Minerva was willing to entertain. It's a date then, Harry said with that cheeky grin she'd come to recognize as him being deliberately over the top. It's not a date. We are colleagues and we will be watching over a few dozen children at the time. That is hardly an environment for some sort of romance, she said, her voice somewhat icy and definitely reminding him of when he would say the wrong thing in class. Harry knew he was playing with fire, but for some reason he couldn't help himself. What environment would you prefer? He said, finishing his meal. Minerva rose and looked to him. Would you be so kind as to follow me to my classroom? I think we need to have a discussion before the weekend comes up. I may have just made a giant mistake. Harry rose and followed her. Normally when they walked they would discuss whatever they were working on. This time Minerva was silent, her face set in a frown that would be very familiar to Harry from his first year at Hogwarts. Minerva, not a word until we are in my classroom. That voice brooked no argument, so Harry swallowed the apology he had been working up to. Inside the classroom Minerva shut the door with a flick of her wand. I get the feeling, Harry, that I have not been clear with you. For that I apologize. I am not now, nor will I be any time soon interested in an entanglement with a fellow professor. She said, her voice low. Minerva, I'm sorry, I wasn't trying to flirt. I thought I was being funny. Harry began the apology he had been working on since he noticed the warning signs of their silent walk. I hate to be the one to inform you of this, but your idea of humor is ill-defined at best. We are professionals here. We must set a proper example. Her tone softened and she touched his arm. It's nothing personal, Harry. I am not seeking romance. I am a teacher and that is all I want to be at the moment. Harry nodded. I'm very sorry for making you so uncomfortable. May I still assist you with the Hogsmeade weekend this month? Minerva thought and then looked at her desk where they had sat each night since that first evening. I would welcome your help. Just please remember yourself when we are seen together. Her lip twitched with a smile. You've already got admirers from what I've heard when the prefects came to see me last night. I'd hate for so many young witches to be jealous of me. Narcissa Black walked up to the door of the infirmary. She had 2 classes with Madame Pomfrey this year. The first one was her actual class. She would come here and assist Madame Pomfrey with cataloging the various injuries and ailments the students would have over the course of the term. The second class was the interesting one. This was the class that would serve as her practical for her mastery as a healer. Ah, Narcissa, good to see you, dear. Please stow your things and change into your white robes. Madame Pomfrey said as her favorite student entered the room. Yes, madam, Narcissa answered as she went into the changing room to prepare for her class. Once dressed in her white infirmary robes she returned to the main room. She found Madame Pomfrey standing by the window frowning. Madam, is something wrong? Narcissa asked as she walked up to her mentor's side. Pomfrey didn't speak yet. Finally she looked to Narcissa and nodded, pointing at 2 figures moving along the shore of the Black Lake. Our newest professor has been jogging around the lake every morning since he started here. Narcissa looked down, seeing the shirtless form of the new dueling professor as he kept pace with Professor Hooch. He's going to end up twisting his ankle the way he skirts that shore. The shore is too sandy for proper running. I'm sure Professor Fawkes is careful. He'd better be. The infirmary is no place for an adult who knows better, but it does remind me, I have figured out what your practical will be. Pomfrey turned from the window. I want you to act as the healer for Professor Fawkes' 5th-year dueling class. Rolanda Hooch was panting softly as she stopped by the gate. Beside her Harry did the same. The two had become friends through their mutual love of flying and exercise in general. Not bad, Fawkes, you almost matched my time, Hooch said with a grin. Harry Fawkes was unlike the other professors. He had a lean build, the kind one gets from a lifetime of exertion. She could understand how the young ladies had fell entranced with him. I understand it, but I don't share it. Harry's a fit bloke, but I like mine a bit beefier. She thought as Harry began to put back on his shirt. You're like a damned racing broom when you get going, Hooch, he said after his head cleared the hole in his shirt. That's what all the losers say. She teased him. Are you ready for your first class today? I think so. Minerva's been helping me with how I should talk with the students. Phileas has been coaching me with what I should expect each year to know. He looked up to the castle. Well, I'd better get up there and get to it, don't let too many firsties crash into the tower's hooch. With a wave he turned and walked through the gates. The students will eat him alive, she thought as she walked up the path towards the Quidditch pitch. Welcome to your first dueling class everyone. Pair off please and we'll begin, Harry said as the fifth-year students began to file into the classroom. He had used his time well, the seats had all been moved away to clear the floor. That floor was covered in soft mats meant to cushion a student when they fell. The students were from each house as the classes were small. He watched as the students paired off with their housemates. No, Ravenclaw with Slytherin and Hufflepuff with Gryffindor please, he said moving forward into the center of the room. But sir, a girl in Hufflepuff robes began. Yes, Miss Jerkins sir, Bertha Jerkins. Miss Jerkins, if you do not step out of your comfort zone you will never be ready when the time comes. But if you do not wish to take a spot beside someone in a different house I can always use you as my demonstration partner, Harry said, hiding a smirk as the girl blanched and then rushed to an unpartnered Ravenclaw that Harry was almost certain was a young Rita Skeeter. Just as Harry was going to begin his lesson there was a soft knock on his door. Harry went to the door. I sincerely hope you have a good reason for being late, he said as the door opened to reveal the future Mrs. Malfoy. I do Professor Fawkes, Madame Pomfrey informed me only a few hours ago that I would be sitting in on these classes as her proxy. I had to change my entire class schedule for this, Narcissa muttered as she placed her satchel down in a less than gentle fashion. Professor Kettleburn's class was on the other side of the castle. It had taken her forever to get to the dueling classroom and she was so annoyed that she had forgotten she was talking to a professor. Be that as it may, Miss Narcissa Black. Fantastic then, be that as it may, Miss Narcissa Black, in the future try to be on time. Harry suppressed a smirk as he went back to the center of the classroom. Now then, if we are all prepared, we will begin. Dueling class wasn't nearly as easy as the students thought it would be. Harry, while inexperienced as a teacher, had an inborn gift for finding the weak spots of his students. Miss Skeeter, you are standing with your feet entirely too close together. You could be tripped with a blowing wind charm. Harry stepped onto the mat and stood before the tall owned girl. I am sorry, Professor Fawkes, how do you want me to stand? Rita Skeeter fluttered her eyelashes coquettishly, wondering if the handsome professor would actually put his hands on her hips to guide her. Put your feet at least shoulder width apart, Miss Skeeter. Like this. She did not get her wish, instead Harry modeled what he wanted by standing in front of her. Disappointed, Rita pasted on a fake smile. Thank you for the instructions, sir. That little harlot. Narcissa frowned, watching as Harry deftly avoided entrapment by Rita Skeeter. He might be an ass, but at least he's clever enough not to grab the hips of the second biggest gossip in the school. She didn't like the new professor, she decided. He's handsome enough and he seems to know what he's doing, but I did not appreciate being spoken to like I'm just any student. I am I am an heiress of one of the most prominent houses in the country. Harry finally stopped the class. Good first effort, everyone. There will be no formal homework due tonight, however I ask that each of you meet with your partners during free period and discuss each other's dueling style. Your partners today will be your partners throughout the year, so try and become comfortable with them. Good day. The students filed out and Harry went to his desk. I think that went well. Harry looked up to see Dumbledore standing here. Headmaster, coming in to check on my first class. Not at all, Professor Fawkes, from the chattering of the students as they passed me you've done quite well. Miss Black, I didn't know you would be here, Dumbledore said, looking to where Narcissa was gathering her things. Yes, Headmaster, Madame Pomfrey wants me to act as her proxy for this class as part of my mastery this term. Narcissa shouldered her pack. I need to get to the library now. Good evening, sirs. She walked out of the room. Albus watched as the door closed, then lifted his hand and wandlessly locked and silenced the classroom door. I am impressed, Harry. The grumbling of the students about being forced to work with rival houses was quite loud. May I ask as to the reason? Harry smirked and put down his quill. Certainly, sir. The more each year is forced to interact, the more genuine friendships can develop. Friendships can create a lot of strength and we are going to need that strength. A good point. I must say you seem to have taken to heart Minerva's lessons. Dumbledore smiled. She comes to teaching so naturally, it's hard to imagine her as anything else, isn't it? Harry thought for a moment, trying to imagine the McGonagall he knew in any other profession. I agree, sir, I can't really imagine her doing anything else. Dumbledore didn't respond, instead he merely smiled and released the spells on the door as he prepared to leave. Miss Evans, what are you doing here? He asked as the second-year Gryffindor entered the room. Lily Evans was one of the students Albus Dumbledore considered a sign that the world was improving, even in these dark times. She was a brilliant Muggle-born lass who he considered the most promising student of her year. Headmaster, I wanted to ask Professor Fawkes if he would help me with a project. Lily said. She hadn't expected the headmaster to be there when she came to ask for the newest professor's help. What sort of project, Miss Evans? Harry couldn't believe his mother was standing before him. The best part of being flung into the past, not actually dying aside, had been seeing his parents alive and well. It's my friend Severus. He's too young to join the dueling classes, but he's being bullied. Could you give him some lessons as well, sir, please? Lily had been worried sick over the way her best friend had been treated by some of the students in their year, particularly James Potter and his friends. I think that's an excellent idea, Professor Fawkes. Dumbledore said, his eyes twinkling madly. Very well, Miss Evans, please bring your friend to meet me Sunday afternoon at 2. All right. Harry cursed internally. I hate the idea of helping that miserable overgrown bat, but it's my mum, so I guess I have to. Thank you so much, Professor. Severus will be so excited. Lily beamed and then left the room. He killed you, you know. Harry said once the door was shut again. We all make mistakes, Harry. Well, Harry, how was your first day of classes? Minerva asked him as they sat together in her quarters. She had forgiven him for his joke the day before, it seemed, or perhaps Harry just hoped she had. 5th year went well. I made the students work with someone from their rival house. 6th year was quiet except for a brief outburst from the Ravenclaws when I told them I wouldn't be giving extra credit if they wrote extra essays. Harry chuckled then frowned slightly. 7th year was the hardest, as I expected. The Slytherins decided that they knew better than I did. What did you do? She asked as she poured a glass of tea for him. I thought it would only be proper to make an example. Messrs. Malfoy and Not spent the class straightening up after each duel. He grinned, taking a sip from the cup she offered him. Minerva managed to stifle most of the chuckle that came up at the idea of her 2 least favorite students engaged in physical labor. I take it they didn't appreciate that. They were not enthused. They were even less enthused when I told them to come see me tomorrow evening to clean my floor mats. He smirked. Lucius Malfoy reminds me of a student back at my own school. Draco was a spoiled little fool who acted as if the world was beneath him. That does sound like Mr. Malfoy. I wonder if they are related somehow. Cousins perhaps. Minerva mused as she took a sip of her tea. It's entirely possible. That particular breed of Ponce tends to marry close relatives. Harry said. Rolanda came to speak to me today. Minerva said, setting her cup down. The 2 of you have been jogging each morning together. She thinks highly of you. She's good people, Minerva. She's a South Avenue driver and I make it a point to jog behind her in case she tries to cast a stinging hex to make me go faster, but she's good people. Here she thought you were jogging behind her because you like the view. Minerva said, green eyes sparkling with humor as she saw the red flush come upon Harry's face. That'll teach him to flirt with me at the table. Harry had known from his time at the Tri-Wizard tournament that breathing liquid of any sort hurt. Hot tea was not comfortable to drink sometimes, so inhaling hot tea when your friend makes you think of another friend's backside was extremely painful. Minerva, I've never, he choked out, stopping when he saw the look on Minerva's face. Harry, I am sorry, but that was too good to resist. Rolanda merely wanted me to tell you to come down and see her tomorrow before your first class. She has an idea and wants your help with it. She smiled watching her friend calm down. All right, I'll go see her. Next time you want to be funny though, let me not have something in my mouth. You almost drowned me, he said to Minerva's great amusement. Harry rose. Well, I'd better get back to my office. I took a lot of notes and I want to look over them. He went to hand Minerva his teacup. When he did, their fingers brushed against each other's. Harry took note of the slight pink his friend's face went. I'll see you tomorrow at breakfast, Minerva. Harry turned then, leaving the office. Damn it, Potter, don't get an actual crush on Professor McGonagall. Minerva Isabel McGonagall, you will control yourself. Harry is just your friend and you have no interest in a relationship of any sort beyond that. Minerva looked down at her teacup. Her friendship with Harry Fox was an enjoyable one, but at the same time being so close to a man had brought up memories of a handsome farmer's son and the hearts she had broken by her decisions. That insufferable little twit. I will curse the head off of his shoulders. Lucius Malfoy and Cantankerous Knot had came back to the Slytherin common room furious over their detentions. How dare he give me a detention? Me. I am the scion of the House Malfoy, I am above him. How do you think I feel, Lucius? That bastard gave me the same, we need to deal with him. I agree completely, my dear Knot, you've given me an idea. Our esteemed professor will be assisting McGonagall at Hogsme. Perhaps our mutual friends can arrange an accident for him. I'll send a message to my dear soon-to-be sister-in-law. Lucius wants me to fight his battles for him. Bellatrix Lestrange smirked as she looked at the letter. Lucius Malfoy was unfortunately important to her master's plans. The Dark Lord requires the service of Malfoy, and the easiest way to gain that service is to do him this small favor. That was how it had been explained to her anyway. Do you understand what you are to do? Voldemort had asked her. Of course, my lord. I am to go to Hogsmeade, find an out-of-the-way place and lure the dueling instructor there. Once he is there, I am to kill him and leave the body. The discovery of his corpse will cause terror among the sheep and they will learn that there is no place where they can be safe from your grasp. She answered, still kneeling before him. Good. When you arrive back I will want a full report. Leave. That was what led Bellatrix to her current place, her bedroom in Lestrange Manor. She set the letter down and looked at herself in the mirror. She was still young and beautiful, but she could see tiny bags under her eyes. It doesn't matter. Rodolphus hasn't touched me in months. She didn't love her husband. Love after all was for the lower class. Come now, Bella, we are meant for greatness, not the insipid life of fools spitting out children to breed with half-bloods and muggles. Her husband's voice hissed in her mind. Ah well, a little murder will make me feel better. Professor Harry Fox, you and I are going to have a lot of fun. With a little smirk she vanished, with a pop appearing in the Hogsmeade safehouse. I'll case the village tonight, find my perfect spot, then tomorrow morning I'll find Lucius's little friend. Excellent improvement, everyone. No written assignment, but I would ask that you and your partners each get together to practice the Protega shield. There will be a special incentive for each student who can cast it. Harry said as the students filed out of the classroom. Narcissa held back, a frown on her features. Professor. Her voice was tight, clipped by annoyance. Harry noticed and stifled a smirk. He had came to the decision that he wouldn't antagonize Narcissa. While he hated the Malfoy family, she wasn't Narcissa Malfoy, she was Narcissa Black. He would remember the distinction. Yes, Miss Black. May I make a suggestion for your fifth-year class? Without waiting for an answer she continued on. You are correct that the students are making good progress, but it's good progress for a third year, not a fifth-year student. What would you suggest then? Harry was surprised. I thought you were studying to be a healer, Miss Black. Why would you want me to allow the students to take greater risks? Don't be afraid to let them get a little bruised. Let them practice more than stunning and disarming spells. Seems rather bloodthirsty. Would you suggest I allow them to aim a cutting charm at their partners? No, Professor, but they need to understand what could happen in a duel. If you keep the duels so risk-free, they won't take safety into consideration. That is a surprisingly fair point. Harry thought, nodding. Very well, Miss Black. Monday's class we will try it your way. Now if you'll excuse me, I want to make sure I have everything prepared for tomorrow. Tomorrow, sir. Yes, I am assisting Professor McGonagall with the Hogsmeade weekend. 2 sets of eyes are better than 1, besides that I need to conduct some business in the village. What sort of business? Why are you so nosy? Why do I care? I suppose you have heard the rumors that suggest I am some sort of vagabond who doesn't have a place to call his own. That is correct, at least the part about not owning a home. However, I see myself staying with Hogwarts for at least the foreseeable future, so I plan to rent a home in Hogsmeade during the summer. I figure if I start looking early I'll be able to narrow down what I want. Very well, sir. He's going to be living in the village. You would think a dueling champion could afford something a little better than a hovel here, the Hog's Head. Narcissa walked out of the classroom and went on to her next class. Harry looked at the meager pile of galleons he had in his trunk. Albus had been paying him under the table, as it were. Harry was concerned about the procedures for opening a Gringotts vault. He knew it required his blood, that blood would show me as Harry Potter, who isn't born yet. He sighed and shut the lid. 350 galleons. It's not much, but my food is paid for here. I'll just keep socking away my pay and by the end of the term I'll have a little over 3,000 galleons. That should be enough to rent a cottage for the summer. He turned and made his way out the door and down to the Great Hall. He smiled seeing his usual chair beside Minerva was open. I mean, I doubt someone would have taken it. Everyone seems to have their favorite spots already and I guess mine is beside Minerva. That thought always stopped him. Somehow Minerva McGonagall has become his best friend. Did you save me any treacle pudding? He said as he slid into his chair beside her. Not with an attitude like that. Where have you been? Just checking on something. I'm making plans for the summer. Harry said, filling his glass with pumpkin juice and piling sausages and mashed potatoes onto his plate. In September. Whatever for? Minerva said as she took her knife to a piece of chicken. Well, I don't have a place of my own. I know I could just stay in my quarters, but I want something that's mine. You know. He said, popping a piece of sausage into his mouth and chewing it thoughtfully. Swallowing, he continued, I don't need a castle, just a little cottage where I can hang my hat, so to speak. I know better than you might think. The idea of something that was hers had always been a part of Minerva McGonagall's psyche. From the way her mother had to hide her magic, Minerva had learned the importance of a secure place where the outside world couldn't intrude. So you are thinking of finding a house for sale in Hogsmeade? For rent, at least for the beginning. If I like the place I'll work out a deal with the owner, or I'll try to. He said, shrugging. You were a champion duelist, surely you could buy a home. I'm broke, Minerva. I lost all of my money when I came back from America. Her eyes narrowed slightly. Broke. When I was in America, there was a girl. We were close. She said her mother was sick. I gave her everything I had, and then she vanished. Harry said, this was the story that he had made up for if anyone asked why he didn't have anything in his name. I'm so sorry, Harry. I shouldn't have. It's okay, Minerva. He said, placing a hand on her arm. You were concerned. After all, if I'd wasted my money on something unwholesome, I would be a poor example to the students. Quote. You're better than that. You wouldn't have been frivolous. It's okay, Minerva, really. Now what is the plan for Hogsmeade? At the Slytherin table, Lucius Malfoy watched as Harry and Minerva spoke. That's right, you bastard, enjoy her company tonight. Lucius had decided that Harry and Minerva must be having an affair. It's the only thing that would make sense. Why else would he touch her like that? It didn't make sense to Lucius that a man would speak with a woman like that unless he was getting something out of it. His parents barely spoke. After the marriage had been confirmed and Lucius was old enough to stay with his father, the Lady Malfoy had went back to her home in France. His father, Abraxas Malfoy, had taught him how a proper pureblood behaved. Never give quarter to those below you. Never let those above you consider you weak. You are either a king or a tool. Lucius looked over to Not. Cantankerous was making notes on a scrap of paper. Lucius cast his eye down and then frowned. Hide that, you fool. He hissed, you can't have that out where people can see it. That imbecile is writing out a list of potential students to bring before our Lord. When I am in the inner circle, I will have to make sure that he is kept out. Not is too brazen to be a proper Slytherin sometimes. Not put the parchment back into his robes with a scowl. So, can we expect a guest? She is already in the village, she knows what to do. Do you think it will work? Not, Bellatrix is incredibly strong. I'll be amazed if they find enough of him to bury. The next morning Harry put a few galleons in his coined purse and prepared to leave. I used to love visiting Hogsmeade. He thought as he closed his quarters up and crossed through his classroom. It's still early, I'll go down and have a quick jog before I meet Minerva. Jogging gave Harry something to focus on. He'd taken it up during his time hiding from snatcher squads, though at the time it was less jogging and more running for my life. He thought with a rueful smile. Making his way down to the Black Lake, he found Rolanda Hooch preparing for her own jog by the oak tree. He removed his shirt, hanging it on a branch. Hooch, you ready to get beat today? Depends, Fox, you see a real man around who can do it. She grinned and took off, not waiting for him to start. Harry muttered a curse and began to give chase. Minerva McGonagall made her way down towards the gate. She paused just as she reached the final step leading to the Courtyard. This was the first time she'd seen Harry and Rolanda jogging together, no wonder he was so hard to best on the circuit. Harry Fox had a slim musculature, but it was clear that his muscles were hard as granite. Almost against her will she leaned against the rail leading up to the castle as just watched him. Sweet Maeve. No. Minerva Isabel McGonagall, you will control yourself. She frowned and forced herself to continue with her task of speaking to Hagrid. Og always lets that man do all the work. She thought as she saw Hagrid oiling the hinges of the gate with a dirty rag. "Hello there, Professor McGonagall, ma'am, what can I do for ye?" he said, putting the dirty rag in his pocket and running his hands over his coat to try and clean them. "Good morning, Hagrid, I was just preparing for the Hogsmeade weekend today. Professor Fox will be assisting me, but I wanted to make sure everything has been quiet on the grounds." "Yes, ma'am, I was patrolling until 3:30 this morning." 3:30, Hagrid, it's only 7:15. I'm going to speak to Og, he can't expect you to. "It's all right, ma'am," Hagrid said, putting a hand up in a placating gesture. "Mr. Og has just been feeling a bit under the weather lately is all. He'll be fine and then we can go back to splitting the duties." "If you say so, Hagrid. But once the students are back at the castle I want you to take the rest of the morning and get some rest. Do you hear me? Anything you need to do will keep until this afternoon," she said sternly. Hagrid nodded and Minerva went back towards the castle. "You are a damned South Avenue driver hooch," Harry said, panting, "a monster fit only for the darkest cell in Azkaban. Aw, give it a rest, Fox. I took it easy on you. Normally I back around the lake 15 minutes earlier." She smirked, tossing him his shirt. "Sure, if you have a time turner," he muttered, ignoring her laughter as he put back on his shirt. He heard a soft ahem, as if someone was clearing their throat. Looking through the hole for his head, he saw Minerva standing there. Pulling the shirt back on, he looked to her. "Are we ready?" he asked her. "He is very handsome like this. He reminds me of when we'd train at the academy, focus woman." No, not quite yet, Harry. I was just coming down to see if you were planning on breakfast." Minerva asked him, doing her very best to noticing how appealing he looked at the moment. "Of course, I'm always starving after working up a sweat. Good exercise is the key to a good appetite," Hooch said, offering Minerva a sly wink as if to say, "Caught you staring at his pecs when he had his head in the shirt. We'd best hurry then, come along." Minerva grabbed his hand and half pulled him towards the gate. Rolanda Hooch smirked, watching them. "Old girl's got it bad and she doesn't even know it." She chuckled and slowly made her way towards the castle. The students made their way to Hogsmeade in groups of 3 and 4. Harry was at the back of the line, keep an eye on stragglers, while Minerva was up at the head. As the children dispersed into the village, Harry walked up to Minerva. "Quick question, because we're friends, should I have washed before breakfast?" he asked her, moving closer. "No, you smell delicious, fine." Minerva managed to keep her cheeks from turning pink, though it had been a near thing. "Good, I'm going to the Hog's Head to see if anyone has posted about a house for rent." He started walking, then turned. "I'll go to the 3 Broomsticks afterwards, I'll pick us up something to eat." He waved and then ducked into the public house. Tall, dark hair, glasses, that must be our Professor Fox. Bellatrix watched the man walk away and go into the Hog's Head. She made her way in as well and found him looking at a notice board. "Looking for something in particular?" she asked, watching him stiffen. "I know that voice. Lestrange." Harry froze when he heard the voice of Bellatrix. "Lestrange, calm down, Harry, she doesn't know who you are. Hell, she might not even be a Death Eater yet, just be calm." "A house for rent," he said, turning to see the 21-year-old Bellatrix Lestrange Merlin's saggy balls. "I know people said she was beautiful as a young woman, but what did they feed the black women? Are you planning on moving out of Hogwarts so soon?" she said, quirking an eyebrow. "Why would he want a place to live? Professors get a free apartment during the term, maybe he needs somewhere secret." "How do you know who I am?" "Please, you're Harry Fox. It's all my uncle could talk about, Hogwarts finally getting a dueling instructor, and a champion no less. I'd be surprised if you didn't get invited to Grimmauld Place at some point." "Bellatrix Lestrange," she said, holding out her hand. "I'm an idiot." Harry shook her hand. Her robes had shorter sleeves than the ones he was familiar with, She's unmarked, either she isn't a Death Eater yet, or Voldemort hasn't started marking them yet. Well, like you said, I'm Harry Fox. My sister is helping you, Narcissa Black. She said, just keep acting charming and friendly, get him to trust you, then you can. What is that smell? He smells. Bellatrix felt a small shiver of lust run through her core. Maybe we can have some fun before I kill him. She's going to be an excellent healer one day. She's easily the smartest person I have in my classes. Harry said truthfully, Narcissa really was a brilliant witch. Part of why he'd stopped antagonizing her was that he recognized her mind. She reminds me of Hermione, clever and implacable when she gets an idea in her head. I'm glad to see she's made an impression on you. So do you have any promising leads on that board? She asked him carefully. Nothing I can see really jumps out at me, but that's why you do it early. Maybe next time I come down here I'll see something better. He shrugged. I know a place that's for rent, but the owners haven't posted it yet. If you want I'll give you the tour. Where is it? It's near Madame Puddifoot's little cottage on the corner near that copse of trees leading to the road to Hogwarts. Come on, what harm is there in looking? She said, grabbing his hand and tugging him along. Minerva saw Harry being dragged down the path by a dark-haired witch. She seemed familiar, but Minerva couldn't see her face. She frowned and decided to make her way along the road toward Madame Puddifoot's. The house was small, but it seemed clean enough. Once the door closed he felt arms go around his waist. I wanted to show you something, in the bedroom. She whispered against his ear, her breath hot and her voice husky. And what would that be? Harry had no idea what to do with a sane Bellatrix. Old crazy Bellatrix was easy. See her, they fling curses at each other, she baby talks at him, he calls her a whore, easy. This Bellatrix was definitely different, maybe she's not that crazy yet. Oh, you'll see, she said, leaning in and taking his earlobe in between her teeth and biting it softly. Harry froze for a moment. His path was decided when he heard the rustle of fabric falling to the ground and turned to see a nude Bellatrix standing there. Oh Rodolphus. You are nothing compared to this. Bellatrix mused as she stared at the ceiling with a lazy smile on her face. I don't suppose you'd be willing to go easier on my sister's future husband, would you? Lucius Malfoy is her future husband, or cantankerous not? Harry said, sitting up beside her, best to not let her know that I know who it is. Also, holy shit Harry, how are you this calm? You just ked Bellatrix Lestrange. Lucius. You've been rather harsh on him. I like a firm hand. Sweet Morgana, do I like your firm hand, but Lucius is feeling a bit, well, let's just say it would be best if you weren't so firm with him. She said, rising and snaking her arms around his chest. So many scars. Bellatrix liked his scars, she liked the way they showed that he had lived and fought for everything. She placed a playful key between his shoulder blades. I wish I could, but if I coddle him I'm showing a bad example. He heard her sigh sadly, and then he felt the pressure of a wand on his neck. Shit. Then I'm sorry, but you leave me no choice. My master doesn't appreciate how you've been treating his bankroll. I mean how you've been treating Lucius. If it's any consolation, you are an excellent shag. I'll think about you whenever I'm laying under my husband. As if Rodolphus could be half the lover Harry is. Avada Ka. As she began casting the spell, Harry twisted and struck out with a fist to her temple. It stunned Bellatrix enough for Harry to scramble away and take up his wand. I'm glad to see I'm an excellent lay, too bad it wasn't enough to keep you from trying to kill me. Harry said, to which Bellatrix laughed. It could have been, but you're up and armed, so let's do this. The two began to fight. For Harry it was like a moment out of time. He'd fought Bellatrix once before when he was nude. She had found his hiding place as he was taking a shower. That fight had ended with the entire house being destroyed by fiendfire. This Bellatrix is fast, but she doesn't have the same repertoire. He noted as he dodged a purple flash of light. He is good, oh Circe, I wish I didn't have to kill him. Between his fighting skills and the way I'm still tingling. She had an idea. Reducto, she cried, blasting the ceiling above him. Harry dodged the debris, but wasn't able to dodge Bellatrix as she hurled herself at his midsection. She connected, knocking them both down and taking the wind from him. I could kill you, you know. It would be so easy. Her free hand traced up his chest to his face, cupping his cheek and drawing him close. She leaned in and inhaled deeply. I want a little reminder when I'm back with my husband. I'll be back soon for you. When I return, prepare to begin a new career path. She key at him deeply, her tongue plundering his mouth as if she was afraid that he'd vanish before the key ended. Finally she broke the key, panting slightly. Get dressed, Harry, get dressed and get back up to the castle. Be ready for me, I'll send you a message as soon as I can. She turned to grab her robes and then vanished. Harry rose and pulled his own back on. As he walked out of the cottage he saw Minerva standing there, her hands on her hips. Where have you been? It's time to get back now, and who was that woman you were with? She demanded. She wanted to show me this cottage. It might be coming up for rent soon. She apparated back to London to speak with the owner. He said, come on Minerva, like you said it's time to get back. Bellatrix, I am disappointed. You didn't kill your target. May I ask why? Voldemort's voice was soft, she knew that was a dangerous sign. When he's quiet, he's thinking if you're worth keeping alive or not. He's more useful to us alive, my lord. He is a capable duelist. Ah, she screamed as she felt him push into her mind. He's a capable lover as well, I see. Whatever would your husband think? Cheating spouses are never good partners in an organization such as ours. Crucio. Bellatrix screamed again as the torture curse passed through her body. You will contact Professor Fawkes in 3 days' time. You will kill him, do you understand me? Yes, my lord. Harry was grateful that he'd had enough time to get to his quarters and freshen up before his mother arrived. My mother, the precocious second-year Gryffindor, and her best friend, my least favorite teacher since Gilderoy. There's no way I didn't use memory charms on teenage girls, Lockhart. He sighed and pulled a clean shirt over his head. Minerva had been rightfully furious with him. He had said he'd be right back, and he hadn't. Instead he'd been gone for 2 hours, shagging Bellatrix Lestrange like it was my damned job. He smirked at the memory. Bellatrix hissed as he entered her. Nails dug into his skin as she bit down on his neck and lifted herself up slightly. Do it. Take me, make me betray my vows. She whispered as she drove her hips down again. Harry key at her as he began to thrust. The fact that this was the past version of the most evil witch in generations was sitting forgotten with Quidditch scores from the 90s and what color Ron's formal robes were at the Yule Ball. Harry frowned. Let's not think about the wild say you just had when your 12-year-old mother is about to show up. And looked at the wand Albus had purchased him when he'd arrived in the past. It was his old Holly and Phoenix wand. He hadn't seen it since the destruction of St. Mungo's in 1998, but of course here in the year 1972 it had been sitting on a shelf waiting for him. Ollivander had been very amused at the name Harry had been given as well. Fawkes, how curious. The phoenix that supplied the feather for your wand was named Fawkes as well. Well, I guess he must be a cousin or something. Harry had said, trying to make a joke. Fate and destiny do have interesting ways of playing tricks on us mortals, Mr. Fawkes. Harry heard a knock at the door of his quarters. He opened the door and found Minerva standing there. Harry, we need to discuss what happened in the village. Nothing happened, Minerva. I went to see a house. And came back with your robes disheveled. Who is that woman? The truth this time. Or does my friendship mean that little to you? I haven't seen Minerva this mad since. Should ever. This isn't Professor McGonagall mad, this is Minerva Isabel McGonagall wants to kick my ass mad. She isn't anyone to me, Minerva. She just offered to show me the house and then she left, that's all. I am not an idiot, Harry. I know who she was. That was the woman, wasn't it? The one you gave all your winnings to. What did she want this time? Needed to pay off a fine to keep her poor grandmother out of Azkaban. Minerva said, her lips pressed thin in anger. Wait a minute. Are you jealous? Harry didn't know where the question came from, but once it came out he just let it happen. She'll either say, yes, no, or, you bastard. Crack. As it turns out, slapping me was also a possibility. Jealous. Harry Fawkes of all the idiotic, how dare he accuse me of being jealous? I've told him countless times that I don't want a relationship with him, with anyone. That sick feeling I got when I saw him come out of the house looking like he was trapped in a broom closet was because I was hungry. He was supposed to buy our lunch. Minerva drew in a long breath to calm herself. I'm not jealous, Harry, I'm concerned. What if she tried to curse you? Minerva, she wasn't trying to curse me. She wasn't an old flame. She was just showing me the house. That's all. She was totally not Bellatrix Lestrange sent here to kill me. Nope, that was definitely not what happened. We will discuss this later, Harry. If you're going to help chaperone these students with me, then you and I need to be on the same page. Perhaps it would be best if you held off the house hunting for the weekends we aren't watching over students. She turned on her heel and left the room, opening the classroom door just as Lily Evans was about to knock. Hello, Professor McGonagall, is Professor Fawkes inside? Minerva adored the Muggle-born redhead. She was one of the smartest students she'd ever had the pleasure of teaching. Yes, Miss Evans, wait here and I'll get him for you. Minerva turned back and walked to the door to his quarters. She knocked on the door. Harry opened it, not seeing his mother and the future Professor Snape behind her. Minerva, you're back already. Yes, Professor Fawkes, Miss Evans and Mr. Snape are here to see you, she said before turning and leaving. Harry drew in a breath and walked out. Damn, tiny Snape is just as ugly as regular Snape, he thought as he put on a smile. Hello, Miss Evans, and this must be your best friend Mr. Snape, is that correct? Yes, Professor, Severus is being picked on by that prat James Potter and his friends, Lily said, tugging the young Snape closer. Well, he looks as happy to be here as I am. I hardly think this necessary, Professor. I've explained to Lily that I'm actually quite capable of defending myself, Snape said churlishly. Be that as it may, Mr. Snape, Miss Evans seems to think it's important that you learn. Since you claim to be capable of defense, perhaps we'll test that theory. We'll start by practicing the basic shield charm, Harry said as he moved the two towards the center of the classroom. That spell is only difficult for a first year, Snape said. The professor doesn't think I'm capable, I can see it in his eyes. Wait, why is he smiling? I'm glad you find it so easy. You'll be casting it to defend Miss Evans from a stinging hex, then she will cast it to defend you from the same, Harry said, taking a few steps back from them. Now please stand together, Mr. Snape. When I give the signal, you will move to in front of Miss Evans and cast the spell. Afterwards we will repeat with you being defended by her. Narcissa Black walked down the hall towards the Slytherin common room. She'd been studying for her next test in charms class. Flitwick is a damned South Avenue driver. He wants us to memorize the water summoning charm and then turn that water to vinegar. That little, he knows how hard it is to change the properties of magical liquids. She was in a foul mood, and it was not improved by the appearance of her future husband, Lucius Malfoy. Hello, sissy, Lucius drawled as he moved to walk alongside her. Narcissa frowned and sped up. Narcissa, if you please, Lucy, she said with a smirk. Now, is that any way to treat the scion of House Malfoy? After all, you'll be the Lady Malfoy soon. What do you want, Lucius? How is your dear sister Bellatrix? She came to Hogsmeade today, you know. Narcissa's frown deepened. I wouldn't know. I was here all day. Perhaps I'll ask Professor Fawkes. Not said he saw her pull him into a cottage, and then when he left alone he looked rather peaky. His smirk grew. He said that when Fawkes walked away with McGonagall, Not swears he saw scratches on the back of his neck, like fingernails. Narcissa stormed away from Lucius. Damned bee. Own Ponce, there's no way Bella would sleep with someone like Professor Fawkes. For one, she's married. She paused in her musing as she heard voices in the dueling classroom. Very good, Miss Evans, Mr. Snape. I believe this is enough for now. Practice the shield charm and we'll meet again in 2 weeks. She opened the door and saw Harry standing with his back to it, talking to the 2 second-year students. Narcissa's eyes widened when she saw the tiny red scratches on the back of his neck. There's no way. Not saw those scratches though. He could have gotten them from anything. Ah, Miss Black, what can I do for you? Harry had turned as the students left his classroom. He went to sit at his desk. Narcissa watched him wince slightly as he sat back against the back of his chair. Is something wrong with your back, sir? Narcissa asked. Like, are there scratches from when my sister was underneath you? I just woke up on the wrong side of the bed, that's all. Are you certain, Professor? I saw some marks on your neck. Perhaps you were bitten by something. I could take a look for you. She moved closer to him. He started and moved so that she was looking at him straight on. It's fine, Miss Black, really. Now, did you need something? I'm not letting you look at my neck or anywhere else. Your sister did bite me and I'm definitely not showing you that. I wanted to ask you something. You said that your family was British, correct? Narcissa moved back away from the desk. Yes, the Fawkes family moved to the United States during my 6th year. Why? I was wondering if you were affiliated with any of the old houses. For example, my sister Bellatrix is about your age, did you know her in your time at Hogwarts? Narcissa noticed Harry looked a bit paler, but she continued, she's a little taller than me with long curly dark hair, she's married to the Lord of House Lestrange. Rodolphus Lestrange is widely considered one of the best duelists in magical Britain. Well, I can say that I do not know your sister, your brother-in-law, or anyone besides you from the Black family. Was there something else I can do for you? He asked. Narcissa leaned back towards his desk and touched his robe, she smells like vanilla. Wait, let's not think about that, Harry. Yes, Professor, you need to be more careful with your grooming. She leaned back up and Harry saw a long black hair in her grip. Someone could think you were up to something if they found a hair this long on your effects. She held an internal smile as she turned. I'll see you on Monday, do remember that you promised to let me help you make the class a bit more challenging. Harry watched her walk away. Where did she find that hair? I changed my clothes. I'll have to use the flow to get into the Hogsmeade safe house. I can't apparate right now, the tremors are still too bad for that. Bellatrix sat on the edge of her bed. She had to kill Harry Fox, she knew that, either he dies or I die. She sighed softly looking at the wand in her hand. Harry had held her when their passions turned from burning hot to gentle. Even making up for the time her husband had spent not touching her, Bellatrix still had to catch her breath. She went to move over, Rodolphus had pushed her aside when they were done, telling her not to sweat all over him. Harry had taken her and pulled her back against him. Bellatrix stifled a little shudder as she thought about that moment. That damned man drove me to distraction, that's why I didn't kill him then. Her master had done exactly what she'd feared he would. He had called Rodolphus to his side and told him all about what had transpired. Rodolphus, my friend, your good lady wife has returned from Hogsmeade. Unfortunately she failed in her mission to kill Professor Harry Fox. Voldemort said looking towards the pile on the floor that was Bellatrix, she has been given a chance to redeem herself. Luckily for her it will be easier for catch him unawares. After all, she spent her time with him getting to know the man intimately. Rodolphus had been furious, he'd half dragged her up to her room and threw her inside. He knew it wasn't any use to try and curse her right now, the Cruciatus curse would do enough to keep her in pain for the time being, anything he'd try would be considered a relief. Instead he promised her of what he would do to her after the pain had ran its course. You cheating slut, when you return from your mission I will take the bones from your hands for embarrassing me like that. He grabbed her hair and pulled her head back, or maybe I'll give you to my brother for the evening. Bellatrix shuddered again, but this time it wasn't out of pleasure. Rabastan Lestrange was even more cruel than his elder brother. She shook her head, clearing her thoughts. She had been told to leave in 3 days, but she couldn't stay in this house. Maybe I'll get lucky and he'll kill me. A death at his hand would doubtless hurt less than one by the Dark Lord or Rabastan's hand. She rose shakily and went to the fireplace, throwing a pinch of flow powder she gave the code for the safe house and vanished in the green fire. Harry hadn't slept well that night. Rolanda had noticed he was distracted during their morning jog. The hell is wrong with you, Fox? You're practically walking today. It's nothing, Rolanda. I just had say, with an incredibly evil woman yesterday and I think her sister somehow suspects me. I'm just not feeling it today. He noticed Rolanda frown. Maybe she's another, don't call me by my first name, like Tonks. Right, spill it, Fox, what's wrong? You haven't called me Rolanda since we were introduced. It's nothing really, I think I might just be feeling a little sick, that's all. I'm going into the village to get some breakfast today. He pulled back on his shirt and started towards the gate when she grabbed his arm. Did you and Minerva have a fight? I know she looked mad about something when you came back yesterday. You didn't key her, did you? That would explain why he looked so awful yesterday. It was like he had went 3 rounds with the giant squid. No, we just. Look, Minerva and I are fine. I'm just going down for a walk to clear my mind and I'm going to get a bite to eat while I'm there. He broke from her and walked away. Why do I feel so awful today? It's like my brain has too many thoughts in it. Harry sighed as he went to the groundskeeper's hut and knocked on the door. Oh, "'Lo there, Professor Fox, what can I do for ya?" Hagrid asked as he stepped out of the hut. Even now, with Harry being a grown man, he still barely reached Hagrid's chin. "Good morning, Hagrid, I want to go to the village. I know it's early, but could you unlock the gate for me?" Harry said, hoping the tall man wouldn't comment on his state like Rolanda had. "O' course, Professor, I'll grab the key and meet you there." Thank Merlin, Hagrid didn't notice anything, or if he did he was too polite to say anything. Hagrid ducked back into his hut and then rejoined him a moment later with the key. "Are ya goin' for anythin' special, sir?" Hagrid asked as they walked towards the path to the gate. "Not really, just felt a little cooped up is all. I'm just going into the village for a while." "Please don't ask me more, I don't feel like making up a lie that I feel fine and didn't spend the entire night looking at my ceiling and dreading Monday." "Right then, a good walk'll do that, fix ya up quick as anythin'. Ere we go, sir, I'll leave it unlocked for ya, just tell me when you get back," Hagrid said as they reached the gate and unlocked it. Harry thanked the man and then set out. Bellatrix did her best to practice dueling in the safe house, but it wasn't going well. "That damned curse has left me shaky, my grip isn't as strong as it should be. I'll have to be careful." She sighed and straightened her shoulders. She was preparing to go through the footwork again when she looked out the window and saw Harry is in the village. "The Dark Lord will know that I saw him now. I have to do this." She went to the doorway and then out into the daylight. Harry made his way towards the 3 broomsticks when he heard someone step behind him. "Harry, I need to speak with you," a soft voice said. He turned and saw Bellatrix standing there. "Bellatrix, what are you doing back? Please come with me." Her voice was different, it seemed weaker somehow. Harry allowed her to lead him back to the cottage where they had spent the previous day. He noticed something strange, her hand is trembling. Every few moments Harry saw her hand shiver every few seconds. It wasn't jerky, it was just a soft tremor. Cruciatus damage. He frowned and allowed her to lead him inside. "I'm sorry, Harry, but my master decided that he didn't need you on his side, so I have to." She stopped as Harry held out his wand and said something she didn't recognize. A soft white haze touched her, and for the first time since the curse had been cast on her she didn't feel the pain. The absence was shocking to her. Her eyes widened and she grabbed him, pushing him against the wall. "What did you do to me?" she said, her voice a terrified hiss. "What did you do? I noticed your hand was shaking every few seconds. I heard your voice, it's hoarse. He cast the torture curse on you, didn't he?" Harry said softly. Green eyes met violet until Bellatrix broke the stare. "He was right to do it, I disobeyed him." "What did you do?" she repeated. "I've seen people suffer those tremors in my travels. I developed a charm that will help a little. It can't repair the damage, only time can do that. But it can numb the nerves." He explained. "He wasn't right to hurt you, Bellatrix." She looked back in his eyes, pity. She thought as she tried to determine the look in his eyes. The look caused a strange coldness to fill her belly at the thought of what she had to do. Then anger flashed in her eyes. "I don't need your pity, Fox. I came here to kill you. I know that, Bellatrix. And if you still want to try, I will defend myself as best I can. He pities you, he doesn't think you're strong enough. No one does, not your master, not your husband, not Harry." She snarled and drew her wand, stepping back. "Avada Kedavra," she cried as the killing curse shot from her wand. Harry ducked and dove away, dodging the spell as it impacted the wall. That spell went wide, she thought, growling as she cast another at him. "You've ruined my aim," she shouted as she tried a stunning spell which missed Harry by a few inches as he backed through the doorway. "Your aim is probably off because of numbed you. You've lost some spatial awareness," he said as he cast a spell, Expelliarmus. The Arlet light went true and her wand flew out of her hand. "I don't need a wand to kill you, Fox," she spat as she dove at him. Her fists went into his ribs, striking as she kicked at him. Harry tried to stop her by pressing her against the wall, his hands going to her wrists holding her up. Bellatrix looked at him with hate-filled eyes. "Kill me then." "Why do you want me to kill you?" he asked quietly, watching as she panted. "You kill me or I kill you. If I return to my master and you're still alive, he will kill me. It'll hurt less if you do it," she said. The last part was soft enough that if Harry hadn't been beside her he wouldn't have caught it. "I don't want anyone to kill you," he said softly, watching as a different emotion went into her eyes. "I don't want to die either. One of us has to. Either you kill me now, or I'll have to kill you when the charm you cast wears off." Her voice was still soft. She sounds sad. Against his better judgment he keyed at her. She froze against him, then began to return the key. He felt hot tears fall from her eyes, landing on his cheeks as he keyed at her. She inhaled deeply, drawing in his scent as she had the day before. He let go of her wrists and her arms snaked around his waist as she pulled him towards the bedroom. "Stay with me," he said softly as she undressed before him. "I can't. He'll kill us both." Then her hands continued to tug at her garments. "Even if I have to die after this, I want one more time with him," she thought as she stood BPD before him, her hands reaching to his robes and pulling them off. "He can't kill you if he can't find you. He can't find you at Hogwarts." He ed her again, his arms moving to pull her close against him. "Lucius will tell him. Lucius doesn't go in my quarters." They were both BPD now and words failed them. It was later now, nearly noon, as Harry and Bellatrix lay on the bed just as they had done the day before. If I stay with you, what happens then?" she asked him, terrified that she was hitching her wagon to an impossible dream. "You can help me." "What, help you plan the next dueling class?" she snorted derisively. Harry shook his head. "No, I'm not just here to teach dueling. I know your master. I came here specifically to kill Tom Riddle." "Why do you call him that?" "It's his name. Tom Marvolo Riddle. That bastard took everything from me. He killed my parents, my friends, everyone I've ever loved he took away from me. Is that why you want me to come with you, so you can take me from him?" she asked, starting to sit up. He took her hand. "No, I want to keep you from his madness, his evil." Harry sighed softly. "I've seen what he does to people who serve him. He'll take everything from you and then kill you once you're of no use to him." I believe you. I don't know why I do, but I believe you," she said softly, then looked at their hands. "But what happens after that? Say you kill him. What's next?" "I don't know yet. I've been planning this for so long. I don't know what will come the day after it, or even the minute afterwards. Maybe I'll stay as a professor." He sighed and lay back on the bed. Eventually Bellatrix lay back down, resting her head on his chest. "We'll use the flow at the Hog's Head. Aberforth won't care that I'm taking a woman into my quarters, but Madame Rosmerta is a gossip. Everyone would know if I took you there," he said after a time. Bellatrix nodded and went to rise but was stopped as Harry pulled her back down gently. She lay against him with her face hidden, a small smile tracing her lips. "It was fantastic, Alice. Professor Fawkes helped Severus and I work on our shield charms. He had Severus protect me from a stinging hex and then he had me do the same," Lily said to her friend Alice Edgecombe as she finished her charms essay. "Professor Fawkes is so handsome. Have you heard the older girls giggle when they watch him jogging in the morning?" the little Ownwitch said to her red-haired friend. "They are silly. Everyone knows that he and Professor McGonagall are in love. I'm surprised they haven't ran off to get married yet," Lily said as she went to get ready to go down to lunch. "I'll bet that Narcissa Black is jealous. She was at the door at the end of our lessons. She looked furious that we were intruding. Maybe she's his real love and Professor McGonagall is keeping them apart because of their ages." Frank Longbottom said that whenever he sees Professor Fawkes talking to Narcissa that Professor McGonagall is frowning like there was a bad smell under her nose. "I'll bet that Narcissa Black is just a Arlet woman. That whole family is bad. Look at Sirius Black, he and Potter and the rest of their friends are just hooligans." Lily Evans hated the way James Potter and his friends treated Severus. "Severus is my best friend, so what if he's a Slytherin?" She looked down at her parchment and stood up. "All right, Alice, let's go get some lunch. Morgana, this damned fool gets up every morning before the sun rises." Bellatrix Lestrange grumbled as she felt the warm body of Harry Fawkes leave her side. He rose each morning for his jog, and she, not being a morning person, had to stare at the ceiling until she could fall back asleep. The thoughts did not stop her from smiling though when she felt him her softly. "Good morning," he said against her lips. "There is nothing good about this morning, nor any other," she stated, refusing to open her eyes. "Is the sun up?" she asked him. "Not quite, but it will be by the time I get down to the lake," he said. "If the sun is not up, then it's no good morning, it's good night, and that means you should be asleep," she muttered, pulling the blankets around herself. "You can tell me, good morning, when you come back after your run. I was going to get some breakfast." "Harry Fawkes, you are coming back to this room immediately after your run and you will apologize to me for your rudeness in waking me up every morning," she said, dark eyes peering at him from under the blanket. "But what about breakfast? You can summon a house elf." "That's what I've been doing each morning." She closed her eyes. Now go about your business or get back into bed. I'll be back soon, Bella. He dressed and left the quarters. Bellatrix's eyes stayed on him until he left. She wriggled deeper into the covers, the smell of Harry filled her nostrils, she smiled unconsciously and closed her eyes once more. You seem like you're feeling better, Fox, you're still slower than a one-legged niffler. Rolanda said, watching Harry put back on his shirt. I am feeling better, thank you for your touching concern, Hooch. Harry said as he buttoned his shirt back. I knew Minerva would forgive you for dotting her eventually. I didn't her. She thought I was seeing an old girlfriend in Hogsmeade. I insinuated that she was jealous and we had an argument about it. Harry said, finally admitting part of what had happened. I am not about to tell anyone that I've been sleeping with Bellatrix Lestrange. You said she was jealous and survived it. Hells, you might have been right. I know Minerva McGonagall, if she didn't have a little crush on you, you'd have been turned into a teapot before you could say, Quidditch. Rolanda chuckled at the idea of her two friends in a relationship. Well, I did say it, and I survived it, but I will say, she's got a good arm on her. She slapped me. Yep, it's official. Minerva's got it bad, I figured she did though. I've seen the little looks she gives you when you're not looking. She smirked, watching Harry's grow wide. I doubt that Minerva has any sort of romantic feelings towards me, Hooch. I didn't say they were romantic, I think she just wants to pull you into a broom closet. Rolanda laughed as Harry shook his head and started back towards the castle. Professor Foxy, sir, the head Mr. Dumbledore's is wanting to see you, sir. The house elf, Wobbly, Harry believed his name was, met him at the entrance to his room. All right, thank you for the message, will you please bring a plate of breakfast to my classroom and place it on my desk? I'm fairly hungry after my jog, so make sure it's enough for 2 people to eat. Yes sir, Professor Foxy, sir. The little elf vanished as Harry made his way to the headmaster's office. Ice mice, he said, watching as the gargoyle stepped away. Harry made his way into the office. Albus sat at his desk looking at a letter and making notes on a piece of vellum. Ah, Harry, thank you for coming, please sit down. I received a letter from our mutual friend Croaker today. I didn't know the owls ran this early. Sir, my boy, Dumbledore chuckled, our dear friend Croaker doesn't use owls. This envelope appeared on my desk. I have been given permission for you to read it, and ask you to do so while I finish this little task I've set myself. Harry took the letter. At first it was unreadable, the words blurring together and shifting so fast that he felt sick looking at it. Then it slowed, and the words were readable. Albus, let Harry read this once you are finished. Harry, I have news, whether good or bad will depend on how you've fared in this timeline. I say this timeline rather than the past because from the tests I've ran since your arrival you were never supposed to be here. I don't mean in 1972, I mean here, period. Your magical signature is completely separate from ours. Don't get excited, it doesn't mean that you have godlike powers, or will find yourself communing with dragons. It means, simply that you were never meant to be born in this reality. So, on the plus side, no matter what you do, it won't stop you from existing. You aren't immortal, you will die, it just won't be because your mother and father decided to pick different people. You are here for the duration, there's no magic I know that would send you back to your own timeline. That doesn't mean that your riddle is king of the world, it could easily mean that your timeline has been wiped away. It's a lot of very complicated magical theory and I don't have the time to bother with it any further at the moment. Keep it, I will send you personally a letter in a few days to discuss possible strategies for dealing with Riddle and his merry band of morons. See. Croaker. Harry looked back from the letter. My entire timeline doesn't exist. That seems to be the prevailing theory. I wish I had something that could make it sound better, all I can do is give you this. Albus said, sliding the parchment he had been writing on towards him. Harry looked at it, written down was a name and a number. Peverell in Vault 673. I'm not sure I understand, sir. It is simple, you are the son, in your timeline of Lily Potter, currently a second-year student named Lily Evans, correct? Albus asked, eyes twinkling. Yes, sir. The Peverells were an old family that eventually squibbed out. There has been no one to claim the family in over 200 years. If you go to Gringotts and ask for an inheritance test, then you can lay claim to House Peverell. Then you will take this key, he slid a small copper key to him, and request the contents of that vault be placed in the Peverell vault. "I'll go this weekend then," Harry said, to which Dumbledore raised his hand. "No, these things need to be handled before that. I've already sent word to the heads of each house, your classes will not be held until Monday evening. You are going into London to take care of some business on behalf of the school and won't be back until then." Albus smiled. "While you are in town, I would recommend going to Flourish and Blots and make a selection of books regarding defense." "Defense, sir?" "Yes, I received word that Professor Trevian will be retiring this year. Yesterday afternoon in fact. Last night I received an email from a former student who was interested in applying for the position before I had even posted it in the Daily Prophet." Albus frowned then. "That former student is one Tom Riddle. I have already penned a reply, thanking him for his interest but stating that the position was filled. I had decided that our newest professor would be a good fit for the Defense Against the Dark Arts class." "So, you want me to teach the class so that Riddle can't do it?" "Exactly so. If he is here, then he would have too many chances to mold the students of every house into his perfect soldiers. I want these students to have their own lives. Your war, from what you've said, seems to have decimated the population of magical Britain, so I asked myself, who would have the biggest stake in preventing Tom Riddle from getting a foot in the door here, and yours was the name that popped up." Albus stood up and motioned for the door. "Now then, Professor Fawkes, go prepare to leave for London, and do ensure that Mrs. Lestrange enjoys herself in town." "You knew about Bellatrix." Harry wasn't nearly as shocked as he felt he should be. "Figures, Albus Dumbledore in my timeline knew every cobblestone in the road leading to the castle. I was informed by the former potions mistress Professor Squire. She believed that it was wholly unsuitable for you to bring a guest into your quarters and to let her spend the night with you. Every night, in fact, for the past few days." Albus chuckled. "She has requested that I remove her portrait from your office. I believe I will replace it with a more suitable one, perhaps Phineas Black. I'm sure that her grandfather would find the humor in the situation. Now then, off you go my boy, we'll see you on your return." He ushered Harry from his office, just in time for Harry to nearly collide with Minerva McGonagall. Harry I. Minerva. They hadn't spoken since their last argument the previous Sunday. He had taken to sitting on the other side of Professor Flitwick, at first wanting to give her space and then realizing that he didn't know what to say. He watched as Minerva took a deep breath. "May we speak in my office?" she asked hesitantly. "Of course." She led him into her office, shutting the door behind them. For a moment, neither spoke. When she did, her voice was very quiet. "I'm sorry. I shouldn't have slapped you, I should have listened to you. It wasn't my place to pry into your affairs." She looked at her desk then back up to his eyes. Harry noticed that it looked like she was trying not to cry. "I'm sorry. I shouldn't have insinuated that you were jealous. You weren't acting like a jealous girlfriend, you were acting like my friend Minerva who saw me get dragged into a building and then came out looking like I had been intimate with someone." He took her hand in his own. "You are a good friend, Minerva McGonagall, probably the best one I have in this world. I am sorry I teased you. You are a good friend too, Harry. I don't have many of them, but I count you among my dearest friends." She squeezed his hand gently. "These are strong hand, but gentle. Why am I so afraid of what they could do to me? He isn't Dougal." "Harry, could we start sitting together again at lunch today?" she asked hesitantly. "Albus has asked me to go into London to handle some affairs for the school, among them selecting my books for the next year's Dada class. I'll be gone until Monday evening, but I'd like to sit with you for dinner, would that be all right?" he asked, adding the last part quickly as he saw her face fall when he told her he would be gone the entire weekend. "I would like that. I need to prepare for my classes. Congratulations on your new position here at Hogwarts, Professor Fawkes," she said, giving her first real smile in nearly a week. "I was already Professor Fawkes." "Yes, but now you're a full-time professor. We'll have to celebrate when you return. Perhaps I'll finally allow you to take me to the Three Broomsticks and get a meal together," she said, teasing him before releasing his hand. Harry went to his classroom and picked up the heavy tray the house elf had left him. He shouldered open the door and found Bellatrix laying on his bed watching him with annoyance. "What took you so long? You've been gone nearly an hour longer than normal." She looked at the tray and then rose, showing that she had been nude under the covers waiting for him. Well, at least you got our meal, let's eat. I'm starving. She made no effort to get dressed as she went to the chair across from his desk. The two of them ate in relative silence for a while before she finally looked at him. So, where were you? I got called into the headmaster's office. Putting slugs down the back of the girls' dresses again, she teased before biting into her piece of toast. You're hilarious. Actually, he wants us to go to London after we eat and for me to claim the house Peverell. Apparently, while I've been distracted by beautiful Death Eaters, he's been researching my family. Harry said before taking a mouthful of eggs. You're claiming headship for House Peverell. Harry, how did you not know that you were the heir to one of the most ancient and noble houses? You are practically royalty in our society. She stared at him, nearly stunned by this news. If I had met you before I'd gotten betrothed by my mother to that slug Rodolphus, I could have been Lady Peverell. Imagine what my family would have thought about that. Bellatrix Peverell, Lady Peverell, Barnabas Cuff of the Daily Prophet. Please, Mr. Cuff, I prefer Bellatrix Fox. After all, my husband only uses his full title in his official capacity. How does it feel to be the power behind the throne of the youngest minister for magic in British history? Cygnus Black looked at the article with pride. His Bella had married well, not just to a man of wealth, but also to a man who loved her. Her mother, Druella, looked at the expensive jewelry Bellatrix wore in the picture with beady envy. Our daughter is the lady to one of our oldest houses. And she's guided her husband into prominence in our society. He told his wife proudly. He's handsome and incredibly wealthy. She did a better job placing herself with a husband than I ever could. Druella admitted. Bellatrix broke from her daydream as Harry set his fork down with a soft clatter against his plate. I didn't know, because there was no one left alive who could tell me. I was raised by my aunt and uncle, both muggles, and both of them hate magic. I'm sorry, Harry. I keep forgetting that you weren't raised with the knowledge of our society that I have. She sighed and took his hand. When we get to London, I'll try and explain everything I can to you. He smiled and squeezed her hand gently. Thank you, Bella. I don't normally like it when men shorten my name, but I like when you call me Bella. She admitted, then rose from the chair to get her robes. Dumbledore knew that you were here, Harry said to her. Apparently the portrait of Professor Squire didn't approve of me bringing my lover to the castle. He chuckled softly as she froze. He knows. He does. Seemed to think it was hilarious. He said that he would replace Professor Squire's portrait with your grandfather's. He also told me to make sure you enjoyed yourself while we were in town. He said, rising and straightening his robes. That barmy codger knows everything that happens in this place, doesn't he? She said, bending down to lace up her boots. He is definitely knowledgeable with regards to the castle. Harry agreed. Bellatrix came to his side. All right then, my soon-to-be lord, let's go see the goblins. Harry and Bellatrix used the flow and arrived in Diagon Alley at the Leaky Cauldron. I hate flow travel, he said, dusting the ashes from his shoulders. Bellatrix said nothing as she tightened her cloak's hood around her face. Harry dropped a few nuts into the tip jar for use of the flow and then opened the door and led Bellatrix out of the pub and onto the main street. Apolline Dubois sighed as she looked at the offerings in flourish and blots. These English bookstores have nothing of interest. She had came to London for her birthday, and thus far it felt as if she had wasted her trip. The shops are all boring, this bookstore is boring, and the food is terrible. I cannot believe Diana and Bernadette had to stay home. Her eyes narrowed and she turned back to leave the shop. It was hard being Avila. She was beautiful and thankfully had a good amount of control over her allure, but that didn't mean people treated her any better. Most men were cowed by her presence and most women were deeply hostile towards her. Coming out of the bookstore, she decided to treat herself to some ice cream. As she crossed the street she bumped into a dark-haired wizard walking towards Gringotts. Pardon, excuse me, he said, stopping before her. He is handsome. She noted, before seeing the more familiar look of hostility on the witch's face beside him. I was lost in my thoughts and didn't see you. Are you all right? His voice was calm. He's not affected by my allure. Impossible. I am fine, thank you. All right, have a good day. He smiled to her and then turned and walked into the bank. Inside Gringotts, Bellatrix was still frowning. Lousy bint, that was Avila, Harry. Be careful around those. Man stealing vultures. She let it drop seeing him smirk. And what is so funny, pray tell? I know what Avila is, Bella, I was friends with one. He said. Friends. No man is friends with Avila, Harry. It's all right, I never assumed I was your first. I just ask that you not lie to me. Bellatrix said, I'm used to being lied to, I would hope that you'd be different. Bella, I promise you, I was only friends with Fleur. He took her hand in his own, seeing her like this, vulnerable, it's still so hard to imagine her as the Bellatrix Lestrange that I knew. Harry squeezed her hand gently. We are together, he said simply. Bellatrix didn't say anything. Harry thought for a second that he saw a twitch of her lips as if she wanted to smile. All right, Harry, let's go see the goblins, she said, leading him to the counter. Harry looked at the teller. The goblin didn't look up at him. What do you want? I would like to request an inheritance test for House Peverell. Very well. Go to meeting room 3. Master Greyhook will meet you there. The goblin pressed a button on his desk. Thank you, Harry said before going back to Bellatrix's side. We're going to meeting room 3. He told her. She nodded and led him from the main chamber and down the hall. Meeting room 3 was a small cramped room paneled in dark wood. A few moments after they sat down, a goblin came in and placed a stone bowl and a dagger on the table before walking back out without a word. Friendly folks these goblins, Harry said softly after the door closed. Bellatrix rolled her eyes. They hate us. We hate them, but they have their uses. Just then the door opened and a small goblin in a dark suit walked into the room. This is the shortest goblin I've ever seen, Harry noted. The goblin sat down in the chair opposite them. I am Master Greyhook. You wish to do an inheritance test? Yes, for House Peverell, Harry said. You are aware of the penalty should you try and claim the house under false pretenses? Yes, Master Greyhook. Very well. Hold out your hand. Harry did as he was asked and the goblin slashed his palm with the dagger. Harry winced as the blade sliced into his hand, but said nothing. All right, clench your fist and bleed into the bowl, the goblin directed him. Harry did so, watching as the blood dripped from his hand into the bowl. The runes along the bowl glowed briefly and then blood began to sizzle. Harry felt the wound heal. As smoke started to rise from the bowl, he looked down to find a small copper ring. Emblazoned on its face was a small sigil of a triangle with a circle and a line inside it. That is the sigil of House Peverell, the goblin stated, handing Harry the ring. Congratulations. You are now the Lord of House Peverell. Your ledger includes Vault 316 with a total fortune of 10,000 galleons, 16,000 sickles, and 3,500 nuts. You also now have access to the Peverell Library housed in Vault 355, as well as ownership of Pound's house in Plymouth, Devon. Do you require anything else? Yes, Master Greyhook. I need the contents of Vault 673 moved from its vault to mine, Harry said, handing Greyhook the vault key. The goblin took the key and closed his eyes before nodding. Very well. The treasures of House Dumbledore will be moved into Vault 316. This brings your new total up to 50,000 galleons, 29,000 sickles, and 10,000 nuts. Greyhook handed Harry a small black key. Here is your vault key. This will open 316 and 355. If that is all, Lord Peverell, I bid you good day. The goblin rose and left the room. Bellatrix looked at Harry's ring. So, you truly are Lord Peverell. It's not a bad little fortune you've landed in. We shall have to go down to your vault and collect the deed to Pound's house. Perhaps instead of staying in London for the weekend we could visit the house. All right, let's go see the vault, Harry said, taking her hand. She felt the copper ring clink against the platinum of her own ring and smiled softly, the idea of 2 copper rings replacing copper and platinum flitting through her mind. A short cart ride later found them inspecting the first of Harry's vaults. 316 was a standard treasure vault. Harry looked at a small stack of black bags sitting on a table and picked one up. The sigil for House Peverell appeared on the bag he was holding. That's a bottomless bag, very useful for when you need to do some serious shopping, Bellatrix pointed out. You carry the bag in your pocket, and when you arrive at a shop you do as normal. Then when it's time to pay, you open the bag and say the amount. That amount of gold shows up in the bag straight from your vault. Well, that is handy. Harry put the bag into the pockets of his robe before handing one to Bellatrix. She looked at it and then set it back down. It won't work for anyone besides members of House Peverell. I'll just come with you when you need to shop then. I don't think it would be a good idea if you spent Lestrange money right now, Harry said, Would it be possible to change the enchantment so that I could allow you to spend money from my vault? I don't know, that has never came up before, we can ask after we inspect the other vault. Bellatrix said, leading Harry from the vault and back to the cart. Vault 355 reminded Harry of the library at Hogwarts. It was full of bookshelves, each shelf was stuffed full of books. On a table by the door was a stack of papers. Bellatrix picked them up as Harry inspected the books. Bella, I think I should take this one with us. It's the history of the Peverell family. Couldn't hurt. Maybe there's a hidden treasure that only the Peverells could find. She smirked, thumbing through the documents. I found the deed for Pound's house. Apparently it's been in stasis since the last house elf died. When was that? 1892. We'll need to have the deed with us when we apparate out to Plymouth, otherwise we'll never see the place. She explained, handing him the deed. So what are the other papers? Just your lordship documents. You'll need to fill them out and then send them to the ministry. It'll give you access to the Peverell seats on the Wizengamot. Bellatrix said, showing him the papers. Now, let's get out of here and go see that house. We can't yet. I need to go to Flourish and Blots. Apparently I'm next term's Dada professor. Trevian is retiring at the end of the year and our mutual friend Mr. Riddle applied for the job. Dumbledore decided that I should take it instead of Tom. Harry said, leading her out of the vault and to the cart. Riding back up to the entrance of Gringotts, Bellatrix found herself thinking about Harry as the defense instructor. It makes sense. Dumbledore will obviously want Harry to have as much contact with the students as possible. She pulled her hood back up and followed him out the door and back into the alley. Junior Auror Amelia Bones patrolled the street alongside her mentor. Senior Auror Alistair Moody stopped her at the entrance to Nocturne Alley. Right, Bones. I want you to go back and patrol the area around Diagon proper. We'll meet back up here in 30 minutes. Red flare if you need assistance. Moody walked away without a further word. Amelia turned and went back to her patrol. Diagon Alley is boring, she thought with a frown, just a bunch of idiots doing their shopping. Harry and Bellatrix were walking towards the bookstore when he heard shouting. He followed the sound and found a group of wizards surrounding the bee-owned woman he had bumped into a few hours before. Look here lads, we've got us one of them Velas. The obvious leader of the group said. He was close enough now that Harry could see the woman wince as the Mont's breath came into contact with her face. Leave her alone, Harry shouted, gaining the men's attention. Apolline, using the distraction, stomped down on the foot of the man holding her wrist. He let out a scream and lessened his grip. Apolline pulled away and shot forward away from them. You lousy little, the man pulled his wand, reduct. Expelliarmus. Harry was faster than the other man, his wand flew from his hand. Stupefy. He shouted next, stunning him. The other two men came towards him. A flash of red light flew from behind Harry, striking one man, knocking him to the ground. Then a sickly purple flash came from the other side of Harry, striking the last man standing and forcing him down as well. Harry turned to see a much younger Amelia Bones holding her wand. What just happened? She asked, not lowering her wand. Harry saw the woman from before looking at him. He also saw Bellatrix standing at the edge of the alley. She looks ready to kill. I'd better keep this calm. I heard shouting. I found these men harassing the woman standing there. He pointed to Apolline. I got their attention and she managed to get away. That was when I found you, Madame Auror. Apolline said. These man, he saved me. They were going to. Apolline didn't finish the statement. Amelia's gaze softened and she lowered her wand. In that case, Mr. Harry Fox. Mr. Fox, it seems I need to apologize for my harsh tone. Will you be in the alley long? She asked. Actually, Lord Peverell will be visiting his manor tonight. Bellatrix said, moving swiftly to Harry's side and taking his hand. Amelia's eyes widened. Bellatrix Lestrange is the lover of this man. Well then, Madame Lestrange, I will leave you and your friend to your evening. Mr. Fox, if we need further testimony, where might we find you? She said, looking at Harry. Lord Pever, Bellatrix began, but was stopped when Harry squeezed her hand gently. At Hogwarts, Miss Bones. Junior Auror Amelia Bones. Miss Bones, I am the dueling instructor at Hogwarts, so if you need me I will be back at the castle by Monday afternoon. He said, leading Bellatrix back out of the alley. A moment please. Harry heard the heavily accented voice of the woman who had been attacked. He stopped and looked to her. Why does she look so familiar? He wondered. You saved me. I cannot thank you enough for what you did for me. She said, my name is Apolline Dubois. If I can ever do anything for you, please let me know. I owe you my life. Harry felt Bellatrix's hand stiffen in his own. That's quite all right, Ms. Dubois. I would have done it for anyone. He said, trying to downplay it. It's true, he's rather stupid that way. Bellatrix added, I wasn't special to him, he would have saved anyone. Those thoughts plagued her mind as Harry said his goodbyes to the villa. She hugged Harry before saying another thank you and leaving them. Now, how about we get something to eat before we set out for Devon? Harry said, looking at Bellatrix. I thought we needed to go to the bookstore. She said, unless you think someone will need rescuing from a plate of shepherd's pie. I doubt it, usually shepherd's pie only attacks you after you've eaten it. He said, then stopped noticing the look on her face. What's wrong? You told her that would have rushed in there to save anyone, is that true? Go ahead, tell me that I wasn't special to you, that I'm the only one gets that feeling in their stomach when we look at each other. Bellatrix prepared herself for the worst, so when Harry put his arms around her she was stunned. Yes, I would do my best to save someone, like you said, I'm kind of an idiot that way. He said, his lips close to her ear, however, you aren't just anyone, Bellatrix Lestrange. You are mine. The way he said that mine made Bellatrix shiver slightly. Harry looked into her eyes. I don't really know where all this will lead us, but no matter what I am here for you and with you through it all. The only response Bellatrix could give was to key him. Narcissa Black sat in the library trying to work on her essay for Professor Slughorn. She was writing down what her Amortentia potion had smelled like. Leather, linen, and ozone. She frowned thinking about that last one. Ozone is the smell given off when we cast spells. The only leather I'm around is the bindings on some of our books, and the straps on the training dummies in the dueling classroom. Linen though, that's everywhere. She shook her head to remove those thoughts, then frowned as she saw Lucius and Not walking into the library. Thanks sirs, they haven't seen me yet. I am in no mood to deal with those two slugs. She rose and ducked into the bookshelves away from the tables. She watched Lucius sit down and pull out a paper from his pocket. Damned woman. Bellatrix has vanished. On the plus side though, Fawkes isn't here today. The announcement was that he had business to attend to, Lucius muttered darkly. Narcissa's eyes widened. Bella is missing. Surely she and Professor Fawkes didn't. She shook her head. There's no way that Bella ran off with him. Then she heard Not. Rodolphus is planning on killing her the moment he sees her. He's keeping an eye on their ledgers at Gringotts. If she touches a single Canute he will hunt her down. I doubt that she would be that stupid. She's a traitor and a whore, but she's not wholly an idiot. She has probably been hiding money away. Lucius looked at the note. She was supposed to have killed Fawkes and returned. So either she ran off, or he killed her. Fawkes couldn't kill a half-dead Bowtruckle. She probably skinned him alive and then legged it, Not said with a smirk. If that is the case, Lucius said, I'll have to get Narcissa to keep an ear out for any word from her sister. She won't go for it, Not said, to which Lucius smiled. Nastily. My dear Not, she won't have a choice, either she agrees or a compulsion charm will make sure that she agrees anyway. Narcissa felt herself grow pale and cold. She watched as the two began their work, and then when they were distracted enough, she whispered a notice me not charm and hurried out of the library. Pound's house was not what Harry was expecting. I knew that it had been in stasis, but I was hoping that it wouldn't be quite so awful looking. It reminded him of Grimmauld Place from his time. It's bigger, I'll give it that. But it looks like it's been sitting in a bucket of dirty water for the last 80 years. Harry looked up. From the roof to the ground the house appeared grayish-brown from dirt and mildew. This is going to take some work, he said, looking over to Bellatrix. I don't know. The wards feel solid. The house foundation seems to be holding up. Let's look inside, she said, grabbing his hand. I could make this into a fine home for a lord and lady, she thought as she led him to the door. Harry put his hand on the knob and felt a pulse from his ring, then the door opened. Well, this is a surprise, he said softly. While the outside of the manor was dull and dreary, the inside looked practically brand new. That's stasis. The outside has aged, but only superficially, Bellatrix pointed out to him, before taking his hand and leading him through the foyer into the formal sitting room. At least it's furnished. I was not looking forward to the idea of spending my fortune fixing the place up," Harry said, resting his hand on an overstuffed chair. The house again reminded Harry of Grimmauld Place, but then he supposed there weren't that many styles of 19th-century manor houses. The house featured bedrooms and bathrooms for 10 people, a kitchen, a formal and private dining room as well as a library, study, and formal sitting room. As they inspected the rooms Bellatrix read off from the deed, there are stables for 14 horses, an ollary built for at least 10 birds, 3 hectares worth of land for orchards, a barn, servants' quarters, a mill and millpond, and surrounding us on all sides is roughly 2 miles of cleared and forested land. She looked up and smirked. That makes this manor slightly larger than the family home in Cardiff. The Black Manor is in Cardiff. They were standing in the master suite. Harry went to the window and looked down. He could see the eastern half of the property here. Below him sat the land that once contained row upon row of fruit trees. Yes, that's not too far from here, about 3 hours or so. Maybe after we kill Rodolphus we can go for a visit. Bellatrix grinned and pulled him closer, her arms snaking around him. You know, once Rodolphus and Rabaston are dead, I'll have access to the full Lestrange fortune. We'll be even richer than we are now. And that's pretty damned rich as it is. Speaking of your husband and his brother, how should we deal with them? Harry asked. He watched Bellatrix think for a moment, then she grinned. When the time is right, I will send word that I was captured, and have managed to free myself. Rodolphus hates losing his toys, so he will come to us. Then we kill him. When he's dead Rabaston will come after you. He's crueler than his brother, but more of an idiot. He'll be easy. Harry nodded. Well, if this is going to be our home I suppose we'll need to purchase an owl for the property. An owl? You'll need to see about binding a house elf as well, Bellatrix pointed out. Harry nodded and looked out the window at the fallow land where the orchards had once been. Do you think we could get the orchard replanted? Possibly. Why? Butterbeer, fire whiskey, they are all fine, but I like cider, Harry said. Maybe we could even get some beehives put up so we could have honey. You know, meat is also very good. We'll look into the particulars later. Bellatrix went to the desk close to the wall beside Harry's window. This place has the makings of a fine home for House Peverell, she said softly. For a moment she too looked out the window, but where Harry saw fruit trees, in Bellatrix's mind there were a few dark-haired children running around in the shade of those trees. Bellatrix Fox watched as her eldest climbed one of the apple trees, tossing down the shining red fruits to his sister. Her husband, the Lord of House Peverell, was at the opposite side of the orchard giving the first flying lesson to their youngest child. She smiled, feeling the warmth of the summer sun on her face. Come on James, I want that big apple, please. 9-year-old Madeline Fox begged her big brother for an apple that dangled just out of his reach. Bellatrix watched as James, a handsome boy of 13 who looked just like his father, reached out then fell forward. Her wand was in her hand in a split second and James hovered just off of the ground. Madeline rushed to her brother and hugged him. I'm sorry James, she said, beginning to cry. Bellatrix watched as Harry and their baby, 6-year-old Charlotte, rushed over. Bellatrix lowered their son to the ground, watching as Harry helped him up. She had never really wanted a family, but somehow being with Harry Fox had made a change in her. Bellatrix shook her head softly then turned to Harry. He was still looking out at the land. It's going to be a beautiful place someday, he said before turning and looking at her. Thank you. For what? For asking me to take you here. I think on the weekends I'm not in Hogsmeade we can come here and start getting the house ready. We can probably start living here full-time by Yule, he said, taking her hand and drawing her against him. Full-time? She asked. You are still teaching at Hogwarts? I can teach and then come home. I'm not a head of house, so I don't have to spend the night at the castle. As long as I'm there for my posted class and office hours, my free time is ours. Minus what I need to fight Riddle. He thought that last part as he pressed a key to her temple. Harry and Bellatrix slept as well as could be expected in Pound's house. The house was clean inside, but it was still stale-smelling. Freshening charms only did so much, and it was too cold and damp at night to keep the windows open. It will be better as time goes by, especially once we see about getting a house elf to work while we're gone, Bellatrix said once they had apparated back to London and gotten themselves some breakfast at the Leaky Cauldron. First order of business is to get an owl or maybe 2, one for each of us, Harry said as he took a bite of bacon. Then we'll see what elves are available for us to bind with. He took a sip of his coffee, wincing at the slight bitterness. Tom is good with magical drinks, but he burns the dragon shit out of coffee. I've never cared for the stuff, Bellatrix said, sipping from her own cup of tea. Good coffee is a godsend when it's cold and mucky out, Harry mentioned, thinking about all the days he had been running from snatcher squads in the cold and rain. So, we'll handle the owls first, file your papers at the ministry, and then we can talk about a house elf. Bellatrix made a mental note, to which Harry nodded. Harry went back to the paper he had bought. Pictured prominently was a photo of himself talking to Amelia Bones, a hooded Bellatrix at his side. Heroic Rescue in Diagon Alley. By Barnabas Cuff. There was a panic in Diagon Alley yesterday afternoon when French tourist Apolline Dubois was attacked by a group of ruffians. Junior Auror Amelia Bones was on hand but gave no comment except that the suspects were apprehended. Ms. Dubois, however, had this to say: I was coming from Twilfit's shop and I was pulled into the alley by a group of drunkards. I thought the worst when I was rescued by a handsome dark-haired stranger. Harry Fox saved my life. Just who is Harry Fox? According to the rumor mill, he is a champion from the North American dueling circuit. A cursory check at the Ministry of Magic has also shed light that Harry Fox, dueling instructor at Hogwarts, is also the newly minted Lord Peverell. The question remains, who is Harry Fox, and who was the mysterious woman at his side? For more information on this case, turn to pages 3, 4, 7, and 11. Harry shook his head and showed Bellatrix the article. I'm pretty sure that everyone at the ministry will know who I am. Narcissa had managed to avoid Lucius and his lackey Not for most of the day. I have to speak with Professor Slughorn. No, wait. That walrus won't do anything. The Malfoy family is too wealthy and influential. Perhaps the headmaster. No, that won't work. Not unless. That's it. She knew what to do. She would spend the rest of the weekend in the infirmary with Madame Pomfrey. Then on Monday, she would speak with Professor Fox. He and Dumbledore are always talking together. It'll be the perfect way to get Dumbledore to help me. Narcissa rushed to the infirmary wing, her mind already working on the next phase of the plan. Malfoy wants to do what? Madame Pomfrey was as angry as Narcissa had ever seen her. He ought to be expelled. Using a compulsion charm on another student. He hasn't used it yet, madam. I overheard him planning it. You were right to come here, my girl. Until Monday morning you will stay right here helping me catalog my supply of potions. Pomfrey snapped her fingers and a Hogwarts elf appeared before her. Please gather all of Miss Black's belongings and have them brought to the infirmary. The house elf vanished, leaving the two witches alone. All right, take a parchment and get to work. I'm going to have a word with the headmaster. Albus Dumbledore watched as Poppy Pomfrey strode into his office, a look of pure rage on her face. Poppy, what is the matter? He asked. I'll tell you what the matter is. There are two Slytherins planning on harming one of my students. She snapped. Narcissa Black overheard Lucius Malfoy and Cantankerous not planning using a compulsion charm. A compulsion charm? Poppy, I promise you this will not stand. Dumbledore snapped his fingers and a house elf appeared before him. Please bring me Professor Slughorn and ask him to bring Misters Malfoy and Not. I will take care of this, Poppy. Go to Miss Black and tell her that this is being handled. Dumbledore sighed as Madame Pomfrey nodded and walked out of the room. Professor Slughorn received the message and rose from his desk. Damn, and I have to be the one to bring them. He left his office and made his way towards the Slytherin common room. Albus must need them for something important. Perhaps they are being awarded something. No, that would only be for Mr. Malfoy. Mr. Not is nowhere near capable enough a student to receive an award. Harry and Bellatrix went to purchase an owl. Sadly, the emporium he knew from his time hadn't been established yet. In its place was a small building with a sign that said, Orp's Owls. He held the door for Bellatrix to enter before walking inside. This place smells like wet hay. No wonder it wasn't around when I started school. Shame that it is. This is the only place to purchase trained owls in London. Bellatrix said softly, noticing the look on his face. We'll just pick out 2 owls. One for each of us. They began to look at the large cages, each housing an owl with the name and species written in cramped script on a small card sitting on the cage door. Bellatrix took a liking to Loki, a short-eared owl. For Harry it was much harder, there was no Hedwig, not yet anyway. But he knew he needed one. Finally, he selected Brutus, a handsome tawny owl. They were met by the owner of the shop, a wizened old man who leaned on a wooden staff that had a crook for another owl to sit. That owl, snowy like Hedwig, watched them as if it fully expected them to try and steal the owls. "Ye'll be taking Loki and Brutus then? 15 galleons each. Do ye be meat in cages and food?" he asked them. "Yes, a traveling cage for both birds as well as some treats until we arrive back at our home," Bellatrix responded. "Right, that'll be 63 galleons 14 sickles then." Harry opened his money bag and said the number. He felt it grow heavy in his hands. He reached in and began to hand the money to the shopkeeper. A few hours later found Harry and Bellatrix back at Pound's house introducing Loki and Brutus to the aviary. "I think they like it," he said, looking over to Bellatrix. "It's much more spacious than that cramped shop," she said, watching as her owl, Loki, began to clean himself. "Well, at least now we have some food. Come on, I'll make us some dinner," Harry said, taking her hand and leading her into the house again. "You can cook?" she asked him, to which Harry shrugged. "Yeah, I had to learn. I was the house elf growing up." He went to the kitchen. "I'll surprise you, go ahead and get changed for dinner." He key-ed her softly before shooing her from the doorway of the kitchen. Lucius Malfoy finished the letter he was sending to Walburga Black. He thrust it at one of the other students. "You, Snape, take this letter to the Ollery and get it sent off." He turned back to Nott without looking at the other boy, who dutifully rushed off to fulfill the order of the prefect. Nott looked to him, an eyebrow quirking. "What was that?" "A letter to the Lady Black. I think we need to step up the engagement of myself and her youngest niece. I want the betrothal solemnized by Yule," Malfoy answered. Nott nodded. "Good idea. I overheard Madame Pomfrey ranting about your plan. We need to figure out what we're going to do." "Ah, Mr. Malfoy, Mr. Nott, I'm glad to see you both. If you would come with me, the headmaster wishes to speak with you. Probably to award you for something you've done in one of your classes." Professor Slughorn said it's probably something he did in defense. Lucius is frightfully good with the dark arts class. He thought as the two rose, he turned and led them towards the door, not noticing the look that passed between the two students. "Imperio," Lucius Malfoy said, casting the spell on the professor. "You will take us to your office, you will open the flow for us, then you will forget you saw us. Come along lads, let's go to my office first. It's a bit drafty in the castle today, so let's get a nice fire going," the professor said, charging forward, blissfully unaware that his mind wasn't his own. "What now?" Nott asked. Lucius smirked. "We'll oblivate him just to be safe, then we'll go to Malfoy Manor. Father will hide us long enough to make contact with our master." "What about Narcissa?" "We'll meet with Walburga. With luck she'll send for Narcissa to come home immediately, and then once she's married, I'll let her come back to keep an eye on Fawkes." Monday morning found Harry and Bellatrix eating breakfast in Pound's house. He looked at his plate and thought, "We never did see about a house elf," he said, voicing his thoughts. "No, we didn't. I suppose we still have time today if you want to go back to London before we return to Hogwarts." Bellatrix cut into her eggs and then brought her fork to her mouth. "I wouldn't mind going back to the library vault. There might be something in there I can use while you are teaching." "That sounds good. I was hoping you wanted to come back with me to the castle. I've gotten used to your snoring and I don't think I could fall asleep as easily without that racket in my ear," Harry said, grinning. Bellatrix looked at him, frowning, though her eyes were full of mischief. "I think, my Lord Peverell, that unless you want to start practicing my bone-exploding hex on you, you would do well to remember that ladies do not snore." Harry grinned. "Then whatever the sound is and wherever it's coming from, I'm glad it will be with me." Bellatrix looked at him for a moment and then back to breakfast. "So, what are your thoughts about children?" Unfortunately for Harry, he had chosen that moment to take a sip of his coffee. Scalding hot liquid shot out of his nose. "Children? Well, yes, it doesn't do much to be a lord if you don't have at least one heir," Bellatrix pointed out. "I'm not saying we should have children right now. I'm keeping myself on as strong a contraception charm as I can find until the Lestrange brothers are both dead." Bellatrix watched as Harry began to eat again, a thoughtful look on his face. Bellatrix had never wanted children, but the idea of a few dark-haired children running through the house was strangely appealing to her. She ate some more of her eggs and then spoke again. did you have a chance to read any more about the history of House Peverell? I did, Harry said. Apparently the family gained its status when the First Lord Peverell claimed the hand of his wife by dueling her fiancé. That was very common in the Middle Ages. If a poor but skilled wizard wanted to gain standing, he would challenge a betrothal. If he won, he gained the hand of the witch in question and the family would give him the dowry. Bellatrix said, "Too bad we didn't meet earlier, you could have claimed my betrothal." What happens when you are the widow Lestrange? After a suitably short mourning period we can make ourselves known more openly. Albus was, to grossly understate things, deeply troubled by the way the day had progressed. Lucius Malfoy and Cantankerous Knot have vanished. Horace doesn't remember seeing them all day. Perhaps I should ask him if I could view his memories myself. In any case, this is a dangerous situation for Miss Black. In any other case I would immediately speak with the parents, but Druella Black is not a typical parent. He sighed and rose from his desk. I will speak to Miss Black myself. She will be protected here for as long as it is in my power. Albus knew that pureblood families, especially ambitious ones like the Blacks, had the tendency of treating their children as tools rather than as beloved sons and daughters. These thoughts ate at his mind as he made his way to the infirmary. He stood at the doorway. Madame Pomfrey was tending to a first-year Hufflepuff who had cut himself during potions. Narcissa was at the boy's side. She had knelt so that they were face to face and was speaking in a soft, reassuring tone as Madame Pomfrey closed the wound. Albus smiled. If she has the chance, Narcissa Black will make a wonderful healer. Madame Pomfrey, once you are finished with Mr. Wilson, may I speak with you and Miss Black? Albus said, finally letting his presence be known. Certainly, Headmaster, Madame Pomfrey said. Mr. Wilson here is ready to back to his classroom. I believe you know the way, she said to her charge, who nodded and rose from his seat on the infirmary cot. Actually, if you would escort him, I would like the chance to speak with Miss Black, Albus said, to which Madame Pomfrey nodded and led the boy out of the infirmary. Once alone, Albus turned his attention to Narcissa. Miss Black, I am afraid I come with troubling news. Lucius Malfoy and Cantankerous Knot have, for all intents and purposes, vanished. No one can find them on the castle grounds. He said, besides the library, have you seen them anywhere else today? No, Headmaster, I have been in the infirmary all day. When I heard their plans for me I came here and stayed hidden from them. Narcissa's voice shook slightly. Damn it, they've ran off, most likely to the Dark Lord. Headmaster, I would suggest that the most likely place to find them will be the Malfoy Manor in Wiltshire. Narcissa said. I agree, Miss Black. I will send for an Auror to investigate this disappearance. Until then I would suggest you travel with someone you trust. I am going to do my best to ensure that they cannot come back from wherever they are unless it is through the front door, so to speak. He promised her, help will always be available to those who need it at Hogwarts, so long as I am the headmaster. Another thing, sir. Professor Fawkes is the target of all of this. You should send word to him. He will return to the castle today, Miss Black. When he does I will ask for you and we will, the three of us, decide how to proceed. Albus looked to her. I will be in my office drafting a message for Senior Auror Moody. He is a trusted friend. If you need me, the password is, Ice Mice. As Albus left the infirmary, Narcissa sat down on the cot recently vacated by the Hufflepuff. I need protection from Lucius. Hell, I'll probably need it from my own family. If Professor Fawkes really did kill Bellatrix, then perhaps. No, I don't have anything to bargain with. Professor, would you please kill my fiancé and possibly my mother? If you do, I'll give you the collection of chocolate frog cards I keep hidden in my bedroom at the Black Manor. I need to make a plan. Narcissa reached into the pocket of her robes and drew out a small notepad and a muggle pen. These are so much easier to use than quills, she thought as she began to jot notes. What can I offer him? The only thing I have is my trust vault. He said he was looking for a house to rent for the summer. Perhaps if I offered to help him he would allow me to stay. After all, we will both be adults. It's not like there would be a scandal. I'll be 18 before term ends and he's in his 20s. She frowned slightly and thought, but what if he didn't kill Bellatrix? What if they are working together? If she is with him, then I doubt he would want her baby sister tagging along as well. Would Bella be willing to protect me as well? Doubtful. She is loyal to her, Dark Lord. But if he's working with Bella, what if he's another Dark Lord? Sirs, I just wish I knew what to do. Harry arrived at the Ministry alone. It was time to inform the public that House Peverell was back, but Bellatrix, fearing that one of Riddle's servants in the Ministry would see her, had decided to wait for him at Flourish and Blots, promising to choose a selection of books for his classes next year. "Damn it, I forgot the directions Bella gave me," he muttered as he tried to remember the way to the office for house recognition. "Mr. Fox," he heard a voice from behind him. He turned and saw a familiar redhead. "Or Bones, am I correct?" "Amelia right now, Mr. Fox, I am off duty," she said, then looked thoughtful. "I don't see the Lady Lestrange with you. She's waiting for me at Flourish and Blots. You would do well to be careful around her. The Lestrange family is a dangerous one. Her husband is suspected of quite a few things," Amelia said, warning him. "Bellatrix Lestrange is probably leading him on. That would explain why she was hanging on him the other day." She looked to him. "So what brings you to the Ministry?" "Since I only recently became aware of my status as Lord Peverell, I need to tell the Ministry that we are back for duty, as it were," Harry explained. "Unfortunately I can't remember the directions to the office for house recognition." "I'll take you, it's on my way to the bullpen." Amelia gestured for him to follow her. Harry moved forward, keeping pace with the young Auror. "So, how did you discover that you were heir to one of the most ancient houses in all of Britain?" she asked him. Harry shrugged. "Headmaster Dumbledore. He said he discovered a link to my family's history and sent me into London to claim it." "That hardly seems the purview of your employer," Amelia pointed out. "I agree, but it is keeping with the Albus Dumbledore I've come to know." He chuckled softly. Amelia led him to the lift and once inside hit the button for the 5th floor. "When you claim your lordship, you will have to schedule an interview with the Prophet, otherwise Cuff will just write anything," she said once the door closed and the lift began moving. "That will be the highlight of my day," Harry said dryly. Amelia smirked. "Look on the bright side, once the news breaks that the newest lord in the Wizengamot is an eligible bachelor, you'll be inundated with desperate mothers wanting you to marry their daughters. You won't even have to hang around that by.ch Lestrange anymore." "So, is there anything going on with the disturbance in the alley?" Harry asked her. "The men involved have been taken for questioning and once that's completed they'll be in Azkaban until their trials," she said. "Ms. Dubois mentioned how gallant she thought you were for saving her. You'll have to be careful. Avila life debt is probably not the kind of thing your lover would want to hear about. You seem very hostile towards the Lady Lestrange, may I ask why?" Harry said, finally growing a bit frustrated with the continued insults towards Bellatrix. "Firstly, it's because she is the Lady Lestrange. It's not like she's an unattached daughter, she is married. She is in fact married to a very dangerous man. I've wanted him brought in for questioning many times, but he's always managed to slip away on technicalities," she said. "Secondly, her and her husband have been linked to the latest insanity, a pureblood supremacy movement. Well, I'm sure her husband is a member, but Bellatrix knows that I'm a half-blood," he said. "She's told me how Rodolphus treated her. I'll tell you this much, Amelia, if I find him before you do, the amount left over won't be enough to fill a thimble." Amelia looked at Harry. "He must be serious about her. You realize you just stated a threat in front of an Auror, correct? You're off duty right now." "This is Harry Fox, telling Amelia Bones that I will protect Bellatrix." At Grimmauld Place, Walburga Black listened to the story told to her by Lucius and Cantankerous. "So, the new professor has possibly murdered Bellatrix, or she has killed him. But if she has, why would she not return?" "Lady Black, I believe there is a third possibility," Lucius said. "I believe that Fox and Bellatrix are having an affair." Walburga frowned deeply. "Then, do you have any proof?" "I saw Bellatrix pull Fox into the Hogsmeade safehouse. A few hours later he left alone. McGonagall was tearing strips off him about meeting someone during their work time. His neck had cuts on the back of it, like fingernails scratched him. That traitor. When I get my hands on her I will force her to watch as I burn her name from the tapestry." Walburga snarled. "As for Narcissa, I think it's time I spoke with my niece. I will travel to Hogwarts. Mark my words, by this time tomorrow she will be apologizing profusely to the both of you." Harry and Bellatrix arrived back at Hogwarts just after lunch. His tasks at the Ministry were complete. He had a selection of defense texts thanks to Bellatrix. They were able to relax in his quarters. "I missed this place," he admitted to her as they tucked into the lunch the house elves prepared for them. Bellatrix smirked before taking a bite of her sandwich. Which part did you miss? The moss-covered stones, or the faint stench of desperation from students failing their exams? I missed this place, that's all. How is it so important to you already? We are close enough in age that I think we would have seen each other if you'd went to Hogwarts. Bellatrix said, where did you learn magic anyway? My family left for America before I started my magical education. I studied there, but something about this place just feels like home to me. Harry replied, please Bella, please don't ask me anything else. I hate lying to you about where I'm really from. Harry wasn't quite sure when his feelings deepened regarding Bellatrix. He'd been attracted to her since the first time he saw her in the Hog's Head. He'd felt something beyond simple attraction though when she returned, suffering the Cruciatus exposure. Bella, what is it? She asked him, curiosity evident in her gaze as she watched him struggle for the words he wanted. If, after we take down Lestrange and his brother, you said you want to be the Lady Peverell. I did. Why? You had better not be about to tell me you want a different woman to be your lady. Not now, Fox, I've risked too damned much for you to throw me away. I don't want this to be a marriage like you have with Lestrange. So, what do you want then? Bellatrix asked, something like hope in her eyes when she looked at Harry. I want this to be real. I want us to be real. I want the reason that you want to be the Lady Peverell is because you love me. That's a big ask, Harry. I haven't told someone I love them since the last time I saw my father before my wedding, but I do know I feel something when I'm with you. You mean something to me. She sighed and sank deeper into her chair. You scare me, well not you, you're as scary as a Kneazle, but when I look at you, I think of my life before you. The only good thing in that life was that I more or less knew where I stood. I would serve the Dark Lord and when he took over I'd be free of Rodolphus. Then I met this idiot who trusted me enough to follow me into an unfamiliar place, who thought I was beautiful enough that he took me when my own husband refused to, who healed me when he knew I was here to kill him. He wish I'd met you first. Harry took her hand and squeezed it. Bella, be my lady. When Lestrange and his brother are dead, marry me. She looked at their hands and smiled faintly, try and stop me. Narcissa felt relieved when she arrived in the dueling classroom and saw Harry preparing for his class. Professor, I'm glad to see you have returned from London. She walked over to him. That was when she realized something. Wait, linen, ozone, and leather, that potion smelled like Professor Fox. The thought stunned her. A Mortentia smells like the person we find most attractive. Oh Merlin, this is. Wait, this could work. I was going to ask him to let me stay with him in exchange for helping to pay rent. Thank you, Miss Black. It is good to be back at Hogwarts. Harry wasn't sure what the look on Narcissa's face meant. She's worried about something. Are you all right, Narcissa? Were you told about Lucius? Narcissa asked. Harry nodded. Headmaster Dumbledore said that the and Mr. Not are missing. They left because they were planning on using a compulsion charm on me. Narcissa said. The conversation stopped. Albus Dumbledore stood there. Beside him with a terrible dark look marring her otherwise beautiful features stood her aunt, Walburga Black, the Lady Black. How dare you shame our family's honor by slandering your fiancé? Lucius Malfoy would never act in such a manner. Walburga spat at her youngest niece. If Messrs. Malfoy and Not are so above reproach, Lady Black, why did they run away? A magical oath that they had no intentions of using a compulsion charm would have kept them safe. Harry said. Albus watched on with a smirk forming on his lips. Very clever, Mr. Potter, very clever indeed. They left because they did not trust their headmaster to be impartial. It makes no difference, Narcissa, you will stop this foolishness and come home with me. Lucius is waiting for your apology. Walburga looked imperiously at her niece. Come along, girl. She said, grabbing her hand. No, I won't go. I heard him planning to take my mind from me. Let me go. Narcissa looked to Harry, her eyes pleading. I challenge the claim on Narcissa Black by Lucius Malfoy. I call for trial by combat for the betrothal document of Narcissa Black. Harry shouted. Walburga was stunned. Narcissa used the momentary change of pressure in order to wrench herself from her aunt's grasp and moved beside Harry. What the hell did I just do? Harry didn't know why. The first thing he thought of was to shout the challenge, but it seemed to work. Walburga stood there, a look of fury in her eyes. Who are you to make such a claim? She spat at him. The Black family is one of the oldest houses in all of magical Britain. I make the claim as the Lord of House Peverell. Harry presented his ring. If House Black cares so little for the safety and happiness of one of its daughters, then House Peverell will provide her with both. That goes for Bella and Narcissa. Hell, I might go to the Tonks family and make them all wards just to piss you off. Well then, I believe Lady Black, that you should take your leave and make the arrangements with Scion Malfoy. Albus said, his eyes twinkling, Miss Black, we will move you to a private apartment, as it appears that you may be a married woman soon. This isn't over, Professor. I will tell Lucius of your plan to steal his fiancée from him. The duel will occur at the Black Manor in Wales. Walburga stormed away, Albus following behind her. You claimed me as your own. Why? Narcissa asked. I wasn't going to let them take your freedom from you, Harry said. Narcissa looked at the door. You've at least given me a reprieve. If you succeed, however, Aunt Walburga will strike me from the family. I'm afraid you'll be engaged to a poor woman. I didn't do it for money. Harry assured her, my business in London was claiming the lordship of House Peverell. I claimed the family vaults. I even have a house in Devon. Narcissa Fox, the Lady Peverell, I think I can handle that. She said. A thought occurred to Harry. Bella. Maeve's left nipple. I just challenged Lucius Malfoy for the hand of your sister. You did what? Bellatrix shouted, throwing her teacup at Harry. Harry ducked, the teacup just missing his head. I probably should have figured out a better way to tell her than, so, I just challenged Lucius Malfoy to a duel for your sister's betrothal. Bella, don't you, Bella, me Harry Fox. There were angry tears falling freely from her eyes. Bellatrix was shaking with rage. What? You decided you didn't want to wait to kill Rodolphus, so you decided that you would just K my sister. Is that it? Maybe you'll go and find my other sister Andromeda and then you can collect the whole King set. Harry ducked again as Bellatrix threw a butter knife, this time, wincing as it clattered behind him. I can't believe I was stupid enough to think. I wanted to be your wife. I wanted those little dark-haired children. King loved you. She brought her wand up without thinking. Crucio. The curse hit him and Harry fell to the ground screaming. Merlin's beard, that hurt, but at least it was quick. Harry thought, as he heard a clatter. Bellatrix's wand rolled towards him, hitting his foot. He heard sobbing and forced his head up. Bellatrix had collapsed onto the floor. Stiffly he rose and made his way to her side. When he touched her, she flinched. Undaunted, he put his arms around her. I'm sorry I hurt you, Bella. He said, his voice still ragged from his screaming. I saw your aunt grab her wrist and it was the first thing that came to mind. I used the torture curse on you, Harry. Her voice was soft, as if she was trying to work through what she had done. Even when I wanted to kill you, I didn't use the torture curse on you. She raised her eyes to his. She was crying openly and all Harry could do was draw her in. She froze as she felt the embrace. I'm not worth this. You know the rumors about the Black family. Madness runs in the family. Bella. You said you loved me. He said, his voice still trembling slightly. I do love you. It terrifies me. I keep thinking, what if you come to your senses and decide to toss me away, and then you challenged for Sissy's betrothal, and she took in a gulp of air, and I thought, this is it. I love you too. Trust me, I know that it scares you, it scares me too. He sighed and key. At her temple, I didn't plan any of this. Not challenging for the betrothal. Not finding you. He stopped speaking for a time and just held her. Harry reached into his sleeve for his wand. He muttered the numbing spell he had cast on Bellatrix when she had been injured by the curse. That's better, he said quietly. I am so sorry. She started to cry again and Harry pulled her against him. It's okay, Bella. You didn't mean it. I cast the Cruciatus on you. And if you'd meant to, I'd probably still be on the ground screaming. You dropped your wand the second you realized what had happened. Harry said. Of course I did, Bellatrix said softly. So, what happens now? Now, I've got to get ready for my next class in an hour. After that I will ask a house elf to bring Narcissa to the classroom after dinner and we'll figure it out from there. No, I mean us. What happens with us? Bellatrix said, looking down at her hands. We are together. We'll figure out something. When you kill Rodolphus and Rabaston, if you marry me, I will be Bellatrix Fawkes, the Lady Lestrange, just as Sissy will be Narcissa Fawkes, the Lady Peverell. Bellatrix said, if it's all the same to you, I'd prefer to be known as Bellatrix Fawkes though. I understand that, he said, before dotting her gently, no matter what your last name, I love you Bellatrix. She smiled softly, I love you too, my Lord Peverell. Narcissa looked at her new apartment. They closed these suites after it stopped being commonplace for teenagers to be in 5th year and be married. The house elves have done a decent job cleaning them, but it still smells stale. Complaining like this gave Narcissa a chance to not think. A gripe about the staleness of the air meant she didn't have to think about the fact that her own aunt was ready to drag her into what would have been tantamount to Avery. There was a knock at her door. Enter, she called out. Albus opened the door and stepped in. Miss Black, I trust you are settling in well. As well as can be. Expected, sir. She looked to him. How did? Lady Black was removed from the grounds with a minimum of fuss. That said, I don't think you will be going home for Yule this year. Albus said sadly. No, I will send an owl to my father later today. Hopefully he can talk some sense into my aunt, and if not, he can speak with Uncle Orion or even Grandfather Arcturus. Narcissa said, I doubt it though. Father is a good man, but he has no backbone when the black women are concerned. She thought sadly, remembering the times her mother had run roughshod over him. Professor Fawkes, I was unaware that the two of you were close enough that he would claim your hand by right of combat. Albus said, I didn't either, sir. He is a good man. This isn't the first time he's had to choose between what is right and what is easy. Sir, may I ask you something? This had been bother Narcissa since she realized the smell of her love potion was the same as the scent of Professor Fawkes. What does the scent of a love potion signify? I mean, Professor Slughorn said that it represents what we find most enticing. That is true, but it's a bit deeper than that. It is the scent that calls to you on an emotional level. It isn't just that it smells like what you find most enticing, or rather who you find most enticing, but it is rather the scent of the person who speaks to your heart. He said, then smiled softly, I assume there is a reason for this question. It was just a question. There is no way I am telling you that my love potion smelled like the man who is about to risk his life for me. That thought had already been eating at her mind. Professor Fawkes was handsome, she could admit that, and he did have a good heart. And he was willing to risk death and the loss of the house he had just claimed for her sake. I've heard of rockier starts to a marriage, that's why Uncle Orion has so many mistresses. I have spoken with the other professors. You have been excused from classes today. However, if you wish to practice your skills as a Medi-witch in training, I'm sure Professor Fawkes would welcome you. Albus said, in any event, should you wish it, I will assign a house elf to bring tonight's dinner to you. That might be best. I don't know many other students were a part of the scheme to steal my free will from me. Narcissa sighed. I hope this doesn't mean that I will be forced into exile this year. I doubt it, Miss Black. Something tells me that when this has ran its course, you will find that you have far more friends than you did at the start of term. Albus said with a small smile, before turning and leaving her room. I think I will go see what Harry thinks about all this. It doesn't make sense to call him Professor, now that he may well end up being my fiancé. With that, Narcissa rose from her chair and exited the room. Her apartment was, handily enough, fairly close to the dueling classroom. One of the headmaster's machinations. She mused as she opened the door and found Harry working with the 6th years. Mr. Lockhart, if you cannot keep your stance when I use a simple gyrate spell, how will you keep your stance when someone is actually trying to hurt you? Harry said, the blowing wind charm is a basic and frankly harmless spell that any 3rd year would be able to counter with a simple shield charm. Are you telling me that you as a 6th year couldn't manage a shield charm? But sir, the 6th year Ravenclaw began. No buts, Mr. Lockhart. You will give me 18 inches on terrain manipulation spells, due by Thursday. Harry said, then turned to the rest of the class. Right, that's it for tonight, class. Everyone else, please give me a foot on proper shield charm usage in a duel, extra. Credit to any student who shows me that they've mastered the gyrate charm by Thursday. The 6th years began to file out. Narcissa watched as Gilderoy Lockhart had a dark look as he grabbed his belongings. He looks like he wants to use a switching spell to move your nose to your nethers. Narcissa said with a little grin, that is one of Father's favorite phrases. She thought, remembering how Cygnus Black liked to use the phrase whenever he was trying to intimidate someone. I'm not terribly worried about him, Miss Black. Narcissa. After all, you are technically my fiancé. She said, well, you will be after you put Lucius down. About that, Narcissa. I hope I didn't overstep my bounds. He sighed, it was the first thing to come into my head that could keep you from being dragged down the hallway short of setting your aunt's hair on fire. Narcissa laughed at that. Next time, if the option is setting my aunt's hair on fire or not setting her hair on fire, go with the one that ends with her hair on fire. Harry joined her in laughter. Then, what brings you here? He asked. Narcissa shrugged. I was informed that my professors had excused me for the rest of the day, so I decided that if I had the choice of being around my fellow Slytherins, some of whom might also have been in on the scheme, or sitting in my room like a good little girl, I'd come here. At least in your class, if they try something, you can stop them. Harry chuckled softly. I will admit, I have no idea what I'm doing. I think you're doing fine as an instructor. I mean with this duel. I mean I know more or less what I'll do, but I don't know anyone to act as my second. Harry thought, I don't want to involve Minerva. Maybe I could ask Amelia. Or, no, Bella would never go for it. I cannot act as your second, as the duel is about me. Perhaps my father knows someone. Narcissa began, only to be interrupted by a familiar voice. I'll do it. Bellatrix walked out of Harry's chambers. Bella, what are you doing here? Narcissa looked from her sister to Harry. They were right, they are lovers. The same as you, I would expect. Harry Fox has promised to help me become a widow, just as he's promised to help you become a bride. She looked to Harry. Narcissa noticed a fondness in her eyes before Bellatrix turned back to her sister. So, the duel is to be held at the manor. That means Mother and Aunt Walburga are hoping the Black family wards will keep Harry off kilter long enough for your dear Lucius to get off a lucky curse. The Black wards, Harry said. I don't remember anything like that from Grimmauld Place. Yes, all the Black properties have wards that affect the magic of intruders. It will dampen your magic somewhat. Bellatrix explained. Wouldn't that be considered a form of cheating? Harry said, to which Bellatrix snorted, of course it's cheating, but since you didn't set the terms of the duel it is considered fair game. We'll have to practice after classes tonight. He said, I don't plan on losing my title this quickly after getting it. At Malfoy Manor, Voldemort listened to Malfoy and Nott as they explained what had happened. So, Professor Fox has challenged for your claim on Narcissa Black. In that case Lucius, you need a proper second Rodolphus. He called out. Rodolphus Lestrange rushed forward, kneeling at his side. Yes, my lord. You have a chance to take some vengeance, my friend. You will serve as the second to Lucius, who will, regretfully incapable of dueling due to a broken arm. Voldemort leveled his wand. Aussies effergo. Lucius Malfoy dropped to the ground, cradling his shattered arm. Now, return to Black Manor. You and Rodolphus must be ready when our dear professor comes to call. Minerva had not taken the news regarding Harry Fox and Narcissa Black very well. Luckily for Harry, when he told her, she didn't have anything close to hand to throw at him and she was not quite angry enough to cast the torture curse on him. But she was still furious. Harry Fox, how could you be so irresponsible? I had to do something, Minerva. The headmaster was right there, he could have handled the situation. You didn't need to. You realize this will be a duel to the death. Walburga Black is a hateful cow and she will not let an insult like this stand. She's probably teaching Lucius Malfoy every curse she knows. The simple fact is, I did what I thought was right. So yes, now I have to live the fact that I'm either going to die, or get married. He sighed and ran his fingers through his hair. I came here to talk to my friend. What do you want me to say, Harry? As you said, you'll either die or be married to a student. I'm not sure which bothers me more. You can't expect me to just throw up my arms and say, well, I hope you win. Minerva sighed. I just found out that my best friend is going to fight to the death. I'm sorry, Minerva, I didn't mean to upset you with this. I wanted you to know, so if I don't come back there isn't anything left unsaid. He drew in a deep breath. When I first met you, I knew you were brilliant and very skilled. I knew you had the biggest heart I've ever seen when you talked about your students. I just wanted you to know that. Harry, I don't know what to say. You are a good man, Harry Fox, and you will be a wonderful husband. Narcissa Black is a lucky woman. Girl. Minerva took his hand and squeezed it gently. You constantly push me out of my comfort zone. You say things without knowing you're saying them that drive me insane. But you are one of the sweetest wizards I've ever met, and I am glad I am your friend. Narcissa was in her apartment now. She had a parchment on her desk and a quill in her hand. Dear Andy, as I'm sure you've heard from your secret chats with Father, Lucius has been challenged for my hand. The challenger is our new dueling professor, Harry Fox. No, we are not lovers. No, he hasn't tried anything. It gets more interesting though. He's been essentially living with Bella. Apparently, I'm not the only black sister that he wants to change the marital status of. He's going to fight Rodolphus Lestrange at some point as well. Now to the reason I'm writing you. There is an excellent chance I will be struck from the family tree if Harry succeeds. Auntie has said as much. If that happens, I would like to see you to discuss how you've managed without our family name. It's not that I'm worried that we'll struggle. Harry is the Lord of House Peverell, he didn't even know, can you imagine? But it's more. How will I deal with the fact that most of our family will hate me? Please, write back soon. Sissy. P.S. This owl is named Brutus, he is Harry's, apparently he likes bacon. The letter finished, she left her apartment and made her way towards the Ollery. She heard someone behind her, sending a letter somewhere. Sissy. Narcissa only had her occlumency training to thank for not jumping. Turning, she saw that it was her cousin. Yes, Sirius, I'm sending a letter to Andy. She saw no danger in telling Sirius that she was still in contact with her middle sister, his brother Regulus. However, that would be a different story. That one laps up the nonsense Aunt Walburga feeds him. Careful, start sending letters to my fellow black sheep and people will think you've gone soft. Sirius teased, so, have you decided on a honeymoon yet? According to the rumor mill, you and Professor Fox are getting married any day. Now. Narcissa's eyes widened slightly, but she recovered quickly. Are they now? Well, perhaps we'll go to Paris, she smirked. Is it true then? Possibly, or maybe I'll still end up wed to Lucius. She teased her cousin before beginning to walk again. What brings you so far away from the Gryffindor Tower? Everyone knows that Malfoy left the school. Again, the rumors say that he was going to kidnap you and run away to keep you from Professor Fox. Well, that is partially true. He did leave the school, and he did want to control my actions. Narcissa admitted. The smirk on her cousin's face left then. He was going to try and kidnap you. Sirius' gray eyes were like chips of ice now. That lousy little. Calm down, Siri, nothing happened. She sighed. If I tell you what happened, you cannot tell anyone. Especially not Potter or your other little friends. Okay, I promise. Sirius said, I promise I won't say a thing, until I get back to the common room. Professor Fox challenged for my hand. Aunt Walburga was here and she was going to drag me back home. Lucius had planned to put a compulsion charm on me to help me find information on someone. On who? That isn't important. Narcissa replied, I'm not about to tell you that Bella is here and that Harry has been shagging him. It's important enough that he was going to take your free will from you. And he's failed. In a few days' time, Harry will defeat him and I'll be free. So what happens after that? Sirius asked the million-galleon question. Narcissa knew she didn't really have an answer. Well, we'll most likely marry at Yule then, possibly earlier. I'll stay here and finish the term. After that, we'll see. But what did that mean? What would happen once she was a married woman? She knew that Lucius had told her she would not work, that she would be a good pure-blooded wife and eventual mother. But what did Harry want for their marriage? Narcissa didn't think he would force her to stay home. But what would happen as they grew older? Could they form an actual marriage? Or would they be two old people living together? That's not what I want. If I had wanted that, then I would have stayed with Lucius. Narcissa wanted a real marriage. She knew that it wouldn't be easy. All it took was one look at the way Harry looked at Bellatrix to know that they were much more than partners bound by a mutual hatred of Rodolphus Lestrange. I know they've shagged, but are they lovers? Narcissa didn't like the idea of competing with Bellatrix. She was older, more powerful as a witch, and she already knew what Harry liked. I need to find a way to secure my position in Harry's life. If he's to be my husband, then I will be his wife in all ways. Harry groaned as he sank into his bed. At his side Bellatrix curled against him, she looked into his eyes with a little grin. Rough final class one take it. He turned pulled against him. The 7th year Slytherins were a bunch of mewling children. I've got detentions scheduled for them with Pringle for the rest of the week. Bellatrix smirked and pressed a key to his chest. Such a South Avenue driver, Professor Fox, whatever will I do with you? She pressed light key S up his chest towards his neck. It seems like you might have an idea or two already, Harry said, capturing her lips in a key. Perhaps I do, she whispered against his mouth before climbing atop him. Minerva grumbled as she looked at the ceiling in her bedroom. Why can't I sleep? Was it the talk I had with Harry? I wish there was something I could do, but I couldn't offer to be his second. I don't know which would be worse, watching him die, or watching him win the hand of Narcissa Black. Minerva knew that she felt something about Harry Fox. She was unwilling to name those feelings. It doesn't matter. He's either a dead man walking or he'll be married to someone who's 20 years younger than me, beautiful, and rich. She rolled over in her bed. When sleep finally came, it wasn't an easy one. Instead, dreams filled her mind, images of the life she could have had. Dreams of a farmer's son in the Highlands, and dreams of a life at Hogwarts married to her fellow professor. Harry and Minerva Fox were considered two of the most effective professors at Hogwarts. After Horace Slughorn had retired, Albus had offered the position of head of Slytherin House to Harry. The inter-house rivalries were interesting to say the least now. Harry Fox, if you think your snakes are going to beat my lions this year. Oh really, Minerva Fox, Harry said, pulling her down into his lap, how about a little wager? When I win, you have to wear a Gryffindor scarf to every class for a month. She said, dotting her husband. All right, but when I win, you have to let me take you to Muggle London for a dinner at a suitably fancy restaurant of my choosing. He said, returning the key. You're on, Mr. Fox. The next morning a silver envelope found itself on Harry's desk. He looked at it confused. The owl post hasn't ran yet. He would have seen the flight of owls making their way into the castle during his morning job with Rolanda. It wasn't addressed, but somehow Harry knew that it was from Croaker the moment he touched it. Bellatrix watched him as he opened the letter. There was a strange look on his face. He looks like he expects that letter to explode. She walked to him, placing a hand on his shoulder. Harry looked up to her and smiled weakly. What's wrong? She asked him. Harry sighed and looked back at the letter. This is from a contact I have at the Ministry. They are helping me in my dealings with Riddle. This is the first time they've sent me a direct message. Normally they send me through a secondary agent. Harry looked at the letter. I did not get good news last time I was contacted by them. Do you know who they are? You keep saying, they, and, them. They work for, damn, I can't actually say where they work. Harry said, watching as Bellatrix's eyes widened. They're an unspeakable. That I can answer. Yes, they work for the Department of Mysteries. Harry began to open the letter. Bellatrix stepped away when she saw that the text of the letter, to her eyes anyway, was nothing but a series of scrawling lines with no rhyme or reason. To Harry though it made perfect sense. Harry, I've been informed by Albus about your duel with Malfoy. I would recommend caution. Malfoy Sr. is a skilled duelist. There is no doubt that he will have taught his son well. Next, should you win, it would be advantageous for you to seek out the approval of Arcturus Black. He is the current head of the family Black. Marrying his youngest granddaughter will bring you into the family, provided Walburga doesn't disown her. If you gain an audience with him, remember that he is a cagey bastard. Don't make promises unless you know damn sure what he's asking for. I will send you some more information after the duel. See. Croaker. Harry sighed and put down the letter. Well, they know about the duel. They think I should try to get on the good side of Arcturus Black. That's a good idea but risky. Grandfather is not an easy man to like. Bellatrix said, frowning. We will need to find a compelling reason for him to see you as a better option than Riddle. Considering an alliance with Riddle could easily end in the deaths of the entire family, that shouldn't be too hard. Harry said, turning as he heard Bellatrix scoff. Grandfather doesn't care about that. He cares more about how rich he's going to be if Riddle takes over. Well, what if we convince him that Riddle will drain the Black Vault dry? Harry thought, Riddle doesn't care about his servants, so long as they keep paying for his desires. It would take a long time to drain the vault. But that's probably our best bet for now. At least until we can convince him that House Peverell is worthy of an alliance. Bellatrix made a fair point. Harry needed to make his plans. Hopefully it won't be too much of a sacrifice. If he tries to push things, I'll just keep fighting this war on my own. Well, we have the morning to figure out a plan, Harry said, watching the letter and envelope turn to ash and then vanish. Neat trick, I need to learn how they do that. It's a one-way letter. Once its recipient reads it, it destroys itself. Bellatrix said, it's very common when you need something to only be read by one person. That's why I couldn't look over your shoulder. Magic can be very handy. Harry found himself thinking, and not for the first time. When he first learned about magic, it had seemed miraculous. You could make anything happen, and then he met Hermione, who had showed him that even the magical world had laws it had to obey. A house elf appearing with their breakfast halted any further conversation. Harry and Bellatrix began to eat. Instead of sitting face to face today, Harry had moved so that he could eat beside her. She unconsciously shifted so that her body was touching his. I was thinking that I might go back to Pound's house while you're teaching, Bellatrix said as she took a bite of her bacon. There are some books from the Peverell library that I am interested in. Harry nodded, then paused, his fork halfway to his mouth. But don't I have to go with you? No, the wards would only affect us traveling by apparition. I'll be using the flow. She explained, we need to contract Gringotts to change the wards though. We need to key Sissy and myself in. Do you think it would work if we went on the weekend? Harry thought about his schedule. This week isn't a Hogsmeade weekend, so I don't have anything else to do. Do you want to bring Sissy to Pound's house before the duel? I don't see why not. She'll be living there with us after the duel. Harry watched as Bellatrix took a final bite of her breakfast and then wiped her lips with a napkin. I do not like the idea of sharing you. I realize that I have to, in order to keep my dear sister from becoming a South Avenue to that be. On Ponce, but I don't have to like it. She turned and pulled his head down to key her. The key was deep and needy, her hands found their way into his hair. You are mine, Harry Fox. She rose and pulled his hand back towards their bed. Harry allowed himself to be led and then pushed onto the bed. His hands went to slide under her robes. And then he heard a knock at the door. Damn it, he and Bellatrix both said. Harry pressed a key to her lips and rose. Bellatrix went to the flow and with a quickly shouted, Pound's house. Vanished in a flash of green fire. Harry opened his door to find Minerva standing there. Harry, I'm sorry to bother you. I who was here with you? She asked, noticing the breakfast setting for two and the chairs so close to each other. It was just my second. She came to go over our plans, and we had breakfast together. Harry said, she just left when you knocked on the door. So you do have a second. I'm glad. I was going to offer, but it's fine, Minerva. If the worst happened, I'd prefer if there was only one missing professor rather than two. Harry said. He had noticed the look on Minerva's face when he mentioned that his second was a woman. Minerva looked angry that my second was a woman. I think Rolanda might be right. Maybe she is interested in me. Unfortunately, I have Bella in my life. She's barely okay with Narcissa. I doubt very much she'd be alright with Minerva. Plus, how would Minerva feel if she found out I was in a relationship with Bellatrix Lestrange? I think it's best if we don't talk about it. So, what can I help you with? Harry asked, reminding Minerva that she had came to his quarters. At breakfast today 4 of my students got a detention from Horace. However, he has one of his slug club meetings tonight. He asked me to take them, however I have some business to attend to, so I cannot. Would you be willing to take them? Which students? Harry had a feeling he knew the answer if it was 4 Gryffindor students. Misters Potter, Black, Pettigrew, and Lupin. Harry grinned. I'd be glad to host them tonight. Please have them come see me after the 7th year class finishes. Harry stuck his head in the flow. He found Bellatrix sitting at the desk going over one of the books she'd picked up in the library. Anything good? He asked, grinning as she jumped slightly. Just looking at old family relationships. Apparently houses Peverell and Black were allies during the Norman conquest. She said, looking to him, are you coming in? Not for long, unfortunately. I'm hosting a detention for Minerva's little band of miscreants. He said, removing his head, and then his entire body came through. They were caught setting up a prank for one of the Slytherin students. Oh really? Good to see that the students take their time seriously. she mused, going back to the book. She paused her reading when he keyed at her, returning it and putting her arm around his waist. What else have I missed? Not much, the 5th years had a practice duel, he said, moving to sit down with her. I missed you today. She smiled and looked from her book. I missed you too. We need to figure out a way to prevent people from spotting me. Too bad I don't have Dad's invisibility cloak. Harry thought to himself, maybe we could get a lampshade and put it over your head, he said with a grin, ducking as Bellatrix brought her hand up to smack him. The hours passed swiftly as the two read in companionable silence. Finally though Harry felt his wand begin to shake. Damn, I've got 10 minutes before detention, he said rising. Bellatrix rose with him. I'll come along, you deal with the students, I'll get our bed prepared, she said, pulling him back to her for a key, before walking to the flow and vanishing in the green fire. James Potter stood in front of the dueling classroom waiting on the others. Sirius arrived next alongside Remus and Peter. Sirius looked at James and grinned. Too bad we got caught. Next time we'll get the itching powder in his hair, then that greaseball will have to wash it. The boys laughed, Peter laughing a bit too hard. The door opened and Harry Potter found himself looking at a 12-year-old James Potter. Damn, Dad really did look like me as a kid, he mused. Good evening gentlemen, please step inside, he said, remembering that he needed to act the part of an impartial professor, rather than a young man finally getting to spend time with family. James Potter is obviously the leader, Harry thought as the boys entered his classroom. Sirius looks like he knows something, could Narcissa have told him? Remus looks very different this young. I can't believe he was 4 years old when he was bitten, and then Wormtail. Harry did his best to keep the disgust out of his eyes as he looked at Peter Pettigrew. The 12-year-old future Death Eater resembled nothing more than Dudley Dursley, if a small bit less rotund. So, who would like to explain to me the reason for our little after-dinner party? Harry said, leaning against his desk. We invited the Queen for a spot of tea but she was busy drinking bourbon, Sirius answered dryly, his gray eyes sparkling with mirth. Harry was less impressed. I'm sure she was. Here I thought it was because you four decided that the best way to ingratiate yourselves with your fellow classmates was by bullying one of them. Of all of the boys, only Remus looked ashamed. James and Sirius seemed proud and Peter just stayed quiet. We weren't bullying anyone, sir, James said after a time, snivelous. His name is Severus. Mr. Potter, I'm sure you know that as he is one of Miss Evans' closest friends. Harry replied evenly, did you know that constantly belittling the best friend of a girl is the worst way to get to like you? James went slightly red. Sirius looked at Harry for a moment. He's right James, the best way is to challenge her boyfriend to a duel. Sirius hadn't planned on letting anyone know about Harry and Narcissa. The rumor mill had already placed them together, but the professor's dig at his best friend irked him. Harry looked evenly at the boys. Right then, Mr. Lupin and Mr. Pettigrew, please go to the broom closet outside the classroom and get a bucket and some rags. You will be wiping the floor mats clean. Mr. Potter, you will be straightening the desks. I want them in perfect lines facing the chalkboard. You, Mr. Black, will be coming with me. He took Sirius' arm and led him into his office. You know about the duel. It wasn't a question, so Sirius didn't think he needed to answer it as one. You're doing the same thing James did. You're going to fight someone awful for a witch you like. That's what James is doing. Snivelus is more than just a royal prat. He's hanging out with some very dangerous people. Right now, he's just a hanger-on, but eventually they'll ask him to do something and James will not let Lily Evans be in the middle of that. From the door of Harry's private apartment Bellatrix could hear them talking. It was not a surprise that Sirius knew about the duel, most likely the entire family knows, she thought as she heard the conversation shift. Harry isn't just fighting one awful person, Siri. She thought with a smile, he's going to help me get rid of the Lestrange brothers as well. The idea of the Lady Lestrange being the second Mrs. Fox was appealing, even if she would prefer to be the only one, but her sister didn't deserve to be N's, avenued by Lucius Malfoy. In his office, Harry looked at the 12-year-old that would become his godfather, if Harry Potter is born in this timeline, he mused. Mr. Black, if you know something about the actions of Severus Snape, then I would recommend providing proof rather than acting out. Sirius was sent out and it was time for the 12-year-old James Potter to speak with his 22-year-old son. Harry motioned James over to his desk. "Please sit down, Mr. Potter." James did as he was bidden. Harry looked at him for a moment. "Did you have a chance to think about what I said? How does Lily Evans see you when you treat her best friend like that?" James was quiet. "He's not good for her. Those friends he has in Slytherin, they don't like Muggleborns, and she is Muggleborn." He finally said, "What if he lures her into a trap?" "By all means, keep an eye on her, provided that you aren't attacking her best friend in the open, that is. But, if you see something, tell a professor. I'm not doing anything during the day except preparing for my evening classes. You can always come talk to me." Harry sighed. "All right, Mr. Potter, send in Mr. Lupin, please." James walked out of the office, finding Remus and Peter lifting a mat each so that they could clean underneath them. "Moony, you're up." Remus dusted his hands off on his robes and went to the office. Opening the door, Remus stepped inside. "You asked for me, sir?" "Yes, Mr. Lupin, please have a seat." Harry looked at the younger self of his favorite defense teacher. "From what I've heard from the other instructors, you are the smart one of this group." Harry lied. He hadn't spoken to anyone, but he remembered the man that Remus Lupin would grow into. "The problem, Mr. Lupin, is that you seem to be a bit of a coward to be a Gryffindor. You know as well as I do that these pranks are nothing but bullying. Why don't you stand up to your friends and tell them to lay off?" Remus looked at Harry for a moment. "Sir, I assume that as a professor, you were informed of my affliction. My friends are the only people who see me as I am, knowing everything about me and aren't afraid of me. What if I do what you suggest and they decide they don't want to hang around with a werewolf? Then they aren't your friends. Friends stand together, but sometimes friends have to be strong enough to tell the others that they are doing the wrong thing, even if they think it's for the right reasons." Harry said, "You're a Gryffindor. I'm certain that you are strong enough that you can do that." Remus thought for a moment and then nodded. I'll try, sir." Harry nodded. "Good lad, send in Pettigrew for me. Last one to talk to is the one I took the head off of when I saw him in my timeline." Harry had thought less and less about his old timeline as he made more new memories here. He still mourned the loss of his friends, of course, but if I do this thing right, their biggest worries will be getting their homework done. Harry found himself looking at the final Marauder. Peter sat down silently. For a time neither spoke, then finally he looked up at Harry. "Yes, sir. I've asked this question 3 times and I've gotten 3 different answers. Now I'm ready for a 4th. Why are you 4 so intent on tormenting Severus Snape?" James said that he's a prat. "So, that's good enough for you. Do you possess a mind of your own?" Harry said, "Come on, Peter, grow a spine. Either you become a person on your own terms, or you will spend your entire life going along with whoever is offering you the best terms." From her hiding place by the door, Bellatrix listened to Harry. His advice seems tailored to each boy. I've never seen him interact with them before. She found herself wondering how he knew these students. One thing is for sure, Harry Fox will be a good father when the time comes for an heir. The next day was Saturday. The duel challenge had arrived with the morning's post. Harry went to Narcissa's apartment to tell her, it's time either be her fiancé or a corpse. Narcissa looked at the envelope, drawing in a breath. "This is it. We are expected at the Black Manor tonight at 8. Have you told Bella yet?" Harry shook his head. "No, I received this at the table when I was speaking with Professor Slughorn." "You'll need to tell her then. Do you think you are ready?" She asked him. "I really hope you are. I would rather take poison than become the Lady Malfoy." Harry smiled to her, hoping that smile projected readiness. "I'm fairly sure I can win. He's not expecting me to be skilled. He never paid much attention in class." "Perhaps not, but he will want to kill you. Don't underestimate him, please. I would much prefer to be your lady than his." She leaned up and kissed at his cheek. The scent of linen, ozone, and leather filling her nostrils, her arms snaked around him. "Will you let me give myself to you tonight? After you win, will you let me be yours?" The thought stilled Harry. "I can't think of this as cheating on Bella. It's not cheating." But you are 17. I'm old enough to be an adult. I am a woman, Harry, not a child. I will be your woman. Let me be your woman tonight." Narcissa looked up into his eyes. "I know I do not have the experience of my sister, but I believe I can make you happy." She leaned up and kissed At his jawline before moving her lips down along his neck and resting her head on his shoulder. Harry sighed and held his soon-to-be bride. I might as well get used to the idea of being intimate with Narcissa. He allowed his hands to rest on her lower back, not quite ready to let them move lower yet. Back in the Gryffindor common room, the Marauders were discussing their detention with Professor Fawkes. I'm telling you Prongs, Professor Fawkes is going to be watching us. We need to be careful how of what he sees. We need some manner of hiding ourselves if we're going to keep pranking Snivellus. Sirius said, looking to Remus. Moony, have you came up with anything? Professor Flitwick brought up an interesting topic in class on Wednesday. Tracking charms can be tied to magical signatures, not just a person's physical body. If we could enchant something to warn us when the professor is nearby, we could make ourselves scarce. Remus thought for a moment, but we'd need to ensure that our pranks can't be traced back. Maybe we could set something up ahead of time, like a delayed reaction. James offered. Peter, who had been quieter than normal, piped up at that. Yeah, we could put a sticking charm on the floor and one on the ceiling, and when the one on the ceiling releases he could get hit by dung bombs. Or I could tell Professor McGonagall or Professor Fawkes that you are still trying to hurt Severus. Lily Evans said, startling the four boys. Leave him alone. Lily, you don't understand, he's... James began, only to be silenced by a glare from the young witch. You know the rumor about Professor Fawkes and my cousin Narcissa. They're true. Lucius Malfoy and Professor Fawkes are going to duel for her hand. Do you know how Lucius and Cantankerous not found out they were caught? Your friend Severus called Not to the hallway outside of the headmaster's office. Sirius said, he's not a good person, Lily. He's a backstabbing prat. That's not true. Severus would never do that. Lily glared at them. If I see you four anywhere near Severus, the first will tell Professor McGonagall. You'll be kicked out of Hogwarts faster than you can say, magic. With that, Lily stormed away, leaving the boys in a stunned silence for a moment. So, dung bombs, Peter finally said as he looked to James and Remus. Not yet, Wormtail. First we need that tracking charm. But we need it for more than just Professor Fawkes. What if we made it track all the magical signatures in the school? James said, what if it showed us the school, where everyone was? Then we could plan everything out. Remus shrugged, we could do it, but it's going to be tricky. I'll start researching the charms we'll need. Peter, do you think you could sneak some vanishing ink for us from Professor McGonagall's classroom? Arriving at the Black Manor that night, Harry was surprised to notice that he didn't feel any different as they walked down the path. Bellatrix held his hand on one side and Narcissa took the other side. This part is nice, I suppose, he thought. Are you all right? Bellatrix asked him. I know the wards are a little strong for newcomers. I feel fine, Bella. When we hit the ward boundary I'll let you know if I feel weird. Harry said, shrugging. Bellatrix stopped walking then, as did Narcissa. Harry, she began, we've been past the ward boundary for nearly a quarter mile now. You mean that you haven't felt anything? I didn't know we'd hit the wards already. Is that bad? Harry asked, confused. Bellatrix shook her head. No, but it is curious that the wards recognize you. Is it possible you were related to the Black family? Not that I am aware of. Unless you count that in my timeline I was related to the Blacks by my grandparents. Harry shrugged, but I know that given the nature of pureblood families, we are probably connected at some level. This will work to your advantage, Harry. Lucius is not a Black. Even as a guest, the wards will affect his magic slightly. Bellatrix pointed out. Narcissa nodded. If the wards recognize you as a Black for whatever reason, then you should have no problem dealing with Lucy. They arrived at the door of the manor. Harry went to knock on the door when it opened before them. Standing at the door was Walburga Black, but behind her was an elderly wizard. Grandfather, I didn't know you would be here. Narcissa began, silenced as Arcturus brought up his hand. I am here, granddaughter, because Walburga has been acting out of her place. She forgets that it's the responsibility of the Lord Black to decide marriage agreements, not his daughter. Arcturus looked at Harry and raised a bushy gray eyebrow. Lord Peverell. May I ask why you have decided that Narcissa would be better placed at your side than at the side of Lucius Malfoy? Lord Black, Narcissa was put with a person she does not love and who saw the best course of action to be stripping her free will from her. We might not be in love, but I could not allow Lucius Malfoy to steal her mind from her. Harry said, "Your granddaughter is, singularly, one of the most brilliant minds I've ever came across. That intellect is a gift and I would not have it smothered because her husband thinks it unseemly." Arcturus made no gesture to show that he approved or disapproved, instead his dark eyes flicked over to Narcissa. She's blushing under her occlumency. Lord Peverell might not be in love, but that seems to be a bit one-sided. And you, Bellatrix, I understand that you have been keeping company with the Lord Peverell. Do you find him more suitable than your husband? Arcturus watched as Bellatrix formed a response. Her words did surprise him slightly. Harry has promised that he would help me be free of Rodolphus. More than that, he has promised to make me his second wife. But it feels as if he will be my first real husband. She squeezed Harry's hand softly. I love Bellatrix, Lord Black. Harry said simply, she deserves more than being a lackey to Tom Riddle. And who is Tom Riddle? Arcturus asked. Tom Marvolo Riddle Jr., known to certain parties as Lord Voldemort. He is a half-blood masquerading as a pure-blood scion, Harry said, thoroughly enjoying the deep purple that filled the face of Walburga Black. You lie. She spat, he is the heir of Slytherin, yes, I know. Through his mother, Merope Gaunt. A near squib who used love potions to entrap Tom Riddle Sr. Harry said, he left her after she stopped dosing him, then gave birth in an orphanage. Arcturus flicked his eyes to Walburga and then back to Harry, and you know this how? I know this because I've dealt with him before. Harry said, Tom Riddle murdered people I care about. I will not allow him to continue. I see. This is a conversation we will have later, assuming you survive. Lucius and his second are waiting for us in the dueling hall. Follow me. Arcturus led them out of the main hall and towards the eastern wing of the manor. Bellatrix was not surprised to see Lucius with his arm in a sling. Coward probably broke it himself so that Harry would face his second. Wait, is that Rodolphus? Are you prepared? Walburga called. The dark-haired wizard turned to face the group. He smiled coldly. I am Lady Black, and I see you've brought my dear wife back to me as well. I am afraid, Rodolphus, that Bellatrix is here as the second to Professor Fawkes. Walburga said, but I'm sure after your success tonight, she will be eager to rejoin you. So, Lestrange is your second Lucy. I see you are in a cast. What happened? Did you strain your arm wanking? Narcissa asked, smirking as Lucius frowned. My arm broke in an accident. The bone is healed, however I am not supposed to do anything strenuous with it for the next week. You should know the treatment procedure, or do you just sleep in your classes? Enough, Arcturus said quietly, though everyone reacted. Harry noticed, as if he had shouted, duelists to me. At stake is the betrothal contract between Narcissa Black and Lucius Malfoy. Lord Peverell, what are you putting up as your stake in this? My title is Lord Peverell and my property in Devon. Harry stated, I would also like to claim any house elf that acts as the personal elf of Lucius Malfoy. Do you find these terms acceptable? Arcturus looked at Lucius. I do, Lord Black. I look forward to taking the Peverell home as mine. Lucius said, images of taking Narcissa in the bed that had belonged to Professor Fawkes filling in his mind. Rodolphus Lestrange, are you prepared to act as second? I am Lord Black. Rodolphus looked at Harry for a moment. I doubt I'll break a sweat. That's not surprising, Rodolphus. Pigs lack sweat glands. Bellatrix said, I am prepared to act as second to Lord Peverell grandfather, but I doubt he will need me. Very well. Go to your places, remember that is a duel to the death. Arcturus directed, watching as Harry and Bellatrix took a spot on the eastern side of the dueling ring while Lucius and Rodolphus took a spot on the western side. Duelists to the center, bow and then wait for the bang. He said. Harry moved to the center first. Rodolphus came through a little slower. The bows were nearly undetectable, but Arcturus raised his wand and let out a loud bang from his wand. The duel began. Harry put up a quick shield and then dodged as Rodolphus, in an attempt to end the duel, swiftly used the killing curse. Crafty bastard, Bellatrix thought, then smirked as Harry sent a blasting charm at his feet. It caused Rodolphus to jump backwards, just as Harry sent out a silent freezing charm on the ground. Rodolphus slipped on the icy patch before catching himself and sending a cutting charm at Harry. The cutting charm was absorbed by his shield and Harry continued the fight with a numbing charm. Narcissa watched Harry. He is so skilled at this. He must have been a terror on the dueling circuit. Images of Harry teaching their future children flitted through her mind, but she forced them back down. Eyes on the prize Narcissa. He isn't your husband yet. Harry was exhausted as he continued to throw spells, but as he watched sweat start to pour from Rodolphus' face, he wasn't the only one. Harry winced as he felt a cutting charm strike his side. I've got to end this quickly. I've got to end this quickly, this little shit is not going to beat me. Rodolphus sent out another killing curse, watching as Harry blocked it with a conjured pebble. He raised his wand, Crucio. The sickly red light missed him as Harry dodged and channeled his remaining strength into a powerful reducto. The charm hit Rodolphus in the chest, smashing through his ribs and crushing his heart. With that, Rodolphus fell and would not rise again. Bellatrix and Narcissa each rushed out to Harry's side. Bellatrix keyed him deeply, her arms going around his waist. You did it. Then she froze, seeing the pain in his eyes. Looking down, she saw that his side was covered in blood from the cutting charm. Sissy, help him, she said as Narcissa brought her wand up and placed a healing charm on Harry. Harry, for his part, could feel the wound closing, though it still stung. Very good, Lord Peverell. You are the recognized victor of this duel. You have gained both the hand of my granddaughter Narcissa, and as agreed upon, the personal house elf of Lucius Malfoy. Lucius looked equal parts sick and furious. In one duel he had lost his connection to the Black family and his house elf. He gritted his teeth and shouted, Dobby. With a crack, a very familiar elf was standing before Harry. He couldn't hide the smile as he saw a very alive Dobby. Master is calling for Dobby. Yes, you are being given to Harry Fox. Lucius spat, you are his elf now and I have no claim on you from this moment forth. Arcturus nodded, good, now Lucius Malfoy, you are no longer a guest of House Black, please leave. With a dark look to Harry, stormed out of the dueling hall to use the flow back to Malfoy Manor. Dobby felt the connection between wizards shift and then he turned to Harry Fox, Master Harry sir, I will be a good elf for you sir. I know you will Dobby, and I promise that you will be treated better than you were with the Malfoy family. Harry smiled, my home is Pound's house in Plymouth, Devon. Will you please go there and make yourself comfortable? Yes sir, Master Harry sir. Dobby vanished with another pop. Arcturus raised an eyebrow, he seems awfully familiar with that elf. Lord Peverell, I ask that you stay the night here. We will have much to discuss in the morning. You will need to sign the betrothal document to Narcissa. Very well Lord Black. In the morning, perhaps we could also discuss reviving the alliance between houses Black and Peverell. Harry asked. It surprised everyone when Arcturus chuckled, you seem to be doing a fine enough job of that, you've already taken 2 of my granddaughters for your own. It's a pity that Andromeda has chosen that Muggleborn. I think it will be good for her. As long as he recognizes how lucky he is that she thought he was worth more than her house, that will be a good marriage. Harry said, as you say, Lord Peverell. Narcissa, you and Bellatrix escort Lord Peverell to the guest house. We will see the 3 of you in the morning for breakfast. Walburga, with me. Arcturus motioned and Walburga Black followed silently. She had just witnessed Harry killing the Dark Lord's most skilled duelist. I will have to send word to the Dark Lord. Narcissa looked at herself in the full-length mirror. I can't believe I have to spend my first night with Harry in this thing. This thing was a black nightgown. It was the one she slept in at Hogwarts. It was functional, but hardly the sort of thing a young woman looking to seduce a handsome man would wear. Perhaps I can transfigure this into something a bit more revealing, or I could just stand here BPD when he opens the door. That seemed the best idea, so she began to shrug off her nightgown. She needed this to work. She needed Harry to find her beautiful, to want her. Bella might also have her hooks in him, but I'm marrying him first. Harry was the Lord Peverell. If the talk went well with Arcturus he could end up being tied to House Black, perhaps even becoming Lord Black if something were to happen to make grandfather name him his heir. It was unlikely, but it could happen. She was BPD now and slid into the bed. Her plan was to fling the sheets away and entice to claim what was his now. She heard a light knock on her door. Come in Harry, she said softly, making sure the blankets were tight under her chin. Harry stepped into the bedroom. I wanted to talk to you before anything happens. I wanted to make sure that you were all right. I'm fine. Harry, would you like me to show you? She asked. It's time to claim my husband. Her hands went to the sheet and she ripped it away. I want you to claim my body, as you have claimed my hand. Sweet Circe, she's beautiful. Harry thought, and she was. Her build was long and lean, she had the kind of body that he imagined a ballerina would have. She put her hand out to him. When he took it, she pulled him down onto the bed. She kissed him and then smiled. You, my dear soon-to-be husband, are far too dressed. Her hands went to his robes and she began to undress him. In her bedroom Bellatrix sighed and stared at the ceiling. Sissy is very enthusiastic. She looked over at the wall. She knew she was imagining things, but she would swear she could see the glass of wine moving in the portrait hanging on the wall. She didn't want to share Harry. Not with her sister, not with anyone. However, she knew that she had to share. Harry was a good man, better than she had ever believed she would find. Sharing a perfectly prepared meal is far better than making do with tavern swill. She could live with sharing him with Narcissa, she supposed, but anyone else had better find a new man to make eyes at. She blinked. Finally, it sounds like they're done in there. She knew that Harry was going to spend the night with Narcissa. Bellatrix had told him, nearly ordered him to do as much. That didn't make the bed feel any less lonely. I haven't slept alone since coming with him to Hogwarts. What will happen once they've actually married? Will Harry want to share the bed with both of us, or will he see me as the mistress? As soon as the thought hit her mind, she tried to force it out. Harry had said he loved her, both to herself, and to Arcturus. Their plan of making her the Lady Peverell had failed, she would still be the Lady Lestrange. But what about the Lady Black? Grandfather seems to like him. Or at least he likes the strength that Harry showed. If he were to name Harry as his heir instead of Orion, that would make Auntie Walburga furious. That thought caused a smile to come forth. It wasn't likely, but if it did happen, well, I'm sure I would make a better Lady Black than that by.ch. Narcissa lay her head on Harry's chest. She pressed a key to his chest. Circe, I didn't think my first time would have been like that. A lazy grin traced her lips as she looked up at him. There's no way Lucius would have even been half as good as this. Harry smiled back down to her before leaning in and dotting her lips. Narcissa felt her heart swell at the key. I will make you proud of your Lady Peverell. I will prove to you that this wasn't a mistake. She curled in against him, her arms moving around his waist. She lay her head back on his chest. Was it? Merlin, I know it's trite, but was it all right for you? It was fantastic, Narcissa. He stroked her hair softly, his hands sliding down to rest under her shoulders. I want this to be good for you, Harry. I want you to never think that it was a mistake saving me. She looked up for a moment. I want you to never regret choosing me as Lady Peverell over Bella. Narcissa, I love Bellatrix. In any other scenario I would have been happy to just have her as my wife. But I wasn't going to let you become a South Avenue to that owned Ponce. I want this to work, but I don't want this to become a thing where you ask me to choose between you and her. Harry sighed and sat up in the bed. We can make a happy life, I think, but I'm not going to have one wife over the other. Narcissa was quiet for a moment. Will you treat our children the same as the ones you have with Bella? Her voice was soft. She didn't look up this time. I've seen the way Aunt Walburga treats her sons. There was always a rumor that Sirius isn't Uncle Orion's son. Mother said she'd had a lover once during the war. No matter how you treat me, please treat our children with love. Harry looked at her and then sighed. He leaned back down and lifted her into his arms. She looked at him confused as he smiled. Narcissa, I didn't lie to you when I said I want this to be real. I'm not going to treat any of my children as bastards, and I'm definitely not going to treat either of my wives as any less than the other. He kissed her softly. This is our family now. Me, you, and Bella, it's going to be us against the world. She didn't speak, instead she just snuggled close to him. Sleep would come, and Narcissa was surprised when she awoke to see just how deeply she slept. Harry heard a familiar croaking voice. Opening his eyes he saw a creature, looking not much younger than the wizened old elf he had known before, but looking significantly less insane. Great Master Arcturus wishes to speak with Lord Peverell in the study. The house elf said, bowing low and not looking at Harry. All right, thank you, he said, rubbing his eyes and sitting up. The motion disturbed Narcissa, who clutched tightly to him before opening her eyes. What's going on? She asked him. He looked down at his still half-asleep fiancée. Even like this she's still so very beautiful. Your grandfather wants to speak with me, he said, moving to sit up. Wear the formal robes then, you need to appear confident and in control. Narcissa rose with him. She moved to the vanity. Withdrawing a comb, she began to brush her hair. Grandfather will attempt to spot any weaknesses in you. He may disparage Bellatrix and I, be aware that he is testing you. He knows how I feel already. He knows what you have told him, and what he has seen in the small amount of time upon your arrival at the manor. He will try to dig deeper. She turned to face him, duel and make him see the value in reforming the alliance. She rose and went to his side, pressing a key to his cheek. Duel, my Lord Peverell. It wasn't Arcturus Black that awaited him. Rather, it was Walburga Black, dressed in a soft black robe of acromantula silk. Good morning, Lord Peverell, she said softly, her eyes seeming to rake up and down his body, searching for something. Lady Black, I take it we are waiting for Lord Black to arrive. Harry felt uneasy at being in the room with Walburga, especially with the look she was giving him. Actually, I summoned you. My father is most likely still in his private study. I wanted to speak to you, privately. She gave him a small smile, a smile that did not put Harry at ease. You are an enigma to me, she said, walking to stand in front of him. You are powerful, much more than I believed at first. Your spell shattered Rodolphus' ribcage like it was made of glass. You could become a favored acolyte of the Dark Lord, perhaps even surpass him. I'm here to kill him, not take up with him. Harry retorted. He noted with some amusement that Walburga's eyes flared for a moment, but then she hid the anger behind that same strange smile. I do not question that, my Lord Peverell. However, imagine the power you could have. Then her hand came up and touched his chest. You could become the power to fear in our world. She smirked and leaned in closer. I would help you. Harry took a step back. I think I can manage, he said. Walburga took a step forward, her hand moving from his chest down to his groin. I can please you better than those two little girls, she said, squeezing him gently. Let me guide you, she whispered, leaning in and forcing a key onto his lips. Harry pushed her back. I am leaving now. He saw the seductive look she had been giving him vanish, and instantly he was facing the woman who had been willing to use a compulsion charm on her niece. Listen to me. If you walk out that door, I can promise you that father will swear a blood feud against you. You will not leave this place alive. She spat at him, her hands coming up to rip the neck of her robes, revealing one of her beasts. Obey me, she commanded. Harry went to speak, but she grabbed his hand and pressed it to her beast. Harry flinched as if burned. Let go of me, he said, pulling his arm back. What is going in here? Would you care to explain why my daughter has torn robes and your hand was on her beast? Arcturus' voice was soft, but there was a menacing weight to his words. Father, Lord Peverell accosted me. I insist you call a blood feud on him and his house. Walburga spat, covering the rip in her robes. Lord Peverell, do you have anything you wish to say? Arcturus looked evenly at Harry. Harry for his part wished that he could read the look in the Lord Black's eyes. Lord Black, I haven't done anything. I will submit to Veritaserum, or I will give a binding oath, Harry said, looking at Walburga. He enjoyed the darkening red on her face. She's furious that I thought of truth serum or the oath so quickly. I believe the oath would suffice, Lord Peverell. Should your oath be sufficient proof, my Veritaserum will be used elsewhere. Arcturus directed the last statement to his daughter. Harry raised his wand, then froze for a moment. No one knows that I'm Harry Potter and I want to keep it that way. Here's hoping. I, Harry Peverell, Lord of House Peverell, swear on my life and my magic that I did not accost Walburga Black. This I swear, so mote it be. Walburga felt the color leave her face. That damnable little bastard. She looked to Arcturus. My lord, I. None of that, Walburga. Arcturus said, for the first time a bit of sharpness going into his voice. Creature, attend me. He called, and with a pop the house elf appeared. Great Master Arcturus has called for Creature. The wizened elf asked, bowing lowly. I did. Bring the Veritaserum from my potion cabinet. Arcturus said, never looking away from Walburga. She could feel her father's eyes boring into her, stripping her mental defenses. Walburga, you realize that if you intentionally tried to damage a family alliance, I can force you into service to Lord Peverell, correct? Father, I. Lord Black, I am not speaking as your father, I am speaking as the lord of your house. Allow me to rephrase that statement. I will force you into service to House Peverell until the Lord Peverell and I feel you have repaid your offense. Arcturus flicked his eyes back to Harry, if you are amenable to it, Lord Peverell. Otherwise I will have her thrown from the family. I feel as though I should speak to Narcissa and Bellatrix. After all, Walburga had done more to hurt them and their sister than this rather pathetic attempt at blackmail hurt me. Harry said, may I go get them, Lord Black? Arcturus waved his hand in assent. Harry left the room, leaving Walburga standing before her father looking bone-white. Bellatrix and Narcissa were dressed now and sitting in the dining room talking about the upcoming visit to have their magical signatures keyed into Pound's house when Harry found them. So, ladies, you'll never guess who tried to frame me for grabbing her East. Here's a hint, she's either going to be our new housekeeper or she'll be on the street. He said, before briefly explaining what had happened. Narcissa looked furious. I vote letting grandfather kick the bi.ch out of the family. How dare that miserable harpy try to hurt Harry in that manner? She turned to Harry, let her live on the streets since she thinks so little of her house. Actually, I vote we keep her. Think about this sissy, Auntie is a bi.ch. She is manipulative, and she knows her way around the powerful families. Do you think that she wouldn't convince one of the weaker families to take her in as seneschal just to get the dirt she knows on the other families? Bellatrix thought for a moment, let's use that for our own benefit. Damn it all, Bella, you had to be smart, didn't you? I was so close to having Auntie on the streets. Narcissa grumbled, then looked to Harry. I change my vote, make her our servant. Come on then, let's go tell Arcturus what we've decided. Harry said, leading them down the hall towards the study. Bellatrix put a hand on his shoulder. Harry, remember that grandfather is very old school. He will respect the decision more if you make it sound as if it was your idea. Bella, he already knows I was coming to discuss it with you too. Harry said. Bella smirked at him. That's fine, Harry, as your soon-to-be wives, we should have input, but the decisions must be yours, at least in his mind. Harry nodded and led them into the study. Walburga was seated in the chair at the desk, conjured ropes keeping her there. Bellatrix scowled looking at the state of her robes. She really could have convinced someone he had attacked her if he hadn't gave that oath. Arcturus was delivering the serum to her. He didn't turn to face them but he spoke to them. Lord Peverell, Bellatrix, Narcissa. Walburga here is ready to tell us everything. There was a nasty smile on the old Mont's face as he straightened up. Walburga, did Lord Peverell rip your dress? Arcturus asked, beginning the questioning. No, I did. Walburga's voice was flat and dull as she answered. Why? Either he would be my tool or he would be destroyed. Beside Harry, Narcissa seethed. How dare she? She had never came closer to wanting to kill a member of her family before this moment. What would you use him for as a tool? Arcturus asked, a dark look cast over his features. He is handsome enough that it wouldn't be a chore to use him. If I got him to be your heir, and then if he were to kill you, I would control both houses. This time it was Bellatrix who took in an angry breath, that miserable bi.ch. She felt Harry take her hand and squeeze it gently. So, you admit to attempting to betray your head of house. What would you have done with your control over the two houses? Arcturus asked carefully. Walburga drew in a breath and continued to speak in the same dull monotone. His wives would have been brought back into the Black family. Orion would have been killed and I would have become the lady of both houses. Narcissa would go back to Lucius, Bellatrix would be put with Rabastan. Everything would go to the Dark Lord. In exchange Harry would be put in as the new minister for magic, and I would rule behind him. I think that's enough. I'll administer the antidote and we can decide her fate. Arcturus said, giving the antidote and watching as Walburgas lost their glazed state. Welcome back, Walburga, would you like to tell us any interesting lies to explain your plan of murdering Orion and I, turning Harry into your South Avenue, giving your nieces to Lucius and Rabastan, and giving your half-blood master our fortunes? Walburga said nothing, she stared balefully at the quartet before her. Arcturus allowed the smallest trace of a grin to flicker on his face. Very well, Lord Peverell, have you came to a decision regarding Walburga? I have Lord Black. She will take an unbreakable oath of loyalty to our houses and that she will not do anything that could harm any member of House Peverell or Black. Then she will become a servant of House Peverell until such time as she has been deemed to have paid her debt. Harry said, feeling the pleased smiles of Narcissa and Bellatrix behind him. Very well, Lord Peverell. Arcturus turned to Walburga. You have two choices. The first one is that you will do as Lord Peverell has said and become his servant. The other option is to be cast from the family, your magic bound, and sent into the Muggle world. You cannot do this to me. I am the Lady Black, she said, struggling against her bindings. No, you are merely Walburga Black. Choose quickly, Walburga, or I will choose for you. Arcturus drew his wand. The message was clear: servitude or finding herself on the streets of Muggle London. Very well, I choose servitude. But mark me, no matter the oath you have me give, eventually I will retake my rightful place. Walburga threatened. Arcturus merely flicked his wand and removed her bindings. Draw your wand, Walburga, and make the oath that you will not do anything to harm or otherwise betray the houses Black or Peverell. Walburga drew her wand. A passing fancy told her to start casting killing curses, but she knew she wouldn't be able to stop them all in time. I, Walburga Lucretia Black, hereby swear on my life and magic that I will not do anything to betray any member of houses Black and Peverell, and that I will faithfully serve the interests of both houses. This I pledge, so mote it be. Her wand flared as her magic accepted the oath. Harry looked to her. Splendid. Once you have your things prepared, we will take you to Pound's house. Walburga did not answer. Instead she turned on her heel and stormed out of the room. Well played, Lord Peverell. Before you leave for your home, I would speak to you. I believe joining our houses in the old alliance could prove profitable. Arcturus held out his hand. House Black stands ready to aid you in your fight against Tom Riddle. Harry shook the old wizard's hand. House Peverell welcomes House Black in the fight against Tom Riddle. The snaky bastard won't know what's about to hit him. Walburga Black fumed as she saw the state of the quarters she had been given at Pound's house. These aren't fit for a house elf, let alone the Lady Black. That miserable little fool and his tarts will pay for this insult. The room wasn't bad to an outside observer. It had a small office attached to it featuring a desk and a small bookshelf. The bed was a double, but it was soft enough. It even featured a window looking out on the land that would one day be the rebuilt orchards. But it wasn't what Walburga believed she deserved. She was in servants' quarters, not the master bedroom. But she wasn't completely helpless. The oath wasn't perfect. After all, everything I wanted to do was for the express benefit of House Black. She thought with a small grin forming. I'll send a letter to Druella. She needs to know that her dear daughters have decided to ally themselves with House Peverell instead of the houses chosen for them. She sat down at her desk and drew out a quill and parchment. Druella, surely by now you will have heard of the events that took place at the Black Manor while you and your husband were in Manchester. They are all true. Your youngest daughter is now engaged to the dueling Professor Harry Fawkes. Bellatrix has betrayed her now deceased husband for the same man. They have pledged themselves to his cause, rather than the cause of the Dark Lord. I am in the untenable position of seneschal for the new Lord Peverell. While my oath precludes me from direct acts of betrayal, it does not, however, preclude me from sending my fellow Mrs. Black a letter telling her of these events. I am sure that you are smart enough to speak with the proper families in order to begin mitigating the damage Lord Black has caused by forcing an alliance with House Peverell. Walburga. That letter finished, she rolled it up and sealed it with enchanted string to prevent anyone but its intended recipient from unrolling it. She paused for a moment by the window. She saw Harry and Bellatrix walking together, pointing out spots in the orchard where they wished to plant new trees. Bellatrix favored Walburga more than Druella. Watching the pair brought a stubborn memory to her mind. The rumors were correct. Sirius was not the son of Orion Black. Images of a handsome man dancing with her flitted in her mind as she continued to watch the couple. James Carver, of the Minor House Carver. He had been the complete opposite of what she was expected. He was a half-blood, a Hufflepuff, and worse, he wanted to be a Medi-wizard. The heir presumptive of his house, he had bucked expectations by choosing the path he wanted. That choice had cost him much. His house disowned him in favor of the more pliable younger brother. He had ended up paying for his education for the last 2 years by working during the summer as a conductor on the night bus. It had cost him her as well. As heir presumptive they could have pursued a formal betrothal, instead she had been married to her third cousin. But he had kept in contact with her. Their love affair was secret enough, until the day she realized she was pregnant. That had been the day Orion had struck her for the first time. Still, James had tried to comfort her where he could, finding moments when her husband wasn't home so they could see each other. Finally, he had asked her to abandon House Black and come away with him. She had refused. She was a proud Black, heiress and lady presumptive for the House Black, she had that to remember. Had it been worth it? A nagging question. Had she left with James Carver, she might have been happier, but she would have definitely been poorer. Still, Orion would never come here. Perhaps she could contact James. At the very least she could hear from him again. She went back to her room. Sitting down, she began to write a second letter, addressing it to the last known address of James Henry Carver. Dear James, it has been far too long since I've done this. I have missed writing to you, missed getting responses from you. I miss you. Please, if you still think fondly of me, write back to me. I am staying at Pound's house in Plymouth, Devon. Walburga. Now, with 2 letters she went back to the hallway. She walked down towards the back door. The aviary was close by. As she stepped in, she wondered what James would write as a response. He was always the stupidly forgiving sort. Maybe he'll offer to duel Lord Peverell for my freedom. She smiled at that, then shook her head. If James sought to duel, he would be killed. James was a strict pacifist. There was no way that he would give his all in a duel to the death. Not after what I said to him the day I chose Orion over him. I'm sorry, James, truly I am, but I must think of our son. Sirius needs the connections that House Black can offer him. Walburga didn't like using their son like this, but she knew it was the only way to make James see reason. Walburga, I don't give a toss about connections. I want the woman I love and my son. He took her hand in his. Please, come with me to America. We can start a new life together. But she didn't. She withdrew her hand, told him that Orion knew about them, that he was willing to claim Sirius as his son, provided she had no further contact with James Carver. James had never left for America. He wouldn't leave his son, or her. Last she'd heard he was living in Highgate, that was where the owl was heading. Walburga attached the letters to the owl and sent the bird off. She sighed as she watched the owl rising in the air. How different would life have been had she left for America with James Carver? Would she have been happy? She didn't know, and it did no good to speculate. Turning, she went back into the manor to begin the next step of her plans. Monday morning found Harry on his morning jog with Rolanda Hooch. He was feeling better than he had in a long time, and it showed as he was actually able to keep up at her side through most of their lap. Not bad, Fox, you aren't as much of an embarrassment to be around this morning, Hooch said when the jog was completed. Harry had finished drying the sweat from his chest and slid on his shirt. What can I say, Hooch? Splattering the walls with Malfoy's second was very relaxing. Minerva said that happened this weekend. Have you spoken with her yet? She asked him, looking past Harry. She saw a tall woman in green coming towards them. If you haven't, you're about to. Minerva strode towards them. Harry Fox. I cannot believe that you arrived back at the castle and haven't came to speak with your supposed best friend. You could have at least slide a note under my door that said, I'm alive. Harry grinned. Sorry, Minerva, I just wanted to take my morning jog before I spoke to too many people. I have the feeling I'll be telling the same story a lot today, so I want to make sure I have it right in my head. Minerva nodded, relieved that Harry was still alive, but not quite ready to say she was happy that he was engaged to Narcissa Black. I take it congratulations are in order, as you are still standing. Yeah, Harry grinned. Lucius Malfoy no longer has a claim to Narcissa. Also of note, the Lestrange family is permanently at half strength now. Lucius tried to cheat by breaking his arm and having a much stronger duelist as his second. Rodolphus Lestrange is no longer a threat to the wizarding world. Rolanda let out a low whistle. You killed one of the Lestrange brothers. Here's hoping his wife doesn't want to split you from groin to groin. I doubt it. She was my second. Harry said. Bellatrix wasn't interested in remaining with an abusive spouse. Minerva felt her stomach churn as she thought back to the day she saw Harry being pulled along by a dark-haired witch. And then he came back out looking as if that was who he had breakfast with. Her eyes widened and then narrowed. She needed to get away for now. Well, I see that you are alive and well. I need to get up to the castle. I need to prepare for my first class. Harry watched her walk away. He turned to Rolanda. For once, his friend didn't have a sarcastic comment. Word of advice, Fox, be careful with how you tell a witch that has obvious feelings for you about your little adventures. Harry sighed, I need to go speak to her, don't I? Rolanda merely quirked a single white bee-owned eyebrow as a response. Harry muttered a soft curse and raced up towards the castle, following Minerva. Girls got it bad, Rolanda thought as she turned towards the Quidditch pitch. Narcissa felt more at peace than she had since the day she found out she was supposed to marry Lucius Malfoy. I'm the future Mrs. Fox, she thought with a smile as she made her way from her private quarters to the dining hall. Then she saw Sirius waiting for her. So, is it Narcissa Fox, or Narcissa Malfoy? Her cousin asked with a little smirk. Fox. Lucy didn't even compete. She answered with a matching smirk, he had a broken arm and couldn't duel. Harry killed his second instead. Who was his second? Sirius asked her, Not isn't here anymore, so it was him I guess. You could guess that, but you'd be wrong. My future husband crushed the rib cage of Rodolphus Lestrange. Narcissa replied, leaning against the wall, I never thought that I would find the idea of watching a man die so romantic. You are a black, of course you found it romantic. Wait, doesn't that mean you're a target for the other Lestranges? Sirius asked. Narcissa laughed at that, then stopped, seeing the look on her cousin's face. Actually Siri, I think I'd have more to worry about from your mother than from Bella. Rabaston might be a threat, but Harry is skilled enough to face him. Wait, what about my mother? Did she kick you out of the family? Sirius knew his mother's penchant for burning people from the family tapestry. She had threatened to take him off ever since he was placed in Gryffindor. She wanted to, but grandfather Arcturus didn't allow it. She tried something else though. You might get a letter about it later. Narcissa sighed, she tried to seduce Harry. Her plan was to seduce him, kill your father, marry Bellatrix and I back off and kill grandfather. She wouldn't. Wait, no, of course she would. So what happened next? She's been forced into an oath of service. She's living at Harry's house now. Narcissa explained, she's still a member of House Black, unless something happens and grandfather removes her. I hope he does. That might be the only chance to keep Reggie out of her clutches. Sirius thought about his younger brother. Regulus was still too young to really get what was going on, but that didn't stop Walburga from showering him with praise anytime he said that he wanted to be in Slytherin. Narcissa was still riding the high of being free from Lucius. Sirius was too interested in finding out what had happened. Neither of them paid attention to the small red-haired girl listening around the corner. Lily Evans' eyes grew wide at the idea of Harry and Narcissa being married. I thought he loved Professor McGonagall. She turned and walked away from her listening spot. Sure enough, the moment she reached the Great Hall she saw Professors McGonagall and Fawkes weren't at their usual spots. She was concerned, what if it was all a ploy so that Narcissa could keep them apart? I'll bet he's in her quarters, or she's in his, and they are pledging their undying love for each other. She was wrong. Minerva and Harry were in her quarters. But it was not to pledge their undying love for each other. It was in fact so that Minerva could yell at him without anyone overhearing. Is there any particular reason you didn't think it necessary to inform your supposed best friend that you were sleeping with Bellatrix Lestrange when you were supposed to be helping me? She was furious. How dare he not tell me the truth? We are supposed to be friends. You know what, I don't even care what your answer is. You've shown me how much you value me, our friendship. What did you want me to tell you? Oh hi, Minerva, hey, sorry I wasn't around. A woman I've barely met pulled me into a house, tried to kill me, tried to get me to kill her, and then begged me to help her kill her husband. I lived it and I barely understand what happened. Harry said, giving her the very, very condensed version. I am not telling her that we shagged, I'm not doing it and no one can make me. Do you honestly expect me to believe that? Minerva scoffed, but looking at her memories through the filter of that information, things made more sense. Could I really have been that wrong? Minerva, I'm sorry that I upset you, I really am. But that's what happened. Lucius Malfoy wanted her to kill me. We fought and when I won, she said that it would hurt less if I killed her rather than the wizard her and Lucius follow. I couldn't kill her, so I offered to help her find a way out. The only way out was to kill Rodolphus. Luckily he ended up being Lucius' second at our duel. She's free, Narcissa is free, and I've probably got a giant target on my back because of it. Minerva sighed. At this point in their friendship, she was relatively certain she could read Harry's face. He's telling the truth. Harry, I'm I'm sorry that I reacted so poorly. It's just. Come on girl, truth time now, even if he doesn't feel the same way, it's just that. I have feelings for you. I didn't ask for them. I was perfectly happy just being a professor, and then I met you and, damn you Harry Fox, you made me want more, and I can't have it. She looked so miserable, Harry couldn't do anything except hug her. For a moment, she stiffened as if she was going to fight it, but then she put her own arms around him. Harry, why did you have to be so noble and kind? Why couldn't you let Albus handle it? I'm sure he wouldn't have allowed Walburga to take Narcissa away. I couldn't risk it. I've seen what happens to people like Narcissa in these situations. She would have lost her brilliant mind under Lucius' thumb. The best she could hope for was to be a trophy wife and mother to a son just as repellent as his father. I can't say that we love each other yet. But she deserved more than that life. He looked into Minerva's eyes. As for why I have to be those things. Would you really have wanted me to just walk away? She sighed and unconsciously drew closer to him. No. The man you are, stupidly noble and all, that's the man I developed these feelings for. But it doesn't matter. She pulled back out of his arms. You have a fiancé now. I'll be alright, I've been alone this long. She hated out how that sounded, as if she was begging him to cast aside Narcissa and her. Harry looked into her eyes. She wasn't crying, but it was clear she was holding them in as best she could. Minerva. If things were different. He let it drop, it wouldn't do any good to think about it now. My first class is in a half-hour Harry. I need to prepare. She watched as Harry walked out of her quarters. Minerva sank into her chair. A few stubborn tears leaked out as she held her head in her hands. Damn him, and me. Bellatrix hadn't returned to Hogwarts with Harry right away. Instead she had remained back to keep an eye on Walburga. Seeing the woman send Loki out, she waited for Walburga to walk back inside before whistling sharply from her vantage point from the second floor. Loki, hearing his mistress, turned and flew to her. Bellatrix stroked the owl's head fondly before removing the letters. Auntie thinks she's being clever. A letter to Mother. Wait, that name sounds familiar. James Carver of Highgate. Bellatrix destroyed the letter bound for Druella and allowed Loki to fly off with the other one. James Carver. I know that name. But how? Carver. Wait, the healer is a recalcitrant fool. Destroy his shop and kill him. Voldemort ordered. The strike team of herself, Rodolphus, and Rabastan had set off for the magical district in Highgate. Destroying the shop was easy enough. Rabastan was entrusted with that. Rodolphus had been charged to kill the healer, and Bellatrix had been told to take anything worth keeping and secure it. That was when she found the letters. They were old and yellowed, the handwriting was strangely familiar but elusive enough that she couldn't place it. She hid the letters in her robes and continued her task. Rodolphus had been sloppy, the kill would take time. The healer was bleeding from a number of cuts, but with no potions and a broken wand he was doomed. Bellatrix, for the first time since she began down this path, felt a twinge of guilt when she looked at the broken man before her. A quiet, Avada Kedavra, and the man was painlessly executed. Later, in her private room she looked at the letters for most of the night. He never gave her name, and she never signed her own, but it was clear that this was a wizard and witch in love. He continued to beg her to leave him and come home to me, let's be a proper family for our son. Bellatrix, at the time, had wondered who the mysterious witch had been. Now she knew. Walburga had been the witch, and that meant Sirius wasn't the son of her uncle Orion as she had believed. Bellatrix, consumed by those thoughts, wondered what would have happened if she had left to join the wizard. She might have been able to save him from us, or we would have killed her alongside him. The second thought was more likely. Walburga wasn't as skilled in defense or offense. Her skills lay in traps and backroom deals. She would have ran, or rather he would have forced her to run. For good or ill, Bellatrix had chosen her path. She was with Harry, and when the final confrontation came, she would be at his side where she belonged. Amelia sat down at her desk to work on her reports when she overheard two of the other Aurors talking. The report came in early this morning. There was a duel to the death at Black Manor. Get this, Rodolphus Lestrange is dead. Apparently he and some other guy named Fawkes were dueling for one of the Black Sisters. No way, replied the other Auror, Lestrange was already married to a Black. What? Did he want a second one? The hell should I know? I just know that the report came into the department. My girlfriend was there, she overheard the clerks in line continuation talking about it. Amelia put down her quill. Harry dueled Rodolphus Lestrange for his wife's hand. I guess he meant what he said. Shaking her head to clear her thoughts, she turned back to work. She felt someone walking up to her desk. Looking up, she saw her mentor. Bones, you're getting a promotion to Auror. That's the good news. The shit news is that you're being assigned to work at Hogsmeade. It'll be incredibly boring except for when you're going crazy trying to keep order surrounded by screaming children. The older Auror said with a slight grin, I put you in for the promotion and the assignment because I think you have what it takes to be a damned fine Auror. Now don't go proving me wrong, do you understand? She nodded, still processing the news. I understand, Alistair. Thank you. Moody nodded and then walked off, leaving Amelia to her thoughts. As he walked, a thought ran through his mind. Well, Albus, she's the best I can give you, and that's pretty damned good. Treat her well for me. Back in France now, Apolline was in her quarters in the Villa Enclave. Unlike her mother, Apolline didn't stay full-time, she had a home for herself in Paris. But, she had promised her mother she would visit, and so, after returning long enough to put away her things, she had apparated to the Enclave. She decided to write a letter to her newfound hero, Harry Fawkes. Dear Harry, I hope this letter finds you well. I have returned to France now. I am actually writing this letter from our enclave. I want to thank you again for what you have done for me. Were it not for your timely actions, I do not know what would have happened. If there is anything I can do for you, please never hesitate to ask it. I owe you my life. Yours, Apolline Dubois. Apolline read over the note and nodded. She would send it out on one of the Enclave's owls later in the day. For now she would rest. She took a short nap and found her dreams filled with a handsome dark-haired wizard. Time at Hogwarts passed relatively quickly now that the duel was over. Harry had taken to spending the weekends with Bellatrix at Pound's house. That was what brought him to this night. This night was awful. Nightmares were a thing he hadn't had to worry about since he came here. But tonight, he found himself in the grips of one. Harry was in the witness stand in a courtroom. In the jury sat a double row of familiar, angry faces. It was his friends and family from his own timeline. Harry Potter, you stand accused of abandoning the memory of those who died so that you could live. Intoned the solemn voice of Albus Dumbledore, you have betrayed everyone in this courtroom by falling in love with Narcissa Malfoy and Bellatrix Lestrange. Harry, how could you touch the woman who killed me? Ginny spat, her wounds still bleeding. She murdered your wife and you held her like you used to hold me. Malfoy. Seriously, mate, you're shagging Narcissa Malfoy. Ron shouted at him, the holes in his body courtesy of Lucius Hex's still visible. She killed me, Harry, she killed me, and now you're King her. Sirius cried, I never thought I'd say this, but you are a worse marauder than Wormtail. The only good thing I can say is that at least you killed the man who took my hand from me. Luna Lovegood said quietly, but why must you look at his wife that way? It's not his fault that we're so beautiful. Narcissa Malfoy said, looking just as she had at the Quidditch World Cup. Ickle Potty Poo couldn't help but fall in love with us, we're more woman than any of you bints. The Bellatrix from his timeline said, coming over and sitting in his lap like it was a throne. In his bed, Harry tossed, muttering to himself, I'm sorry. I didn't. Beside him, Bellatrix put her arms around him, Harry, it's all right. I've got you. She soothed. Slowly Harry's eyes opened, still mostly asleep. He looked at Bellatrix and then screamed, scooting back and falling off of the bed, stay away. Bellatrix got off the bed and went to him. He was crying. She went to pull him close, but he jerked away, still muttering, I'm so sorry, in his sleep. Ignoring his flinching, she pulled him back into her arms. Dobby, she said, stroking Harry's cheek, trying to calm him. Mistress Bella is calling, the house elf said, appearing before her. Go to the basement and get the potion of dreamless sleep I brewed this afternoon. The house elf vanished before her eyes. Bellatrix looked at Harry, her heart broke as she saw the pain flit across his features. Dobby reappeared holding the vial. Bellatrix took it and poured the liquid into his mouth. In a few moments Harry's twitching stilled and he fell back against her asleep. Help me get him back on the bed, she said to Dobby. Dobby snapped his fingers and Harry slowly levitated back towards the bed. Bellatrix moved forward and positioned the covers so that she could get him under them before crawling back in and holding him. Harry awoke with a groan. His head felt thick, as if he'd had stuck it inside a bucket of golden syrup. His stirring caused the witch beside him to groan slightly. "Harry, are you all right?" she asked him. "I'm fine. Except my head feels weird and my mouth tastes like I cleaned a troll's loincloth with my tongue," he said, moving to sit up. She looked at him. "You were having a nightmare. I tried to calm you and you jerked away as if I was the worst thing you could have seen." "A nightmare. I remember now. I saw all the people that died in my first dealings with Riddle. I saw my best friends. I saw my wife," he said sadly, looking at his hands. Bellatrix put her hand on his. "I'm sorry, Harry. It's not your fault. With the exception of Sirius, the people in my dream that you specifically killed haven't been born yet. Riddle will pay for his crimes." He looked to her. "You are not the witch responsible for what happened to my friends and family. That witch was broken by Riddle and turned into a monster. She wanted freedom and traded her soul for it. And God ends avenue to him. It sounds like you pity her. If someone killed you, I don't think there'd be enough of them to fill half a goblet," she said, looking down at their hands and then back to him. "It scares me sometimes, knowing that you have so much power over me. No one has ever meant this much to me." Harry put his arm around her. "I know what you mean. When I came here, I had no intention of remarrying. But then you came into my life." She curled into his embrace. "Rabaston has been quiet, which is very strange for him. I've been traveling into London while you're teaching. Under glamour, so no one knows it's me. I've been keeping an eye on the entrance to Gringotts. I think it might be safe for us to take the Lestrange vault and move it to the Peverell one. If we do that, there's no way Riddle won't start hunting us," Harry said to her. Bellatrix nodded. "I am aware, but for now at least he has no way of finding us. The only ones keyed into the wards besides the two of us are Sissy and Walburga, and I have some information that could guarantee that she won't wish to give us up to Riddle." "What information?" Harry asked. Bellatrix sat up a bit more. "Riddle arranged for the murder of her ex-lover James Carver. James was a healer who specialized in helping muggles who had been cursed. He was also the father of my cousin Sirius." That thought stopped Harry for a moment. That would explain why Sirius was so different than most of his family. He shook his head. "So, was it an arranged murder?" "It was. Riddle sent Rodolphus, Rabaston, and I to kill him." She took in a deep breath. "My job was to grab any valuable potions or ingredients. Rabaston was to set the place on fire. Rodolphus was supposed to execute him. But as I'm sure you can guess, Rodolphus wanted to play with him. I found the man, covered in cuts from curses Rodolphus used. He was dying. There was nothing I could have done to save him if I had even wished to at the time, so I killed him." Bellatrix looked into Harry's eyes. "I had never felt guilt over my path before that day. Looking into his eyes I saw something I didn't expect. Just before the killing curse struck him, I saw gratitude. Before Rabaston set the place on fire, I found letters. Dozens of them, written by him to an unnamed witch. The letters begged her to come back to him, so they could make a life together for their son. He was planning on taking them to America." She sighed softly. "When Walburga first came here, she sent 2 letters. One to my mother, which I promptly destroyed, and the other one was to James Carver." "Does she know?" "No, I haven't told her. It would be rather an awkward conversation to have you know. Auntie, did you know that I was a party to the murder of the only man you've ever loved?" Bellatrix groaned. "Besides, I don't believe she deserves closure. She would have saddled me with Rabaston, Sissy with that prat Malfoy." She looked at Harry for a moment. "So there you have it. I'm a murderer, but you already knew that." He pressed a key to her forehead. "You gave him comfort in his last moments, Bella. There's no way I could hate you for it. You seemed to hate me last night. When your eyes opened you stared at me like you hated me and screamed for me to get away." Harry sighed and looked down at the bed. "That wasn't you. It wasn't Bella, the woman I love, that I was telling to stay away. It was that other witch, the one who murdered Ginny. Walburga paced in her room. Neither letter had been responded to. "Druella, I can understand. The girl is a rosier by birth. They are always careful to find the best position, but James should have written back to me by now, unless I really did drive him away." That thought sapped the strength from her body. Nearly collapsing into her chair, she tried to gather her thoughts. James Carver was one of the most forgiving men she had ever met. There was no way that he would ignore her, right back telling her to sod off perhaps, but he wouldn't ignore her. Those thoughts vanished as she saw a stately gray owl at her window. Rushing forward with an eagerness that should have embarrassed her, she flung the window open. She was in fact so eager that she didn't notice the ministry seal on the bird's harness. She took the scroll and, with trembling fingers, she unrolled the parchment. Then she felt her blood freeze. Dear Madam Black, we are sorry to inform you that your message could not be sent for the following reason. James Carver was murdered a year ago in a suspected terrorist act. Our sympathies. The magical post system. James can't be dead, no. Sweet Circe, no. He was supposed to run away to America and stay out of all of this. The tears began to fall. James was dead. A suspected terrorist act. That's the ministry's code phrase for an attack by the Dark Lord. But why would he send someone to kill James? James Carver had been the best man she'd ever met. She had fallen for him from the moment they had first met. She was supposed to be this great unapproachable lady. Why was it so easy for James Carver to make her blush? The Hufflepuff had been partnered with her in herbology, and unlike every other wizard in the school, he hadn't been intimidated by her beauty enough to do all the work for her. But she knew he found her beautiful, it was etched on every passing glance. From their 5th year on they worked together in whatever classes they shared. Courting was harder. She was a member of the uppermost tier of pure blood society, whereas he was the son of a pure blood and a half-blood, making him of considerably lower status. But that didn't stop them from spending every Hogsmeade weekend together. It had been difficult wanting to be with him while she knew that he worked as a bus conductor after his family cast him out for choosing a life as a healer instead of a politician, but it hadn't stopped her from spending their study period together. It definitely didn't stop their first key, before she left the castle for Yule her 7th year. It didn't stop him from asking her to run away with him. But it had stopped her from saying yes. And now he was dead. And she had been serving the wizard responsible for his death. Walburga didn't bother trying to quiet her tears. A lifetime of regret poured forth now. She cried. She cried for the death of the only man to ever love her. She cried for the mistakes she made. And she cried for the life she could have had if she'd only been brave enough to take it. That last regret, her own cowardice in the face of losing her connection to the Black name, that had been what caused her to cast Andromeda Black from the family when she took up with Theodore Tonks. Andromeda Tonks watched as her husband went over his paperwork. Becoming a law wizard was a difficult task, especially as he planned on working for both magical and non-magical clients. He worked long nights studying his license. Long nights where he would often fall asleep in the living room instead of in his bed with his wife. She knew that he was working for the betterment of their family. But it didn't make his side of the bed any warmer when she woke up and found it still made. She looked down at the letter Narcissa had sent her. I need to send her a reply. I'll write it out today and take it to the owl post in Diagon Alley. She set the letter down and drew out a quill to begin writing a response. Dear Sissy. Yes. Father told me all about your new beau. He also told me that the two of you will be getting married soon. Congratulations, I would love to come. You'll have to send Ted and I an invite. We'll help to bulk up the groom's side of the aisle for you. As for the part of our family that isn't father, I can't really offer any advice for them. The best I can tell you is to make your own connections, not related to being a Black, or indeed a Peverell, but in being Narcissa, the smartest which I know. Tell your soon-to-be husband that the two of you have a standing invitation to our house for dinner one weekend. I fully expect a flow call at some point very soon. I want to see my sister and to hear the whole story in your own words. With love, Andy. Inspecting her work and declaring it good, she rose from her seat. Ted, I'm going into the alley, do you want to come with me? She asked, hoping that her husband would put away his work and accompany her. I'm sorry, Andy, but I'm not done with this yet. Ted said, not looking up from his paper. I should be done in a few hours though. Then I need to get it sent off. Then I need to start looking over the case study I was sent. Never mind, Ted, I'll go alone. As usual. Andromeda rolled up the parchment with more force than was strictly necessary and vanished with a crack from the house. Sunday morning found Narcissa eating breakfast in the great hall beside Sirius. Ordinarily they would both be content to keep to their sides of the hall, but at least eating together meant that they could keep an eye out for each other. "So, where the husband today?" Sirius asked between mouthfuls of egg and potato. Narcissa rolled her eyes at her cousin's table manners. "He's back at our home. He told me that he would be coming back this afternoon. He's spending some time with Bellatrix strengthening the ward structure for our house." "You're really okay with all this? Him being with the both of you?" Sirius didn't understand how any of this made sense to his cousin. "Blacks tend to be very possessive, you've seen how my father is. He barely let mother outside of the house. I don't like it, Siri, but it is what it is. They had a relationship before I factored into things." She shrugged. "Harry has made it clear that he wants both of our relationships to be real." Sirius nodded, though he didn't quite understand it. "How's my mother taking her new role as the personal secretary of the wizard who embarrassed her?" "So far she's been very quiet. It's clear she hates her position, but she's been busy arranging for Harry to meet with other families. They will want favors, of course, betrothal contracts for our future children, or promises of votes in the Wizangama, things like that." She sighed softly. "Harry has already told her that he will reject out of hand any betrothal contracts. Says he doesn't want our children to feel like running away is the only hope of having a life of their own." That surprised him, but as Sirius chewed thoughtfully on his piece of toast, he realized that it didn't surprise him as much as he thought it would. "Professor Fawkes might be a prat for treating us like firsties at our detention, but at least he's treating my cousins well, so far. I'll keep an eye on him for now." Monday meant the start of classes for the week. Narcissa found herself excited to be back in the dueling hall with Harry. So excited in fact that she rushed down the hall to get to the classroom before the other students. She found Harry coming out of his quarters. "I wonder if Bella is inside." She frowned slightly, trying to push down the jealousy she felt at the thought. She put on a smile as she closed the door and locked it with a timed charm, then crossed the distance to her future husband. "I'll just give him a little hello." That hello took the form of a deep key. A key that turned into her pushing him down onto his chair and straddling his lap. "Narcissa, class will be beginning soon," he said. She grinned and brought her hand up to his cheek. "We have 15 minutes before the beginning of class. The door is locked and won't open until that time." She key-ed him again. "Bella had you for the weekend, I only got you for part of yesterday. I think I've earned a little uninterrupted time with you." 15 minutes turned out to not be nearly long enough. "Next time I'll skip Ben's class and come see him right after lunch." She sighed and pressed a final key to his lips before rising and smoothing her robes and then his own. "Arrange for the house elves to bring your dinner here. I want to share a meal with you." She grinned at the slightly flustered face before her. When the students came into the classroom, they were surprised to see that the desks were still in their rows. Normally Harry had them pushed aside so that he could begin with the practical side of class. But Harry had been distracted by his fiancée, so he had to flip the usual order. "Good evening class, please find a seat. For the first half of class 1 would like you to write down the 3 spells you do best and the 3 spells you have the most difficulty with," he said. "Once you have those, please bring them to my desk." Narcissa's smirk only grew as she saw that Harry was reluctant to rise from his chair. She began to wander around the room, ostensibly keeping an eye on the students, but in reality she was watching Harry watch her. "I might have to share with Bella, but that doesn't mean I have to like it." Bellatrix sat outside of Gringotts watching the flow of customers into and out of the bank. She was disguised by a glamour, having taken the appearance of a middle-aged witch with short own hair and a rather average-looking face. "No sign of Rabaston today either. Good. If I reapply this glamour once I'm done, I could walk past him and he'll never know." She moved from against the wall she had been leaning on and began to walk across the street. Entering into Gringotts, she made her way to the teller counter. "Bellatrix Lestrange would like to make some changes to the Lestrange vault," she said, dropping the glamour as she spoke to the goblin teller. "Very well, Madame Lestrange. What sort of changes would you like to make?" the teller asked once she presented him with the key to her vault. "I would like all the money inside this vault moved to a new vault. My husband is no longer with us and I do not trust my brother-in-law to manage the family vault," she said, looking towards the door. The goblin shrugged. "Madame Lestrange, would it not be simpler to just remove your brother-in-law from the list of account holders? You are after all the titular head of the house." Bellatrix thought for a moment. I could do that, and then once Harry and I get married I could merge the two accounts. The thought of marrying Harry brought a small smile to her face, one that she quickly forced back down, returning her face to its neutral haughty expression. Do it then. Rabaston Lestrange is no longer deemed a member of the Lestrange family and has no claim on any money or property owned by House Lestrange. With a few notes on a piece of parchment, and a signature from Bellatrix with a blood quill, it was done. She had effectively turned Rabaston Lestrange, Rabaston no name, into a non-entity as far as mainstream magical society was concerned. Will there be anything else, Madame Lestrange? The teller asked Bellatrix, who shook her head. Not at this time, she said before turning and reapplying the glamour once more, taking the appearance of the middle-aged owned witch. Back outside she saw a very familiar person walking out of the Owl Post Office. She dropped her glamour and raised the hood of her cloak, instead crossing the street and heading towards her sister Andromeda. Andromeda Tonks was surprised, to say the least, when she saw her sister Bellatrix coming to meet her. More so was the look on her sister's face. I haven't seen Bella smile like that since before she was married. Hello Andy, Bellatrix said, it's been too long. Andromeda wanted to hug her sister. Blacks don't hug in public. That was what their mother always told them. But she had missed her sisters terribly. So she hugged her sister. Bellatrix froze for a moment and then returned the embrace. I've missed you too, she said quietly. When the hug broke, the two began to walk towards the leaky cauldron. So, Sissy told me about the duel. Andromeda asked her sister. And I'm sure our father told you how it ended. Bellatrix replied, Harry crushed my husband. He saved Sissy and myself from Auntie's schemes, and he loves me. She said the last part quietly. He actually loves me. I never thought I would ever find someone who loved me. And then he falls into my lap. There was a trace of jealousy in Andromeda's eyes. Bellatrix noticed. So, how's the life of the other renegade black sister? She asked, watching the thoughtful look vanish and a small frown appear. Ted is busy. He's always busy. I know he's working to support us, but he's always working. Andromeda sighed. I just wish he'd care as much about me as he does that damned paperwork he's always doing. Bellatrix thought for a moment. It sounds like you need to get away for a while. Why don't you come see us at Pound's house? Hell, stay with us for the week. I'll see Harry at dinner and get you permission to enter, then once I have permission for you, I'll flow you. That sounds nice. A few days of distance will give me a chance to stop being so angry at the sound of his quill. Andromeda said after a moment. I can still go to St. Mungo's for my shift during the day, and then come back to your house. Word of warning, Walburga is staying there now. Bellatrix said. She tried to seduce Harry. When that failed, she tried to blackmail him. When that failed, she tried to accuse him of beeping her. And finally, when that failed, she was given to us as a servant until she'd repaid the debt. Oh really? And how is that miserable cow? Andromeda asked. Hopefully she's been put to something useful like mucking out the stables. Funny, we actually do have stables, but Harry won Malfoy's personal elf, and Dobby handles all of the cleaning. Auntie's job has been to get Harry's name into the hands of families on the fence about what side they support in the Wizengamot. Bellatrix replied, but how she's been is complicated. Bellatrix had used a disillusionment charm when she heard the sound of glass shattering. Cracking open the door of Walburga's room, she found her aunt sitting on the floor sobbing, an empty bottle of fire whiskey beside her, the shattered remains of a tall glass opposite her. Damn you, James Henry Carver, you were supposed to run away to America. You weren't supposed to stay in England. Walburga muttered miserably, looking down at her hands. You were supposed to leave and get married and have a happy life. But you stayed, just like you promised. You swore you would wait for me, for us, and you died for it. Bellatrix found herself in a position she had never expected. She felt pity for Walburga Black. Walburga for her part had stopped talking and was instead laying on the floor crying now. I hope you're happy, James. Sirius will never have a chance to meet you as an adult. He'll never know the truth. I don't think she'll be quite as openly hostile to you as she has been in the past. Bellatrix said, I doubt she's going to run to embrace you as her long-lost niece, but right now, she's in a very precarious spot with houses Black and Peverell. In the Gryffindor common room, Lily and Alice were studying for their potions exam. You seem distracted, Alice said to her friend. Lily sighed, I just feel so bad for poor Professor McGonagall. The love of her life is marrying another woman. Alice raised an eyebrow. Are you sure Professor Fawkes is the love of her life, Lily? Lily nodded. Haven't you seen the way she looks at him? She's always looking at him when he's not looking at her. Worse still, it's Narcissa Black. I heard her talking to her cousin about it. She thought it was romantic that he killed a man. Lily frowned as she remembered it. What if she tries to make him turn dark? I doubt he would go dark, Lily. He rescued her from Malfoy. That's not really a good origin story for a dark wizard. Alice said. Besides, she seems pretty happy about being the future Mrs. Fawkes. Frank was in the infirmary today when he sprained his wrist during Quidditch practice. She didn't even roll her eyes at him. Lily shook her head. I don't trust her. Any particular thing wrong with my cousin, Lils? Sirius asked from his place by the fire. Besides being related to you. She replied. She stole Professor Fawkes from Professor McGonagall. She didn't do anything. He saw my aunt ready to make her the South Avenue of Lucius Malfoy and he put a stop to it. Sirius said. Rising from his chair, he made the choice to be with her. McGonagall could have said she wanted to be with him, but she didn't, if she likes him like that in the first place. Of course she likes him like that. Look at the way she stares at him like he's the only man in the world. Lily said, glaring at him. Now he's been stolen from her. Why are you so against my cousin being with him? Sirius asked. She's a student. Lily shouted. She shouldn't be married to anyone, let alone of her professors. Maybe she just wants an easy O in the class. That stopped Sirius cold. He shook his head and turned towards the stairs leading up to the boys' dorm. My cousin studies harder than anyone at this school. Maybe your problem is that you're jealous of her. She's smarter than you and she's with your crush. Lily wanted to reply, but Sirius was already gone. Bellatrix stepped through the floor into Harry's office at Hogwarts. She found him sitting at his desk going through the defense textbooks for next year, a mug of cocoa beside him. No coffee, she said, coming to his side and dotting him. No, it's too late for coffee. He replied, dotting her softly in return. So what have you been up to? I disowned Rabaston. The wards on the Lestrange properties will no longer accept him. Which means he will most likely try to set the properties on fire at some point soon. She grinned. Imagine what your friend Amelia could do if she knew that a wanted criminal would be attacking one of our properties. How many are there? Harry asked, taking a piece of paper and preparing to write down the names. There's a townhouse in West London, there's a farm in North Ireland, and there's Lestrange Manor in Yorkshire. She said, watching Harry scribble them down. He folded the paper once it was finished, wobbly. Can you come here please? He called out. With a pop the house elf appeared before him. Use as callings for Wobbly Professor Foxy. He asked, bowing. Yes, Wobbly, will you please take this to the Ollery and give it to Brutus my owl? The elf took the parchment and vanished, leaving the pair alone. Harry drew Bellatrix into his arms, pulling her against him. Anything else of note? He asked her. Bellatrix put her arms around him. Yes, I need you to give permission to my sister Andromeda to come to Pound's house. She's going to be staying with us for a few days while she cools down. She's a little angry with her husband at the moment. Sure, she has my permission, Harry said. She was the closest thing I had to family before Rookwood killed her and Teddy. He suddenly found himself thinking about that nightmare again. Bellatrix noticed the look on his face. Harry. She asked, concerned, you all right? He shook his head, bringing himself back into the present or past, or whatever. I'm fine, Bella. I just got lost in a memory for a second. If your sister is coming to visit us, then I'll make sure to come straight home tonight. She smiled and at him, and Harry pulled her down into his lap. I love you. He said softly. She smiled and wiggled closer into his arms. I love you too. Bellatrix left for Pound's house so she could flow Andromeda at St. Mungo's. A few moments later there was a soft knock on the door. Harry rose and opened the door, seeing Narcissa there. Narcissa pulled him into an embrace and at him. Is our dinner ready? She asked. I want you all to myself tonight. Actually, I was thinking we'd go to Pound's house. We have a guest for dinner tonight. Your sister Andromeda is going to be staying with us for a few days. Harry said, watching as Narcissa's face went from annoyed at the concept of sharing him, to thrilled at the chance to see her sister for the first time since getting kicked out of the Black family. Sounds good, we'll need to speak with Professor Slughorn then. Since I can't have dinner with my fiancé privately, then I'll just spend the night with him. She grinned, taking his hand and leading him out of his quarters and towards the Great Hall. From her spot at the Gryffindor table, Lily Evans saw Harry and Narcissa speaking to Professor Slughorn about something. Then Harry broke from Narcissa's grasp and whispered something in her ear. She nodded and Harry went over to Professor McGonagall. Come on Professor Fawkes, tell her the truth, that you love her and you want to marry her and not that bi.ch black. She saw Professor McGonagall nod and saw Harry making his way to their table. He stopped when he got to James Potter's group and spoke to Sirius. Sirius rose from the table and went with Harry and Narcissa. Lily decided it was time to be sneaky. She rose from her place and walked over to James Potter. James, where's Sirius going? She asked, placing a hand on his shoulder. Okay, so he is slightly cute when he blushes like that. I think Professor Fawkes said that his cousin is visiting them, and wanted to know if he would like to spend the night at his house. He said, looking into the eyes of his crush. She's so beautiful. That Arlette woman has gotten Professor Fawkes to take her out of the castle on a Monday evening. Lily frowned and withdrew her hand. I can't believe they got permission. He asked McGonagall, and she said it was fine as long as Sirius and Narcissa were back in time for class in the morning. James replied to the question that Lily had been asking herself aloud. Dinner with the assembled Black family was an interesting affair, Harry found. Andromeda, Narcissa, and Bellatrix were happy to just sit and talk, reconnecting after having been separated for so long. Sirius, when he got the chance, spoke to his cousins. It was Walburga who was the odd one out. She kept glancing at Sirius with a strange look in her eye. It wasn't anger, or scorn, or any of the emotions Harry had come to see as her emotions. Instead it was as if she was looking for something, or maybe someone in her son. Harry, for his part, was content to just eat his dinner. That is until he felt a dainty foot slide along his leg. There was only one possible culprit. He looked up and saw Narcissa give him a tiny wink. She is determined that I'm going to spend the night with her. From her own spot, Bellatrix regarding Harry for a moment. Harry, now that Rodolphus is moldering in his family crypt, perhaps it's time we discuss the weddings. She said, grinning as Harry turned slightly red. Harry felt Narcissa's foot slide from his lap slowly, tracing down the length of his leg as she did. What do you mean, Bella? The date, for example. I know Sissy said that she wanted the wedding in Yule. I was thinking we could have our own a little earlier than that, say Halloween. She asked him. That's only 2 weeks, Bella, is that enough time? He asked her. Also, Halloween is the single worst day of the year. He thought. She nodded. I've been making plans for the wedding. All we need is an officiant and I believe there's a druid in Plymouth. Tomorrow while you are at Hogwarts, I will seek him out, if you are all right with it. She told him. Harry thought for a moment, taking in the eager face before him. All right, Bella, if you can arrange it, we'll have our wedding on Halloween, and bring houses Peverell and Lestrange together. She smiled and squeezed his hand gently. Walburga managed to hide her sneer, but it was a near thing. That's right, live the life I should have had, be with the man who loves you. She drained her glass of wine and rose, retreating to her chambers. In the chambers, she found her now familiar bottle of fire whiskey and poured herself a tall glass. Taking a deep gulp of the burning liquor, she let the tears fall as she let her mind drift, thinking of the life she could have had if she'd been braver. Life as Walburga Carver was blissful, but not easy. She and James were poor, living off what they earned in his potion shop. But they were happy here in Boston. She was carrying their son. She caressed her stomach fondly, thinking of the life within her. James came from his lab carrying a small vial of reddish liquid. Here we are, Mrs. Carver, 1 vial of anti-nausea potion, this should make you feel a little better. Thank you, James, I don't know what came over me, I haven't been sick like this since the first few months of the pregnancy. She tossed the potion back, wincing at its taste. Something about our dinner tonight set me off, I suppose. James smiled and at her temple fondly. Then we won't buy from that grocer until after our son is born. She looked up into his eyes and then rested her head against his chest. We don't have many options right now, James. His smile faded, and he put his arm around her. I was thinking that I would exchange some of our galleons for Muggle dollars and go to one of their shops. The idea of going into the Muggle world was always a touchy subject. Walburga might have been cast from the Black family, but she was still very much a pure-blood witch. If we must, she said finally, distaste clear on her features. James rubbed her shoulders gently, drawing a soft moan of pleasure from his wife. I'd rather buy Muggle food than see you get sick from a back-alley grocer. Life as Mrs. Carver wasn't easy, but Walburga knew she had never wanted anything more in her life. I could have been happy. She thought miserably as she looked at the now empty glass. Pouring another, she looked at the swirling amber liquid. We could have been happy, James, it's my fault you're dead. Back in the dining hall, Narcissa took back up her game of stroking Harry's leg with her bare foot. She enjoyed the crimson coming to his face as she played with him, teasing him by never letting her foot go too high while she looked perfectly demure, sipping her wine. Sirius finally spoke up. What's wrong with Mother? Surely she can't still be mad about becoming your personal dog's body, he said to Harry. Harry shared a glance with Bellatrix but then looked at the boy who would have grown up to be his godfather. She got some bad news in the Owl Post, a friend of hers died. Mother doesn't have friends, Sirius snorted. Surprisingly, it was Bellatrix who spoke up. She did once. She found herself with the same choice that Andy had, but she was too scared to take it. That's the one who died, isn't it? Sirius said quietly. Bellatrix nodded. He was murdered last year. Sirius rose from the table and left, heading towards his mother's room. Arriving at the door, he was surprised to see it slightly open. Normally she has her chambers locked and silenced, he thought as he went to knock on the door. The weight of his knock pushed the door open and Sirius stepped inside. He was not prepared to see his mother sitting on the floor, crying beside a nearly empty bottle of fire whiskey. Mother, are you? Walburga's face twisted towards him. Sirius had never seen her like this. What are you doing here? She said, her voice ragged from the burning amber liquid she had been drinking. You left pretty suddenly. I heard about your friend. I'm sorry, Mother. At his words, Walburga cried harder. Sirius stepped closer and patted her shoulder awkwardly, not knowing what to do. Walburga flinched at the touch and then the dam broke and she wrapped her arms around her son, crying against him. He was supposed to leave England. He was supposed to run away to America. That's where he said he would go. But no, he got the wrong witch pregnant and then swore he would watch over her and their son. Sirius was confused as his mother drunkenly continued to speak. He was at the platform. I could feel it. He wanted to watch his son start school, she sobbed. He would have been so proud of you. Bucking the family tradition and becoming a Gryffindor. He would have preferred Hufflepuff but he wouldn't have cared. What are you talking about? Sirius asked. Then it hit him. That man, the one who was murdered, he was my father. Walburga nodded. Your father was James Carver, the best man I've ever known. But how am I on the tapestry as your son and F.A. Orion Black's? Sirius said. Shouldn't it show that I'm the son of Walburga Black and James Carver? She shook her head. Orion adopted you, it was his condition. In exchange I had to cut ties with James and agree to never see or speak to him again. Sirius sighed, trying to wrap his head around all of this. I guess all the times you called me one it was true, I am a bastard. Walburga wiped a tear from her eye. No, you know your father's name now. He was a good man, Sirius, a great man. And far braver than I could have ever hoped to be. For the first time in his life, Sirius hugged his mother. Walburga flinched and then returned the embrace. From the doorway Bellatrix watched for a moment longer and then turned. Closing the door silently, she walked back to the bedroom she shared with Harry. Narcissa stood BPD in her bedroom. She had half-dragged Harry into it, once dinner was finished and shoved him onto the bed. She climbed onto the bed, allowing her Beast to rub against him as she propped herself up on her elbows, letting her hair fall into his face. You sleep with Bella most nights because it's not seemly for you to be in my chambers after curfew. I understand that. I don't like it, but I understand it. However, we are in our house and as such, you will lay with your fiancé. Do you understand me, Lord Peverell? Harry suppressed a little chuckle. The Narcissa Malfoy I knew was an ice queen. Who'd have thought that she was this? I don't even know what word I want to use here. Wanton. No, I'm going to be her husband, lascivious, in any case. I prefer this, Narcissa. He leaned up and captured her lips in a key. I do understand you, now quit acting like you have to force me and get down here. He pulled her down, letting her rest against him. I love you, Harry Fox. Narcissa thought as he moved, rolling atop her. The idea of actually loving her husband to be was something that just a few months ago would have been impossible to imagine. Drawing on that emotion, she brought her lips to his ear. I love you. I know you love Bella and not me, but I love you. She keyed him then, trying to show him the way he made her feel. She loves me. That thought stunned Harry for a moment, halting the progress of their motions. He returned the key, pulling her hips up against his. Narcissa she stopped his words with another key. At Malfoy Manor, it was understandable that things had grown tense. Lucius had lost his marriage contract, and his house elf. Rabaston had lost his family name. Voldemort thought as he paced before his servants, keeping his features decidedly neutral as he spoke to them. So, Bellatrix is obviously still alive. She removed you from the Lestrange name in order to prevent you from entering the properties, or accessing the gold from your vault. It's clear that she has allied with Harry Fox. While he is in the castle, he is sadly beyond my grasp. However, you say he assists with the Hogsmeade weekends. Voldemort said, turning to Lucius. Lucius nodded, yes my lord. According to my information, he is still one of the teachers that patrol the village. Voldemort nodded in thought, very well. Gather the others and make sure they know my plan. At the next Hogsmeade weekend, kill or capture Harry Fox. Lucius and Rabaston left the chamber, allowing Voldemort to look out the window at the rising moon. I do not know who you are, Harry Fox, but I do know that one way or another, you will be out of my hair soon enough. Lucius left Rabaston to apparate to his chosen safe house. He went up to his father's private study. There he found the book he wanted, a compendium of curses. Most of them had been banned centuries ago due to their nature. Something special for the bastard who stole my bride from me, perfect. He thought as he set the book down and began to memorize the wand motions. The corpse-burning curse. Corpus Uri. This curse will ignite the flesh of the dead and reduce it to ash within moments. However, if used on a living person, the reaction to their magic will dramatically slow the flames, causing them to burn to death within 5 to 10 minutes. There is no known counter-curse. The only treatment is a combination of stasis and freezing charms, which only serve to delay the inevitable. Banned in 1321 by Lord Henry Carmichael as barbaric. Lucius smiled as he practiced the wand movements. He would kill Harry Fox and he would make sure that Narcissa knew her place. The next morning saw Sirius and Narcissa back for their lessons. Sirius seemed quieter than normal to Lily as they sat in charms. She wasn't sure what it was about him. Perhaps Professor Fox put a good scare into him last night. That'd teach him not to harass Severus like that. She was willing to admit that for the most part after the last detention that James Potter and his friends had been quieter regarding Severus, but that didn't mean she trusted them. Sirius has to be lying about Severus being the reason Malfoy and not knew that they were in trouble. He's my best friend, he would never do something like that. In his own seat, Sirius half-heartedly listened as Professor Flitwick described the wand motions for a charm designed to turn on lights. Based on a wizard entering a chamber. We have a house elf to make sure our rooms are lit. Why would I need this? He thought to himself as he decided to doodle on his parchment and let his mind drift. He found himself writing a name down, James Carver. Sirius didn't know what to make of the fact that his father wasn't Orion. He was happy about it, but it still left him wondering what kind of relationship he would have had with his real father. He wasn't of pure blood, from what Mother said, so he wouldn't have cared if I didn't act like a black. In her own class, Narcissa found herself thinking about the night she'd just spent with Harry. I told him I loved him. I actually told him that I loved him. She smiled as she continued to stir the wart removal potion she was brewing, then adding dried mayfly wings to it. He didn't say it back yet, but that look in his eyes. I think he'll be saying it soon. Harry, for his part, was finishing his preparations for the 5th years. She loves me. Or she thinks she does. Or she thinks I need to hear that she does. So how do I feel about her? A fair question. He knew she was beautiful and intelligent. He knew that he was going to be with her for the rest of his life. He supposed that he needed to learn to love her. It wouldn't be fair to her if I just play at being her husband. It wouldn't be that hard, to love her. Not really. So, why was he so reluctant? I know I love Bellatrix. Am I worried that I'm not being faithful to her? He sighed as he walked back to his desk and sat down at it. The 5th years would be here in 2 hours, maybe by then he would know what he was doing. A thought occurred to Harry. I need to kill that basilisk. If I kill it, then no one will be hurt by it again. He rose and used his flow to reappear at Pound's house. Bella must be seeing the druid. I'll leave a note for her, he thought as he entered the study. He saw Walburga re-enter the house from the outside, probably going to the Ollery. He thought as she paused in front of him. Lord Peverell, Walburga said, in the closest thing to a polite greeting she had ever given him. Walburga, how are you? He said, doing his best to not aggravate her. Merlin knows I don't need that right now. I am, as well as can be expected. I should hear from the other families I've contacted soon. Needless to say that you are an interesting quantity to the light and neutral aligned houses, whereas the black name holds sway with many of the darker houses, if you would just relent and allow. Harry stopped her. Walburga, I told you the first time you brought it up. None of my children will be forced into a marriage contract, he said firmly. And what makes them so special? She demanded. Why would your children get to be free from the expectations made of every other child in our level of society? Because I never want my child to have to choose between being with the person they love or being a part of my family. He said, why would you, as a mother yourself, ever think that it's all right to force a child into a loveless marriage? Because that's what happened to me. I lost the only good thing in my life because that's how our society is ran. She said, drawing herself to her full height. Why shouldn't they get to feel the same misery I had to suffer? What makes them so special? She asked again, now standing nearly nose to nose with Harry. Harry took a single step back. Because I think my children deserve the chance to be happy. Look at yourself, you're miserable and you take it out on everyone you come across. You forced Andromeda out of your family because she had the audacity to marry someone she cared about. You forced Bellatrix to marry a man whom she hated so much that she was ready to sell her soul to a monster in order to be free of him, and you were ready to give Narcissa away to a man who would have beaten her mind. He sighed, and brought his voice back down from the shout it had become. You're miserable because, as you said, you lost the only good thing you ever had in your life. Why would you ever wish that on someone else? He turned from her. When Bella gets back, tell her I came by and ask her to stop in at Hogwarts. I need to talk to her about something. The fight was gone from his voice now, and he vanished back through the flow, leaving Walburga black to think about the life she had lived. When Bellatrix arrived in Harry's quarters, she found him looking over a transfiguration manual. On his desk sat a small cobblestone. He was practicing a motion with his wand when he noticed her. How'd the meeting with the druid go? He asked her as he set down his wand. She smiled. The druid said that he'd be able to perform the service for us. I was thinking we'd have the binding performed under the oak tree in the front yard. Harry nodded and then pulled her into his lap, where Bellatrix settled comfortably. So, why are you studying transfiguration instead of coming home to me? I need to do something that will hopefully save us a lot of trouble later on. I've found evidence of a hidden chamber here at Hogwarts, and inside that chamber is a rather large basilisk. He said, pulling a book from his pile. Salazar Slytherin himself claimed to have built it, and as the text says, placed the King of Serpents to protect it. That can only be a basilisk. I don't really feel the urge to try and stab the thing. So I need a rooster. All we've got on the grounds at the moment are hens, so pardon me galley. He pointed his wand at the stone, and where the stone had been there sat a very confused-looking rooster. Silencio. And stupefy, he said, putting a silencing charm on the bird and then stunning it. I wanted you to come with me. There's no one else I would trust more to have my back just in case I have to fight a giant snake. So, you know where this snake is? She asked him. Harry nodded. There's a bathroom where a student named Myrtle was killed by a monster the last time the chamber was opened. She was found by a Tom Riddle. And what tells you that the opening to this chamber is in that bathroom? Bellatrix asked him, sliding from his lap and standing as he rose with the now silenced rooster in his arms. Something like that could only travel through the pipes and walls. So, it has to come from somewhere that has pipes. It makes too much sense that if someone died in the bathroom the last time the chamber was opened, that it was opened there. So, we're going to pay a visit to Ning Myrtle. Narcissa stared up at the ceiling. I told Harry that I loved him. I do, I love him. He risked his life for me, for no other reason than he didn't want me to lose my freedom. She smiled at that thought. We can make this work if you'll let me. She frowned as she heard two voices going past her quarters. That's Harry and Bella. She rose from the bed, grabbing her wand and wrapping herself in her nightgown. She opened her door, catching a glimpse of the trailing edge of Bellatrix's robes as they rounded the corner. She hurried forward, catching up with them at the door of the girls' bathroom. What are you two doing going into the girls' bathroom? She asked quietly. Pringle is prowling the halls. In that case, why are you out of your room? Bellatrix asked. Harry is a professor, he won't be questioned. And an adult witch who isn't a professor. Narcissa replied. Narcissa, we're handling a threat to the school. I asked Bellatrix to come with me because I wanted her to act as my backup in case something happened. Harry said. Narcissa went to respond, then froze as she heard footsteps. She pushed Bellatrix and Harry into the bathroom and locking the door with a flick of her wand. Apparently I'm going with you now. Pringle is patrolling this floor, so I'm not leaving. Narcissa said. You can guard the entrance, we're here now. Harry told her. A silvery head peeked out of one of the stalls. Myrtle frowned. What are you three doing in my bathroom? Harry drew in a breath, recalling what he'd decided to tell her. I know who killed you, or rather what killed you. It was a basilisk. I am here to kill the monster, so that no one else ever gets hurt by it. And who are they? Myrtle asked. I am an expert in dark curses. I am his fiancé, and his backup. Bellatrix said. I'm a healer in training. If they are going to fight a monster, I'm going to do my best to keep them safe. I'm also his fiancé. Narcissa replied, feeling that she needed to mention that as Bellatrix had stated her relationship to Harry. Harry, for his part, broke from the group looking at the sinks. We are looking for a sign that Salazar Slytherin made an entrance to the chamber here. A sign like this, he said, finding the snake on the sink. Right where you'd be in my second year. He thought. He made a show of pulling and twisting the knobs on the sink. Salazar Slytherin was a Parselmouth. He probably used that skill to lock the chamber, Bellatrix said, but there hasn't been one of those in years, well except for Riddle. What's a Parselmouth? Harry asked. He can speak with snakes. Narcissa explained. It's considered a mark of dark magic. Harry thought for a moment. I talked to a snake in the zoo once when I was younger. He said he was bored. I vanished the glass and let him escape. Internally Harry chuckled at the looks on his two fiancés' faces. I take it, this is like the Black Wards and I did something I wasn't supposed to be able to do. Harry, you can talk to snakes. Like actually have a conversation, not just you're an idiotic 6-year-old who thought he was talking to an animal. Bellatrix asked him. Harry nodded. He said thanks when I vanished the glass, also I was older than 6. What are you staring at? You hissed. Sweet Maeve, you actually are a Parselmouth. Bellatrix said, try opening the chamber. Harry looked at the sink. Open, he hissed, watching as the chamber did just that, revealing a large hole. Well, that's big enough for a giant snake to use as a way into the castle. But how did Slytherin himself get in there? I doubt a founder would just hop down the pipe. Try saying, stairs, or, steps. Hell, try saying, lift. Bellatrix suggested. Let's see here. Stairs, steps, staircase, lift. There was a low groaning sound from below them. The massive pipe suddenly had a plug of damp stone. Harry went towards it, followed by Bellatrix and Narcissa. He stood on the stood, helping each of the witches onto it. Once they were all three on the stone, Harry felt it begin to slide back down the pipe. Lift worked. Really? A man from the Middle Ages knew that lifts were going to be a thing. Harry said as they traveled down. I doubt he knew they would exist, Harry. It's not like he was capable to traveling to the future. This stone is probably under a response-based levitation charm. Narcissa said, in the darkness, missing the look on Harry's face. The stone settled in a depression in the floor of the chamber that he'd never noticed the first time he was here. The assorted animal bones, however, those were still there. As they walked through into the chamber proper, he noticed something was there. The gigantic shed skin. Merlin, Morgana, and Maeve, it really is a basilisk. Bellatrix said quietly, if we survive this, do you know how much just this skin is worth? A lot, I take it. Harry replied. She nodded. Call your elf here, he can take this back to Pound's house. Tell him to put it in the ritual chamber in the cellar. Dobby, Harry said. The house elf appeared before him. Great Master Harry is calling Dobby sir. Harry sighed. Please, Dobby, just Harry is fine. Master Harry if you absolutely have to use a title, but none of that great Master Harry sir, stuff, please. I need you to take this skin to the ritual chamber in the basement of my house, all right? Dobby nodded, he grabbed the skin with both hands and vanished again. I'll make arrangements with the goblins. That skin alone is probably worth a few thousand galleons. What about the basilisk itself? Narcissa asked. Father could probably tell you better than I could. But between the fresh skin, the bones, the venom, the eyes, and the fangs, we could be sitting on enough coin to double our current fortune. Bellatrix replied, that said, I don't know if I trust the Black family to be completely forthright in selling this carcass. Hence the goblins, I know they'll be expensive, but I also know that they will uphold the terms of our contract, whatever the contract says. Then they came to the giant stone statue of Salazar Slytherin. A bit conceited, isn't he? Puts this big tribute to himself under the school where no one would see it. Harry said softly. Bellatrix smirked. He did consider himself the greatest of the Hogwarts Four. I trust you have a plan to deal with this, Narcissa said to them. Harry nodded and withdrew from his robes, the silenced and stunned rooster. First, we need to conjure a shelter, he said, handing the bird to Bellatrix. Concentrating, Harry used his wand to raise 3 walls from the stone beneath them. Bellatrix and Narcissa moved to stand behind the shelter. Harry stood apart from the shelter and spoke aloud, Speak to me, Slytherin, greatest of the Hogwarts Four. As Harry saw the mouth open, he ducked back into the shelter. All right, wake up and unsilence our rooster friend Bella. Master, ISSSS that you. Another has came and betrayed your WISSSS shish. Harry frowned. Wait a moment Bellatrix, I'm going to try something, keep him ready though. Harry stepped out from the shelter and spoke again, I am not your master, though I wish to stop the one who came before me. Who is this, other? He was as a SSSS speaker, he promised SSSSED that he would let me fulfill my purpose SSSSSSE. And what was that? Harry asked, turning to the others he whispered, I don't know if the basilisk is going to be as dangerous as I thought it would. My purpose was to protect the SSSS students SS brought from the outside, the one SSSS born to the mugless SSS, but he forced me to kill instead. I have betrayed my master and must pay for that. It says that it was put here to protect the muggle-born students, Harry explained. How would you pay? I must SSST die. The other left me here as a weapon. He would reopen the chamber and force me to kill again. I have a rooster. Its cry will end your suffering. Are you sure you wish to die? Harry called out. Please. He will use his powers to compel me to kill. I was his SSSSSUPPOSSSED to be a guardian, he has ruined me. Your pain will end soon. Come where you will be able to hear the rooster. Harry said and turned to Bellatrix, all right. Let's do this. The conjured bird was revived and given back its ability to make noises. They could hear the basilisk drawing closer. Harry nudged the bird out of the shelter. He saw the rooster peck at the ground, then its head shot up, it began to fluff its feathers as if to fight and it crowed. The trio heard a crashing sound as the great serpent fell dead. After a few moments, Harry rose and looked at the chamber. It's dead, he said softly. It was worried that Riddle would come back and compel it to kill more students. It had no control over itself the last time. They were silent for a moment. Bellatrix went to his side. There were rumors that Salazar Slytherin hated muggles and muggleborns. But this basilisk said it was meant to be a protector. Maybe he was more worried about witch burnings than he was blood purity. Harry finished. Let's go back up to the castle. We'll contact the goblins and arrange for them to come here on a weekend. You'll have to speak to either Dumbledore or his deputy, McGonagall. Narcissa said, otherwise they won't be able to come in. You also need to claim the beast. Go stand by its head, touch it and then lift your wand. Then state your name and that you claim this beast and the contents of the chamber by right of conquest. Why do I have to do that? Harry asked as he walked over. Narcissa explained, if you don't claim it, then technically it only belongs to the school. Harry nodded and placed a hand on the corpse. He raised his wand and spoke. I, Harry Peverell, Lord of House Peverell, do hereby claim this basilisk and the contents of this chamber, by right of conquest. There was a flash from his wand signifying that his claim had been accepted by magic. Now, we can go back upstairs. Narcissa said, I remember a man tried to sell my father a kelpie skin he didn't have claim to. He'd stolen it from some goblins. It did not go well for that man. She told Harry, then smirked. Luckily you claimed it, so they won't kill you when you try to sell it to the goblins. Going back up the pipe was simple enough. They stood on the stone circle and with a quick lift, they were on their way. The bathroom was blessedly empty, except for Moaning Myrtle. You killed it then? She asked them excitedly. It's dead. For what it's worth, it didn't mean to kill you. It was turned into a weapon by its former master. Mercy is a quality the world needs more of. Professor Fox. Came a familiar voice as Professor Dumbledore stepped out of the shadows. Myrtle was good enough to tell me someone had opened the Chamber of Secrets again. I take it the basilisk is no more. Yes, Headmaster. I have put it out of its suffering, and have laid claim to it and anything else in the chamber by right of conquest. Harry said, if there are any books that would be useful to the school, I would be happy to let you make copies of them. For now though I want to get Narcissa back to her quarters, get Bellatrix back home, and then get back to bed myself. Albus smiled. I see. Will you please come to my office in the morning then? We can discuss the chamber. I would rather like a tour of it myself if you would be so kind. Of course, Headmaster. Harry said. Very well then. Good evening, Professor Fox, Miss Black, Madame Lestrange. Albus nodded to them before leaving the trio alone. Harry led Narcissa back to her quarters. He keyed her at the door. Thank you for coming along with us, Narcissa. I didn't do anything, she said, to which Harry shook his head. You told me how to claim the basilisk. He embraced her. One other thing. He drew in a breath. I love you too. He keyed her softly a final time and then left with Bellatrix to go back to his quarters. Narcissa watched him until he vanished around the corner. He loves me, she thought as a smile grew on her face. She could see Harry standing in a strange dark room. She could hear a terrible hissing sound. Harry spoke back. There was a great scraping, as if something large was coming forward. Then the dream ended. Apolline shot up from her bed. Harry is in danger. She did not think about why precisely she knew he was in danger. But she did. Something within her told her that he needed her. She began to hurriedly dress herself. Grabbing her wand, she apparated away from her room at the Enclave and found herself at the French coast. Across the channel was England. She apparated again, crossed the distance and finding herself on the opposite shore from where she began. Harry said that he is teaching at Hogwarts. The book I bought at Diagon Alley says that's near the village of Hogsme. She apparated again, finding herself in Hogsme. She raced up the road marked Hogwarts, and flung herself at the gate. Please, someone open up. I need to speak with Harry Fox. The single largest man she had ever seen came up to the gate. I'm terrible sorry ma'am, but I can't let ye enter castle. It's awful late. Hagrid said, his eyes widening as the woman suddenly began to sprout feathers. Listen to me, the man who saved my life is in danger. I need to get in. Either you open the gate, or with Hera as my witness I will melt this gate. Hagrid looked to her. I'll ask the Headmaster, if and he says ye can come in, then I'll take ye to Professor Fox's quarters myself. He disappeared from Apolline's field of vision as he made his way to the castle. No time, Apolline thought as she let the change completely overtake her. Sprouting wings, she took off into the air and flew over the gate. She landed beside the large man and began to shift back. You can take me to the headmaster, and then I will see Harry. She ordered the larger man. Harry had just gotten into his bed when he heard a frantic knock at his door. Bellatrix, at his side, grumbled and rolled over in the bed. Tell whoever it is to leave us be, she muttered as Harry rose and slipped on his dressing gown. Harry went to his door and was hit by a owned blur. Harry, it's you. You are safe. I was so worried. I saw you in. Apolline stopped as she looked up from her embrace and into his eyes. I saw you in a great dark chamber, and there was a monster. Miss Dubois came all the way from the south of France to speak with you, Professor Fox, Albus said, his eyes twinkling. Perhaps we can hold off our meeting until the afternoon. He left, closing the door behind him. Harry found himself between Apolline and a now very awake and very annoyed Bellatrix. Harry, why is she hugging you like that? Bellatrix asked, her voice very soft, that dangerous whisper he'd come to know as a sign to get ready to dodge things. Madam, I saw Harry in danger. Everything in my soul told me I needed to find him. Apolline explained. Bellatrix let out a curse. I knew that damn rescue would come back to bite us in the ass. Come on Harry, we'll take her to Pound's house, then she can sleep in the guest room. Bellatrix said, still in that whisper. We'll sort out why precisely she could feel you in her soul in the morning. That night found Harry sleeping alone. Bellatrix had decided that she would sleep at Pound's house after all and that Harry would join them for breakfast. It was a thoroughly miserable Harry that found his way to the table with Narcissa coming in behind him. He had gotten permission from Albus to let Narcissa miss her first period so that they could have a family discussion. Albus, eyes twinkling in amusement at the shitstorm that was the life of the Lord Peverell, had agreed, and thus, Harry sat down at the dining room table across from the woman who would be his wife in less than a week, with the woman who would be his wife in a few months beside him. A life debt. A life debt. Really? Bellatrix began without preamble, or without Apolline's arrival. Before our wedding I want a list of every which you have currently saved the life of. I am going to visit each one and I'm going to murder them. Would you prefer that I just let someone get assaulted, Bella? Would you have fallen in love with me so easily if I'd have let you suffer that curse? If I'd have fought you like you asked me to? Harry looked at her. I love you. Merlin knows I love you and it terrifies me how much I love you, but I'm not going to stop trying to help people. No, I didn't think I would end up with a life debt over distracting a group of jackasses in an alley, but at the same time, I don't regret it. She needed my help, so I helped. She frowned. I've never been with someone I can trust. I keep expecting you to tell me that you've changed your mind about us. She looked more vulnerable than Harry thought possible for Bellatrix Lestrange. That look was what caused him to rise and go to her side. He took her hand, squeezing it gently. I will never change my mind about being with you. That was when Apolline came into the dining room. Bellatrix looked to her for a moment and then back to Harry. So, you feel as if you owe him your life, she said to the woman. Apparently you feel it strongly enough that you could sense our journey into the chamber last night. Apolline nodded. I do owe him my life. If he hadn't been there, I couldn't have gotten away from those men and they would have. She stopped, before drawing in a breath. I know that you do not like me, madam, but I would ask you to look at this from the perspective of Avila. Due to our allure, we rarely meet any man who can talk to us without becoming a drooling idiot to some degree. Harry not only could talk to me, he fought for my safety. Apolline, for her part, never thought that she would find someone who she could talk to. She was accustomed to forcing her allure to its weakest state so that she could speak to wizards without too much issue. She had resigned herself to living at the Enclave once she'd met someone she considered a good father for her daughters. Now though, she wasn't sure that was what she wanted. She didn't want to be a mistress either though. I am not asking Harry to abandon you, I am not asking to be his wife, or even his lover. He saved my life, and I will repay that however I can. Narcissa watched this exchange. Is this how I look when I am trying to prove to Harry that I should be the primary wife? She didn't like the idea of appearing as needy as Bellatrix did, but she knew that she had felt this way ever since their first night together. I told him that I wanted this to be real, that he would never regret fighting for me. Her decision made, she spoke up. Harry, if something happens, or needs to happen between you two, then I will support you. She ignored the look from Bellatrix and focused on the much more grateful look from Apolline. I understand what it's like being considered nothing but an attractive toy, rather than as a person. Harry saved me from being betrothed to a man who would have used a compulsion charm on me in order to make me his perfect trophy. Walburga did not walk in, but rather observed from the doorway. Another woman for his collection. He already has Bellatrix, Narcissa, and I've seen how envious Andromeda is of her sisters. She frowned and turned back towards the hall leading back to her room. On her desk sat a letter. This on its own was not unusual. But that it was a letter from Arcturus was what made it unusual. Her father rarely communicated by letter, preferring instead to use creature to summon whom he wished to speak with. She had received the letter the day before but hadn't opened it yet. With the argument brewing in the kitchen, she decided that this would be a good time. Walburga, my sources in the Wizengamot have told me of your progress in finding families that would join with houses Black and Peverell. You seem to be doing a passable job with your task. I want a report from you regarding the actions within House Peverell. I have a plan I wish to proceed with, and in order to do that, I need to know more about Harry Fox. Father. Walburga wondered about that. What could father be planning? There were, truthfully, many things that he could be planning. Once Harry was married to Narcissa, or even Bellatrix, he could be named the heir of House Black. She thought about that for a moment. If that were to happen, Orion would kill him. Druella would enjoy it though, being the mother-in-law to the new Lord Black. At the Black Manor, Arcturus was in his study. On his desk lay a stack of parchment with family names on it. At the top lay the lineage for House Potter. He, of course, knew of Fleamont Potter. He'd attended Hogwarts with both Fleamont and Charles' fathers. He was related to Fleamont's wife Euphemia through the Rolls. He also knew that there was no other Potter male under the age of 40 besides Fleamont's son James. So why then the name, Harry Potter, appeared on the tapestry marked under his grandson Sirius as godson. That had caused him to research the families more in depth. A mystery Harry appears on the tapestry at the same time Harry Fox arrives seeking to fight this Voldemort character and rebuild the old alliances. The connection has to be there. Arcturus thought as he left the study, locking the door with a casual flick of his wand. He left the manor through the flow, going to the ministry. He had an idea of who to speak with. Nothing happens without an unspeakable knowing about it, and I know just the unspeakable to talk to. He arrived at the ministry and took stock of the people milling about. Pitiful, people are being murdered in the night and these fools just keep on processing paperwork and complaining about cauldron thicknesses. Arcturus hated the ministry, contenting himself with his seat on the Wizengamot instead. But, he knew the ministry had its place. He was acquaintances with the current minister, Millicent Bagnold after all. He made his way to the Department of Mysteries. When he arrived he looked at the clerk operating the front desk. I need to speak with Chief Unspeakable Croaker. Tell them that Arcturus Black is here. The clerk, knowing of the Lord Black by reputation, scurried into the department, returning with a small silver token. Chief Unspeakable Croaker has granted you entrance to his office. Please take this and use the lift for floor 13. Arcturus took the silver token from the clerk and made his way to the lift at the entrance to the department. The token glowed as he pressed the button for floor 13. Arcturus rolled his eyes at the theatrics. Damned unspeakables have to make everything so mysterious. Passage wards have to glow and it has to be the 13th floor. He had long grown tired of this aspect of the magical world. The 13th floor held only 2 rooms. The first was the archive. The archive was the unspeakables' collection of tomes and scrolls dating from before Merlin himself. No one could enter the room except for the Chief Unspeakable and the head archivist. The other room was the office of the Chief Unspeakable. The door opened as Arcturus stood before it. At the desk sat Croaker. Croaker, Arcturus said as a greeting. The Unspeakable nodded and then removed his hood, revealing a fairly young ginger man with extremely bland features. Arcturus, good to see you again. Cecil Croaker had worked for the Department of Mysteries for many more years than it appeared. His unusually youthful appearance considering his age of 73 was due in parts to exposure to potions that have now been banned. I need to know if you've had anything strange happen, beyond what you would consider the normal type of strange. Arcturus asked the man. Cecil thought for a moment. Quite a few things, but if you want to know something specific I'd appreciate if you told me what you were looking for. Well, let's start with the sudden appearance of the heir of House Peverell. He has insinuated his way into my life and is currently the fiancé to my granddaughters Narcissa and Bellatrix. Arcturus let his frown deepen. Out of nowhere comes this wizard who is strong enough to defeat Rodolphus Lestrange in a duel. He is planning on bringing war to the man who calls himself the Dark Lord Voldemort. He knows his name. His real name is Tom Riddle. Cecil smiled then. I have had the pleasure of meeting the young Lord Peverell. He is indeed dedicated to ridding the world of this Riddle character. Then who is he? Arcturus asked him. Who is this man who seeks to lead my family into a war? Cecil thought for a moment. Are you asking as a concerned head of House Black, or are you asking in order to tell Riddle about his challenger? He asked the older wizard. I am the Lord of House Black. I have rejoined House Peverell in our ancient alliance on the grounds that he has saved my youngest granddaughters from the clutches of House Malfoy and House Lestrange. But I need to know if I have allowed my house to join a greater danger. Arcturus said. He wanted to trust Harry Fox, but at the same time he didn't understand where the young man had came from. He claims to have been on the American dueling circuit, but none of my contacts in America have heard of him. That's because he isn't a dueling champion. He is in fact a young man who lost everything to the actions of Tom Riddle and his servants. It is not my story to tell Arcturus, I can only tell you that he is utterly committed to the task of defeating this so-called Dark Lord. Cecil thought for a moment and then spoke again. I will send him a message. It was me who told him to look into forming a relationship with House Black. I trust you, and so I will tell him to trust you with his story. Afterwards, if you still do not feel that he is a worthy ally, then do as you must. It was later at the manor when Harry arrived with Bellatrix and Narcissa in tow. The two witches seemed confused as to why they had been asked by Harry to take him to the manor, but Harry looked as if he was preparing for the fight of his life. Arcturus allowed them into the house. Lord Peverell, I am glad that you have came to visit me. I wish to speak with you in my private study, he said to Harry. Harry drew in a breath. Lord Black, if it is regarding our mutual acquaintance in the Department of Mysteries, I would ask that Narcissa and Bellatrix be there as well. What is going on, Harry? Asked Bellatrix, looking to the man she would be marrying soon. Harry squeezed her hand. You said that trust me, and I want to be worthy of that trust. I was asked to explain exactly who I am and where I come from to your grandfather, and I want you two to hear it also. Then we will all go into my study. I have a pensieve that will allow us to see your memories, rather than hear you tell them. Arcturus led them into the study. Harry looked to the two witches. No matter what happens after you see this, just know that I love you. I have never lied to you about my feelings. The sisters watched as Harry drew his memories out, placing them into the pensieve. Arcturus then cast a charm on the bowl, causing a small white cloud to rise from it. This will allow us to watch the memories rather than have to stick our heads inside of it. I'll start from the beginning. My name is Harry James Potter and I was born in the year 1980 to James and Lily Potter. My parents were killed by Tom Riddle and I was struck by the killing curse, but somehow survived. Harry said. He held up his hand when he saw Bellatrix's look of disbelief. The first memory I'll show you is that night. I was able to remember my parents' deaths because of exposure to a Dementor. Bellatrix watched in horror as she saw the two die at the hands of a slightly older Voldemort. He's telling the truth, she thought as the scene changed and she saw him as a first year at Hogwarts fighting a troll. This is when I became friends with Hermione Granger, a Muggleborn and the smartest witch of our year. Before I met Narcissa, Hermione was the smartest witch I'd ever met, period. Narcissa didn't acknowledge the compliment. She watched as the 11-year-old version of her fiancé used the levitation charm to strike a troll with its own club. Beside them, Arcturus merely watched, his face passive, but his eyes were drinking in everything. The scene in the pensieve changed again, this time to Harry confronted by a fellow first year. This is Neville Longbottom, the bravest wizard I've ever met. His parents were tortured into insanity around the same time as mine were killed. The Cruciatus curse was held on them until their minds shattered, thanks to the actions of Barty Crouch Jr. and the Lestranges. Bellatrix drew in a breath before speaking. I was the witch, wasn't I? The one who murdered your wife. Harry nodded, confirming her fears. Where am I in these memories? Narcissa asked him. Am I a killer as well? Harry shook his head. You were, to my knowledge, never a killer. Though your husband was, and your son. The scenes continued to change. They watched as Harry fought the basilisk in his second year. Sorry, our time with the basilisk wasn't as exciting. He said to Bellatrix and Narcissa. I didn't try to communicate with that time. I was too busy trying to save Ginny and myself. Arcturus spoke finally as the memory Harry stabbed the diary with the fang of the now dead basilisk. That diary, it was a powerful cursed object. Do you think there are more of them? Harry nodded. In my time there were more, but we couldn't find them. We were planning our hunt for them when we were betrayed by a professor and Draco Malfoy. Narcissa asked quietly. Draco was my son, wasn't he? Harry's nod caused her to gasp softly. The scene changed to that moment, when Snape and Draco allowed the Death Eaters in through the passageway in the Shrieking Shack. Bellatrix watched as the older version of herself murdered several children, cackling madly all the while. Tears began to flow. Harry took her hand and squeezed it. The scenes changed more rapidly now as Harry led them through his time on the run with the surviving Order members. The sisters watched as one by one the people closest to Harry died, quite often at the wand of Bellatrix. Then came the final memories, the death of Bellatrix by Harry's cutting charm, and his passage through the veil. And then I ended up here. I hope that means somewhere in a place where he wasn't supposed to have been born. Sirius is somewhere living a better life than the one he had in my timeline. Harry said with a little smile at the thought of his godfather. Bellatrix had especially disliked the memory of herself killing her cousin. The look of maddened triumph in her eyes had caused a shudder, at which point Harry had stopped the viewing so that he could hold her. So, you are here now. What are your plans regarding Riddle? Arcturus asked him. Harry looked from Bellatrix to Narcissa and then to Arcturus. First, I'm going to find the rest of those items, I don't know how yet. Secondly, I'm going to do my best to guide the students who became Death Eaters in my time away from him. And after that, if I survive our final conflict, I want to be with Bellatrix and Narcissa and have our family be free of the horrors of Riddle's war for control of our world. He said before looking back to the witches, if you'll still have me, knowing that I've been lying to you this entire time about who I am. You haven't lied to us, not really. Narcissa said, taking his free hand, you have been exactly whom we fell in love with. A kind, intelligent, loyal man, a man who's fought for us. You didn't have to save me from Lucius, Harry interrupted her, I did. Once I knew you, I couldn't let him dull your mind and turn you into the emotionally dead woman I met at the Quidditch World Cup. She smiled softly, I will still be your Lady Peverell, if you wish it. Harry's smile told her the answer. You say you love me, even after what I did to you in that time. Harry, I was with you when you had that nightmare, you didn't see me, you saw her. How can you still love me? Bellatrix asked him, looking down at the hand he still held hers with. Harry released her hand and stroked her cheek. Bella, I love you, I don't blame you for what Riddle turned you into. That isn't you, that is a shell of a woman maddened by exposure to dark curses and her obsession with being free from her husband. He drew his wand. I, Harry James Potter, swear on my life and my magic, that I love Bellatrix Lestrange and Narcissa Black. So I swear, so mote it be. The flash from the tip of his wand showed that magic accepted his oath. Very touching. Arcturus said, I am still willing to be a part of this alliance, but you need to tell me if there is anything else you've held back from me. Harry shook his head, keep the memories, go over them at your leisure. I don't have anything to hide anymore, the two most important people in my life know who I am now. Harry and Narcissa went back to Hogwarts in time for his meeting with Albus. Albus met him in his classroom and the two of them walked to the bathroom that held the entrance to the chamber. Fascinating. Albus said as Harry caused the stone to rise for them. First time I was here, we didn't know what to do so I just jumped in. Thankfully a pile of skeletons broke my fall. I may have just realized that was a very odd thing to say. Harry said, to which Albus chuckled softly. He stopped chuckling when they came to the corpse of the basilisk. This was indeed the basilisk Salazar Slytherin placed those centuries ago. Albus placed a hand on the snake, it was turned into a weapon by Voldemort. Harry nodded, the first time was when he was a student here, that was when the basilisk killed Myrtle. But what was he looking for? Albus mused aloud, there was a soft chuckle from behind them, I can answer that. Harry and Albus turned to see no one there. Who said that? Harry asked. The voice spoke, step into my mouth and you will see everything. Well, that doesn't sound ominous at all. Harry thought as he and Albus walked to the open mouth of Salazar Slytherin. Inside it was much larger than it looked from the outside, there were row upon row of books, and hanging above a desk was a portrait of the founder of Slytherin House. Salazar Slytherin did not look like Harry had imagined, he was an elderly bald man with drooping gray eyebrows and dark green eyes that seemed to twinkle just as much as Dumbledore's. Greetings to you, heir of Slytherin, he said, bowing in his portrait to Harry. The heir of Slytherin, sir. I don't think I understand. Harry replied. Salazar merely smirked. You have fought my false heir, you have brought peace to my suffering basilisk, and you seek to end my false heir's reign. You have Peverell blood within you, so we are related in a fashion. Therefore, I can deem you my heir. You know who I am? Harry asked, confused. The man in the painting shook his head. We have never met, young man, however, your magic precedes you. When you spoke to my basilisk, I could sense your magic and through it, I know of you, Harry Potter. You are the one I have deemed worthy of my belongings. Inside this chamber is my private library, use these books to end the scourge of my false heir. Salazar told Harry, there is one other thing. In my lineage there is a ring, find that ring and you will be one step closer to becoming the Master of Death and defeating the false heir. Bellatrix had stayed at Pound's house. She had a lot on her mind now. Harry Fox is Harry Potter. Harry Potter wouldn't be born until 1980. I was the most hated woman in magical Britain. I killed his wife. He cut off my head. Shit, she said aloud as she poured a glass of brandy for herself. She swirled the amber liquid in her glass as she tried to figure out where this left her. He swore that he still loved me. You can't fake a magic oath like that. I still love him, don't I? She drew in a breath and drained the glass in one gulp. Fire traced its way down her throat as she felt the brandy slide down as she swallowed. Yes, she still loved him. She couldn't help but love him. He'd freed her, not just from her husband, not just from Voldemort, but from that future. That Bellatrix she'd seen in his memories disgusted her. She wasn't that woman, and if she had her choice, she would never become that woman. She looked at the brandy and, decision made, poured herself another glass. There was a soft knock at her door. Frowning, she rose and went to the door. Apolline was standing there. Madame Lestrange, may we talk? She asked Bellatrix. I suppose, come inside. Bellatrix said, motioning to the woman. Apolline came into the room. I have decided that I will go back to France. I do not wish to intrude on your life with Harry. She said softly, I did not come here to try and insinuate myself into a place where I would take priority over you or your sister. Bellatrix sighed, you don't have to leave. I know that I have been a bi.ch to you, well I've been a bi.ch to everyone really. That's probably why I'm so possessive with Harry. He's the only person to see me and want more from me than a soldier or a pawn. She went back to her glass of brandy and took a sip. He's going to be my husband, and I want him to be happy with our life together. I've got to stop acting like a stupid spoiled brat. Apolline looked at the other woman, you truly love him, don't you? I think you loved him that day when I first met you. You loved him without knowing what the word meant. What it really means. She smiled, love is a powerful thing. It will strengthen you if you let it. Apolline walked back out of the room, as I have your permission, I will stay. She left, leaving Bellatrix alone with her thoughts. Medi-witch Tonks, there's a patient in room 6 that wants someone discreet. Andromeda looked down at the file she was handed and began to read over it. Let's see, male, aged 22, seems to have contracted blister rot, ouch. Fred Jones, that sounds original. Well, let's go meet Mr. Jones. She looked up from the notes in her musing, I'll see him now, Madam Curtis. She walked away from her floor matron and went towards the patient rooms. She had enjoyed her stay at Pound's house. It was nice to see a man that actually made time for the women in his life. Harry seemed to adore Bellatrix and Narcissa. Maybe I should surprise Ted. Show up at his office in nothing but my old robes from Hogwarts. They're tight, but the good kind of tight. All right, Mr. Jones, my name is Andromeda too. She paused looking up from her file and stopped. Ted Tonks was sitting on the bed, a look of horror mirroring her own. Ted, what is? Andy, it's not what you think. He began, bringing up his hands in a placating gesture. Andromeda's voice began low, but swiftly rose in pitch and volume, it's not what I think. Don't you have blister rot on your John Thomas? You didn't come to St. Mungo's with a blister on your scrotum and a wet rash on your bollocks. Because that's what this file says. How did you get a disease that you can only get from King Nereid? Ted was silent. That silence ate at Andromeda for a moment, no answer. Very well. The house is in your name, I will go there and get my things and then you will be free to catch whatever diseases you like. She stormed back out of the room, slamming the door. Ted frowned and leaned against the bed. I knew I shouldn't have gone with Jenkins to that damned club. But he had. He'd went with his co-workers to the Dripping Snitch, a gentleman's club, in Nocturne Alley. He'd deserved a break, or he'd thought so at the time. Andy was with her sisters, leaving me all alone in the house. He'd been alone and bored and now I've got rot on my cock, King Peachy. Andromeda had thrown the file back onto the matron's desk and sat down. Madam Curtis looked at the young witch. I take it you know this Mr. Jones? She said after a moment. Andromeda nodded. I do, I'm married to the ass. That's Ted in there, madam. I need to leave early today, I want to get all of my things and move them out before he gets there. She looked imploringly at the woman who had given Andromeda her first job as a Hogwarts graduate who had lost the opportunities her family had offered her. Andromeda, go handle your affairs, I will deal with Mr. Jones. Madam Curtis rose from her chair. I take it that you'll be residing with your sisters from now on. Yes ma'am. How did you know? Andromeda asked, curious. Madam Curtis merely adjusted her robes and walked to the door. You are quite loud when you use the flow, she said before leaving Andromeda to her business. Amelia was glad to be back in London, at least for the day. It wasn't that she minded patrolling Hogsmeade. It was proof that she had earned her rank. She'd been given her own patrol without the constant tests from Moody. Now, she could show people what Amelia Bones was made of. That gladness lasted until 4½ minutes into her break. She'd been delivering her reports to Moody, letting him pore over each detail. He'd waved her out of his office and she'd taken that as an opportunity to grab a cup of coffee. Do you hear about what happened at Hogwarts? Big F. Kin, snake under the school. She heard the voice of Roger Dawlish say. She groaned and rolled her eyes at the reply from Gareth Robards. What? How's that news? It was a bleeding basilisk gar. Dawlish exclaimed. The goblins sent a team up to the school to carve it up. Amelia frowned. She knew all about this. She had, after all, been the one who'd had to meet the goblins and escort them up to the school. The goblins were very excited as they looked at the massive carcass before them. Amelia looked from the gigantic snake to Harry and Albus. Harry, this is a 5x magical creature. This was one of the most deadly creatures in Europe. How is it that you managed to kill it? Would you believe I talked it into giving up? Harry said innocently. Amelia glared at him. Do you plan on going 1 month without causing my blood pressure to go up? She asked him. Harry chuckled. Well, I mean during Yule I'll be on my honeymoon with Narcissa, so we'll be out of your hair for at least that long. Somehow that didn't comfort her. It wasn't that Amelia fancied Harry. Instead, it was the fact that this unknown wizard had just appeared one day, claimed lordship over House Peverell, stole the bride of Rodolphus Lestrange, stole the fiancé of Lucius Malfoy, and had now killed a gigantic, deadly serpent. Nothing about Harry Fawkes made sense to her. Holy frag. One of the goblins assigned to cutting through the tough hide of the basilisk exclaimed, the eyes are still intact. Amelia remembered from her time at Hogwarts that a basilisk's eyes clouded over immediately after death. If they were still intact they could be useful in potion making. The voice of Dawlish brought her back to reality. Hey Bones, you were in Hogsmeade. Did you see any of the basilisk? Amelia rolled her eyes. I saw a group of goblins giggling like schoolgirls over a bag of basilisk guts. Everything else I saw is in the report. If you want to know more, go bother Moody for it. She rose from her chair. She delivered her report. Her relief would be in Hogsmeade until the next morning. Tonight, I'll go to the ossuary and see Edgar. I haven't visited my brother in too long. Her path decided, Amelia made her way to the public apparition point. She vanished with a soft crack, reappearing in her childhood home in Kent. At Hogwarts, Harry and Albus were in the headmaster's office. You realize, Harry, that in order to claim your place as Lord Slytherin, you will need to go to London and take the inheritance test as you did with House Peverell, Albus said, taking a lemo. Drop and popping it into his mouth. Lemo, drop. He offered. Harry reached over and took one. I know, I was really hoping I could actually spend a full week at the place where I work without having to go off and deal with preventing a future like mine. I mean, I know that my future was awful. I get that, but at the same time I'm actually kind of happy with my life in this one. Harry said, wincing as the tart candy began to coat the inside of his mouth. Bella will be thrilled, she can be Lady Slytherin instead of Lady Lestrange. Albus chuckled. She does seem quite taken with you, Harry. I remember her as a student here, part of the rather infamous Black Sisters. Narcissa was obviously the youngest one, and she was kept very safe by her older sisters. Bellatrix was the powerhouse of the trio. Phileas could tell you quite a few stories about her. She was his favorite student during her time here. Harry nodded. She is an amazing duelist. If she wished it, I think she'd made a good replacement for me as professor of the dueling class. Albus smiled then, bringing your wives to work with you. Narcissa expressed interest at the beginning of term to stay on as an apprentice to Poppy. Do you think you could handle both of your wives working with you? That was an interesting and slightly terrifying thought. Would Bellatrix be interested in becoming the dueling instructor? Harry wasn't sure about that. Would the two sisters be able to coexist at Hogwarts with him? Another question that Harry didn't have the answer to. Maybe, for now, it would be best if we let Bella find her own path, instead of offering her a place here. Harry rose and went to the flow. With a cry of, "Gringotts lobby," he vanished into the green flames, reappearing in the Goblin Bank. This time, unlike before, Harry knew where he needed to go. There we are, inheritances and line continuation, he thought as he walked up to that counter. "Welcome to Gringotts, what do you want?" The goblin teller asked Harry brusquely. "I am here to take the inheritance test for House Slytherin," Harry told the teller. The goblin rolled his eyes and pressed a button under his counter. "Right. Go. Inside to room 14, Master Teller Goldcrush will see you." With that, the goblin looked beyond Harry and shouted, "Next." "There's no one in line behind me, why's he yelling?" Harry thought to himself as he made his way to room 14. Goldcrush was perhaps the friendliest goblin that Harry had ever met. Friendly in this case though meant that Goldcrush didn't appear to be ready to cut off his head at a moment's notice. "I am told you wish to make an attempt at claiming the House Slytherin, is that correct?" The Master Teller asked Harry. Harry nodded. "Yes, Master Teller Goldcrush, when I conquered the Basilisk of Salazar Slytherin, he spoke to me. Slytherin that is, he named me his heir." Harry explained to the goblin, who to his credit, had given Harry a passable attempt at listening as he set out the bowl and dagger. "Very well, please slice your palm and let the blood drip into the bowl," Goldcrush said, offering Harry the dagger. Goldcrush was, in fact, the nicest goblin that Harry had ever met. The blade of this dagger was sharp enough that all Harry felt was a vague heat as the blade sliced his palm open. Normally the daggers are blunted slightly, just enough so it hurts. Harry thought, remembering claiming House Black in his own time as a way to keep it from the Malfoy family. As the blood dripped into the receptacle, Harry thought he heard the sound of rushing water. The coppery scent of blood hit his nose and then Harry heard a soft voice inside his mind. "When you are finished, the ring you seek will be hidden at the Gaunt Shack. You and you alone can touch it, my heir. Take it from that place and remove its curse." Harry blinked and the voice was gone. Goldcrush withdrew a silver ring and gave it to him. "You have been recognized as the heir of Slytherin," he said as Harry slid the ring onto his finger. Harry looked at the ring, a plain silver band with an emerald set into it. As he watched, the emerald began to glow softly before settling back to its original dull green. "You are now Lord Slytherin and have full access to Vault 16. It includes gold and treasures worth 400,000 galleons as well as a number of relics that have not been priced. You also have possession of all properties owned by House Slytherin. You will find a full list of properties inside your vault. Do you have further business?" Goldcrush asked him. Harry shook his head. "No, thank you, Master Teller." He rose from his chair and made his way out the door and back to the flow. He was preoccupied with his thoughts and didn't notice Lucius Malfoy standing with his father. Lucius noticed him, his hand went to his wand, but he was stopped by Abraxas. "Not here, you fool. Gringotts is goblin territory." "But father," Lucius hissed. Abraxas placed a hand on his arm forcing it down. "I know what he did. But if you start this here in the bank, then we will be removed, not him. There are other ways to ruin a life, my son. I received a very interesting owl from a contact at the Devon Druid Circle. We will inform our lord that Mr. Harry Fox is getting married on Halloween." Lucius saw the opportunity that his father was suggesting and nodded. "Very well. Enjoy your remaining time with Narcissa, Fox. Soon enough you'll be dead and everything you possess will belong to the Dark Lord, including your whores." Bellatrix had stayed at Pound's house. She had a lot on her mind now. Harry Fox is Harry Potter. Harry Potter wouldn't be born until 1980. "I was the most hated woman in magical Britain. I killed his wife. He cut off my head. Shit," she said aloud as she poured a glass of brandy for herself. She swirled the amber liquid in her glass as she tried to figure out where this left her. "He swore that he still loved me. You can't fake a magic oath like that. I still love him, don't I?" She drew in a breath and drained the glass in one gulp. Fire traced its way down her throat as she felt the brandy slide down as she swallowed. Yes, she still loved him. She couldn't help but love him. He'd freed her, not just from her husband, not just from Voldemort, but from that future. That Bellatrix she'd seen in his memories disgusted her. She wasn't that woman, and if she had her choice, she would never become that woman. She looked at the brandy and, decision made, poured herself another glass. There was a soft knock at her door. Frowning, she rose and went to the door. Apolline was standing there. "Madame Lestrange, may we talk?" she asked Bellatrix. I suppose, come inside," Bellatrix said, motioning to the woman. Apolline came into the room. "I have decided that I will go back to France. I do not wish to intrude on your life with Harry," she said softly. "I did not come here to try and insinuate myself into a place where I would take priority over you or your sister." Bellatrix sighed. "You don't have to leave. I know that I have been a bi.ch to you, well, I've been a bi.ch to everyone really. That's probably why I'm so possessive with Harry. He's the only person to see me and want more from me than a soldier or a pawn." She went back to her glass of brandy and took a sip. "He's going to be my husband, and I want him to be happy with our life together. I've got to stop acting like a stupid spoiled brat." Apolline looked at the other woman. "You truly love him, don't you? I think you loved him that day when I first met you. You loved him without knowing what the word meant. What it really means." She smiled. "Love is a powerful thing. It will strengthen you if you let it." Apolline walked back out of the room. "As I have your permission, I will stay," she left, leaving Bellatrix alone with her thoughts. "Medi-witch Tonks, there's a patient in room 6 that wants someone discreet." Andromeda looked down at the file she was handed and began to read over it. "Let's see, male, aged 22, seems to have contracted blister rot, ouch. Fred Jones, that sounds original. Well, let's go meet Mr. Jones." She looked up from the notes in her musing. "I'll see him now, Madame Curtis." She walked away from her floor matron and went towards the patient rooms. She had enjoyed her stay at Pound's house. It was nice to see a man that actually made time for the women in his life. Harry seemed to adore Bellatrix and Narcissa. Maybe I should surprise Ted. Show up at his office in nothing but my old robes from Hogwarts. They're tight, but the good kind of tight. "All right, Mr. Jones, my name is Andromeda too." She paused, looking up from her file, and stopped. Ted Tonks was sitting on the bed, a look of horror mirroring her own. "Ted, what is?" "Andy, it's not what you think," he began, bringing up his hands in a placating gesture. Andromeda's voice began low, but swiftly rose in pitch and volume. "It's not what I think. Don't you have blister rot on your John Thomas? You didn't come to St. Mungo's with a blister on your scrotum and a wet rash on your bollocks. Because that's what this file says. How did you get a disease that you can only get from King Aneriad?" Ted was silent. That silence ate at Andromeda for a moment. No answer. "Very well. The house is in your name. I will go there and get my things, and then you will be free to catch whatever diseases you like." She stormed back out of the room, slamming the door. Ted frowned and leaned against the bed. "I knew I shouldn't have gone with Jenkins to that damned club. But he had. He'd went with his co-workers to the Dripping Snitch, a gentleman's club, in Nocturne Alley. He deserved a break, or he'd thought so at the time. Andy was with her sisters, leaving me all alone in the house. He'd been alone and bored, and now I've got rot on my cock, King Peachy." Andromeda had thrown the file back onto the matron's desk and sat down. Madame Curtis looked at the young witch. "I take it you know this Mr. Jones?" she said after a moment. Andromeda nodded. "I do. I'm married to the ass. That's Ted in there, madam. I need to leave early today. I want to get all of my things and move them out before he gets there." She looked imploringly at the woman who had given Andromeda her first job as a Hogwarts graduate, who had lost the opportunities her family had offered her. "Andromeda, go handle your affairs. I will deal with our Mr. Jones." Madame Curtis rose from her chair. "I take it that you'll be residing with your sisters from now on?" "Yes, ma'am." How did you know?" Andromeda asked, curious. Madame Curtis merely adjusted her robes and walked to the door. "You are quite loud when you use the flow," she said before leaving Andromeda to her business. Amelia was glad to be back in London, at least for the day. It wasn't that she minded patrolling Hogsmeade. It was proof that she had earned her rank. She'd been given her own patrol without the constant tests from Moody. Now, she could show people what Amelia Bones was made of. That gladness lasted until 4½ minutes into her break. She'd been delivering her reports to Moody, letting him pore over each detail. He'd waved her out of his office and she'd taken that as an opportunity to grab a cup of coffee. "Do you hear about what happened at Hogwarts? Big F. Kin, snake under the school," she heard the voice of Roger Dawlish say. She groaned and rolled her eyes at the reply from Gareth Robards. "What? How's that news?" "It was a bleeding basilisk gar," Dawlish exclaimed. "The goblins sent a team up to the school to carve it up." Amelia frowned. She knew all about this. She had, after all, been the one who'd had to meet the goblins and escort them up to the school. The goblins were very excited as they looked at the massive carcass before them. Amelia looked from the gigantic snake to Harry and Albus. "Harry, this is a 5x magical creature. This was one of the most deadly creatures in Europe. How is it that you managed to kill it? Would you believe I talked it into giving up?" Harry said innocently. Amelia glared at him. "Do you plan on going 1 month without causing my blood pressure to go up?" she asked him. Harry chuckled. "Well, I mean during Yule I'll be on my honeymoon with Narcissa, so we'll be out of your hair for at least that long." Somehow that didn't comfort her. It wasn't that Amelia fancied Harry. Instead, it was the fact that this unknown wizard had just appeared one day, claimed lordship over House Peverell, stole the bride of Rodolphus Lestrange, stole the fiancé of Lucius Malfoy, and had now killed a gigantic, deadly serpent. Nothing about Harry Fawkes made sense to her. "Holy frag," one of the goblins assigned to cutting through the tough hide of the basilisk exclaimed. "The eyes are still intact." Amelia remembered from her time at Hogwarts that a basilisk's eyes clouded over immediately after death. If they were still intact they could be useful in potion making. The voice of Dawlish brought her back to reality. "Hey Bones, you were in Hogsmeade. Did you see any of the basilisk?" Amelia rolled her eyes. "I saw a group of goblins giggling like schoolgirls over a bag of basilisk guts. Everything else I saw is in the report. If you want to know more, go bother Moody for it." She rose from her chair. She'd delivered her report. Her relief would be in Hogsmeade until the next morning. "Tonight, I'll go to the ossuary and see Edger. I haven't visited my brother in too long." Her path decided, Amelia made her way to the public apparition point. She vanished with a soft crack, reappearing in her childhood home in Kent. At Hogwarts, Harry and Albus were in the headmaster's office. "You realize, Harry, that in order to claim your place as Lord Slytherin, you will need to go to London and take the inheritance test as you did with House Peverell," Albus said, taking a lemo, drop and popping it into his mouth. "Lemo, drop," he offered. Harry reached over and took one. "I know, I was really hoping I could actually spend a full week at the place where I work without having to go off and deal with preventing a future like mine. I mean, I know that my future was awful. I get that, but at the same time I'm actually kind of happy with my life in this one," Harry said, wincing as the tart candy began to coat the inside of his mouth. "Bella will be thrilled. She can be Lady Slytherin instead of Lady Lestrange." Albus chuckled. "She does seem quite taken with you, Harry. I remember her as a student here, part of the rather infamous Black Sisters. Narcissa was obviously the youngest one, and she was kept very safe by her older sisters. Bellatrix was the powerhouse of the trio. Phileas could tell you quite a few stories about her. She was his favorite student during her time here." Harry nodded. "She is an amazing duelist. If she wished it, I think she'd made a good replacement for me as professor of the dueling class." Albus smiled then. "Bringing your wives to work with you?" Narcissa expressed interest at the beginning of term to stay on as an apprentice to Poppy. "Do you think you could handle both of your wives working with you?" That was an interesting and slightly terrifying thought. Would Bellatrix be interested in becoming the dueling instructor? Harry wasn't sure about that. Would the two sisters be able to coexist at Hogwarts with him? Another question that Harry didn't have the answer to. Maybe, for now, it would be best if we let Bella find her own path, instead of offering her a place here. Harry rose and went to the flow. With a cry of, "Gringotts lobby," he vanished into the green flames, reappearing in the Goblin Bank. This time, unlike before, Harry knew where he needed to go. "There we are, inheritances and line continuation," he thought as he walked up to that counter. "Welcome to Gringotts, what do you want?" The Goblin teller asked Harry brusquely. "I am here to take the inheritance test for House Slytherin," Harry told the teller. The Goblin rolled his eyes and pressed a button under his counter. Right. Go inside to room 14, Master Teller Goldcrush will see you. With that, the goblin looked beyond Harry and shouted, "Next." There's no one in line behind me, why's he yelling? Harry thought to himself as he made his way to room 14. Goldcrush was perhaps the friendliest goblin that Harry had ever met. Friendly in this case though meant that Goldcrush didn't appear to be ready to cut off his head at a moment's notice. "I am told you wish to make an attempt at claiming the House Slytherin, is that correct?" The Master Teller asked Harry. Harry nodded, "Yes, Master Teller Goldcrush, when I conquered the Basilisk of Salazar Slytherin, he spoke to me. Slytherin that is, he named me his heir." Harry explained to the goblin, who to his credit, had given Harry a passable attempt at listening as he set out the bowl and dagger. "Very well, please slice your palm and let the blood drip into the bowl," Goldcrush said, offering Harry the dagger. Goldcrush was, in fact, the nicest goblin that Harry had ever met. The blade of this dagger was sharp enough that all Harry felt was a vague heat as the blade sliced his palm open. Normally the daggers are blunted slightly, just enough so it hurts. Harry thought, remembering claiming House Black in his own time as a way to keep it from the Malfoy family. As the blood dripped into the receptacle, Harry thought he heard the sound of rushing water. The coppery scent of blood hit his nose and then Harry heard a soft voice inside his mind. "When you are finished, the ring you seek will be hidden at the Gaunt Shack. You and you alone can touch it, my heir. Take it from that place and remove its curse." Harry blinked and the voice was gone. Goldcrush withdrew a silver ring and gave it to him. "You have been recognized as the heir of Slytherin," he said as Harry slid the ring onto his finger. Harry looked at the ring, a plain silver band with an emerald set into it. As he watched, the emerald began to glow softly before settling back to its original dull green. "You are now Lord Slytherin and have full access to Vault 16. It includes gold and treasures worth 400,000 galleons as well as a number of relics that have not been priced. You also have possession of all properties owned by House Slytherin. You will find a full list of properties inside your vault. Do you have further business?" Goldcrush asked him. Harry shook his head, "No, thank you, Master Teller." He rose from his chair and made his way out the door and back to the flow. He was preoccupied with his thoughts and didn't notice Lucius Malfoy standing with his father. Lucius noticed him, his hand went to his wand, but he was stopped by Abraxas. "Not here, you fool. Gringotts is goblin territory." "But father," Lucius hissed. Abraxas placed a hand on his arm forcing it down. "I know what he did. But if you start this here in the bank, then we will be removed, not him. There are other ways to ruin a life, my son. I received a very interesting owl from a contact at the Devon Druid Circle. We will inform our lord that Mr. Harry Fox is getting married on Halloween." Lucius saw the opportunity that his father was suggesting and nodded, "Very well. Enjoy your remaining time with Narcissa, Fox. Soon enough you'll be dead and everything you possess will belong to the Dark Lord, including your whores." Halloween had always been the worst day of Harry's life. From the beginning, when his parents were killed, Halloween had always been awful. "Now I'm about to get married to Bellatrix Lestrange. It could be worse," he mused as he looked over at his best man. Minerva scowled as she brushed an errant piece of fluff from her formal robes. She looked at Harry. "I can't believe you asked me to be your best man." She came up to him and straightened his tie. "I also can't believe that I said yes." Harry grinned. "You're my best friend Minerva, I had to ask you." He turned back to the mirror. "I can't believe I'm getting married to Bellatrix, on Halloween no less." The Blacks were in attendance, he knew. Arcturus had sent an owl the day before. Cygnus and Druella were coming, while Arcturus was picking up Sirius from Hogwarts. Orion had no interest in the wedding and was staying home. Regulus however wished to see his mother and so would be coming with his aunt and uncle. On his side of the aisle, so to speak, was Albus, Rolanda, Phileas, Hagrid, Apolline, and surprisingly Amelia Bones. When Harry had invited her, he hadn't really believed that she would come. But, looking out the window onto the grounds of Pound's house, he saw Amelia sitting beside a teenager who looked like a masculine version of Susan Bones. That must be her father, he thought, as he watched the assembled Black family make their way down to the seats. He smirked as he watched Druella Black. She's acting like she's going to witness an execution. That thought made him chuckle, drawing Minerva's attention. "Something must be terribly funny," she said, quirking an eyebrow at his outburst. Harry waved her off. just thinking that's all. From her bedroom Bellatrix looked at herself in the full-length mirror. I hate this King dress, I can barely move in it. She frowned and tried to pull the material down over her hips more, but that only served to pull her neckline down. Morrigan, Bella, steady on or you'll pop out, Andromeda said, tugging the dress back up for her sister. So it's a little tight, that's no big deal. A little tight. Andy, I feel like I'm apparating while I wear the bloody thing. Bellatrix groused. The dress was silver, it was beautiful. Bellatrix knew on some level that she was just nervous. This is not the same as my wedding to Rodolphus. For starters, I actually want to be here. The union of houses Black and Lestrange had been done at the Black Manor. It had been a business arrangement and nothing more. They had signed their names on a parchment with blood quills and that was it. This time, she was having a proper wedding to a man who actually loved her. I can't believe I'm getting married, this time it actually feels real. She said to Andromeda. That's because you love him, Andromeda replied. You are lucky, Bella. Harry loves you, I don't think you'll ever have to worry about him getting the drip from a Nereid. The only good things Andromeda could say about the end of her marriage was that Ted had gotten blister rot while she was away and that they had married in the Muggle way. It had merely taken a trip to the Muggle liaison office to change her status and she was no longer Andromeda Tonks. For now, she was Andromeda No Name. Harry had already offered to name her as a ward. She was considering it, but she was unsure if that was where she wanted to be. The more time she spent around Harry, the more she could admit to being envious of her sisters. It was too soon for her to consider any man, least of all the man marrying her sisters. She would find a man of her own eventually, she was certain of it. Are you all right, Andy? Narcissa asked, looking up her place at Bellatrix's legs where she was helping her sister tie the boots she had on under her train. Andromeda nodded absently. I'm fine, sissy, I'm just thinking about how very different our lives have turned out compared to what was planned for us. That was an understatement, to say the least. The Black sisters had been expected to take a proper pureblood husband. Bellatrix had been forced to sign her document after Orion had used his power as heir Black, along with a short-acting compulsion and loyalty charm. Andromeda had chosen to leave the family behind after seeing how Bellatrix had been treated. She had walked away from her home because she had refused to become the future Mrs. Augustus Rookwood. She'd chosen Ted Tonks because they had, at the time, get along well and there was a physical attraction between them. They'd had affection, and even occasional moments of romance, but there hadn't been real love. She knew that now, as she looked at her sister's face. Bellatrix was a woman in love. It seemed to shine through every pore, her eyes were sparkling even as she complained about the dress she was wearing. Andromeda blinked rapidly as she imagined being in her position and marrying a man who was willing to die for her. Andromeda danced with her husband while the rest of pureblood society looked on with beady envy. Especially her mother. Druella Black had always considered herself destined for greater things than just being the wife of the fourth wizard in line for the lordship of House Black. But as Andromeda held her husband, she didn't care about that. Nothing was more important than breathing in the scent of the man who'd stood up to her family and fought her fiancé for the privilege of marrying her. He'd called it that, a privilege. He'd always looked at her as if she was the most beautiful person in the world, and Andromeda was willing to admit that at this moment, she felt like it. She clung to him, leaning up and capturing his lips with hers. This is the happiest moment of my entire life, she whispered before giggling as he dipped her, pulling her back up and dotting her again. Andromeda signed and went to the door. I'll check with the druid to see if we're still on schedule, she said before turning and leaving the room. Bellatrix was still stunned by the news that Harry had been named Lord Slytherin, chosen heir of Salazar Slytherin himself. She was to become his Lady Slytherin, and the name Lestrange would be tossed in the rubbish bin of history. She rather liked that idea. The idea of ending her former husband's line brought a smile to her lips that would have been very familiar to Harry. It was the smile the old Bellatrix got when she cursed someone. Remember, Black wants them all killed except the girls and the youngest boy, Rabastan No Name said as he spoke to the assembled Death Eaters. We'll kill them all, especially that bastard fox. Then set the place on fire and cast the mark into the sky. Lucius smiled behind the mask he'd been given. This would be his first act as a marked Death Eater. After Bellatrix's betrayal of their lord, Voldemort had decreed that his most loyal servants would be rewarded with the mark. The mark, a tattoo of his own invention, allowed Voldemort to summon his minions easily. It was also a method for enforcing loyalty, as an act of betrayal would cause pain or even death should he become aware of it. Black has given us his copy of the invitation. The charms on it will let us bypass the wards. Once we're inside, Malfoy, you and Nott will set our wardstones. Rabaston handed Lucius a small bag. Once these are in place, they won't be able to leave by apparition or by portkey. Lucius nodded. I'll use a disillusionment charm when I arrive. He was looking forward to this, he had been ever since his father had told him about the Fawkes Lestrange wedding. This was his chance to get revenge on the man who had humiliated him and his family. Abraxas Malfoy stood beside his son. This was the moment where Lucius would earn his father's respect or be cast from the Malfoy family as an embarrassment. The Death Eaters continued making their preparations, and then it was time. The group of 6 each touched the invitation and allowed the portkey to transport them to the apparition point of Pound's house. The Death Eaters arrived just as the ceremony was winding down. They carefully disillusioned themselves and then set to their tasks. Under the oak tree, Bellatrix and Harry stood holding hands as the druid spoke to them. These are the hands that will love you. These are the hands that will hold and comfort you through the years. These are the hands that will give you support and encouragement. These are the hands you will each work with, create with, and use to build a life together. The knots of this binding are not formed by these cords but instead by your vows, the promises you make in your hearts and uphold each day through your actions. Remember, you hold in your own hands the making or breaking of this union. Quote. The druid prepared to say the final words of the ceremony as he wrapped a green and silver cord around the hands of Harry and Bellatrix. Do you, Harry Fawkes, take this woman, Bellatrix Lestrange, to be your wife? Harry smiled at Bellatrix and squeezed her hand gently beneath the binding. I do. The druid looked to Bellatrix. Do you, Bellatrix Lestrange, take this man, Harry Fawkes, to be your husband? Bellatrix drew in a breath as she looked into the eyes of the man who would be her husband in a few more moments. I do. She vowed, returning the squeeze Harry had given her. Then by magic itself, I declare the two united and may no person pull them asunder. You may key the bride. The druid finished the ceremony as Harry and Bellatrix keyed one another. The silver and green cord around their hands disappearing and reforming into a pair of green and silver rings. Harry and Bellatrix each placed their counterpart's ring onto the correct finger, and with that, the wedding had been completed. I would like to introduce everyone to Bellatrix Fawkes, the Lady Slytherin, Harry said, taking his wife's hand. A gasp went through the guests, not to mention his best man. Harry turned and grinned to Minerva. Oh yeah, when I killed the basilisk, I met Salazar Slytherin, kind of. He named me his heir. You're the heir to Salazar Slytherin. Minerva's question echoed the sentiments in nearly everyone seated at the wedding. Only Albus and the Black Sisters themselves looked unconcerned, as they had already known about this. Walburga hadn't known. The new Lord Slytherin. Was he chosen by the great Salazar Slytherin? How is this possible? It didn't make sense to her. Voldemort had assured all of his servants that he was the heir. But Harry had taken the place as Lord of the Founder's house. Beside her, Druella was equally goggle-eyed at the concept. Bellatrix has married the Lord Slytherin. With that kind of power in our family, we will have to ensure that Sirius or Regulus marries her first daughter. We need to keep the Slytherin name firmly in our control. She began drafting the betrothal document in her mind. Cygnus didn't care about any of it except for one thing: his eldest daughter was happy. That was all that really mattered to him. It was all that had ever mattered, that his girls were happy. He didn't care whom they married. His continued correspondence with Andromeda during her exile from the family had proven that. Now that she was no longer Andromeda Tonks, Cygnus planned to petition Arcturus to bring her back into the family. It was a long shot, he knew, but there was a chance. The musings of the various attendants were halted by a shout. Lies. You are not the heir to Slytherin, Fawkes. You are a pretender to the place our Lord will hold once the mudblood filth and blood traitors are swept away. Harry knew that voice, but he also knew that the owner of that voice did not know him yet. I'm going to assume Tom Riddle sent you, Rabaston no name. Now, this is my wedding day and I'm in a festive mood. I'm going to give you until the count of Bombarda. Harry drew his wand and sent the exploding charm towards the Death Eaters before looking at Hagrid. Hagrid. Get Sirius and Regulus into the house, tell Dobby that until I say different his sole mission in life is to help keep them safe. As the half-giant rushed into the house with the two boys, the battle began in earnest. Bellatrix, furious at the intrusion by the Death Eaters at her wedding, began to hurl curse after curse at the interlopers. You bastards are ruining my wedding, she shouted as a conjured silver spear made its way towards the group, pinning Rabaston to the oak tree through his rib cage. She looked down at her gown. King thing. She used a quick cutting spell to split the bottom of her dress, giving her more flexibility as she continued to fight. Harry found himself between two choices. Andromeda was on the ground beside Cygnus, trying to heal a cutting curse he'd taken from Jugson. On the other side, he saw Arcturus fighting both of the Malfoy men. He rushed to Arcturus' side and began to cast spells. Alongside the Elder Wizard, Druella had been taken out of the fight early. A petrifying spell left her on the ground courtesy of Rookwood had left her unable to do anything but listen to the battle. Rookwood had planned on playing with her but had found himself unable to do so as Walburga took her sister-in-law's wand from the grass and began to use it. The wand was unfamiliar to her, but this was an emergency. Walburga didn't trust Druella's wand to use lethal spells in her hand, so she chose a spell combo she remembered James Carver using during their time at Hogwarts. First, she blew a hole in the ground at Rookwood's feet, causing the Death Eater to jump backward and throw an organ-melting curse at her. Walburga dodged it and sent back an incendio that Rookwood absorbed with his shield. The Death Eater was distracted and didn't notice Phileas. The diminutive wizard stunned Rookwood and rushed over to apply the counter curse to Druella to release her from her paralysis. Minerva and Albus were currently performing a dual role of defending themselves and searching for how the Death Eaters had gotten through the wards. Minerva knew that the only people who could get to Pound's house via apparition were the members of the Fox family or their guests. I doubt very much that Harry has any close relations that would both be able to come onto the property and also want to kill him. Minerva said once Albus had stunned the Death Eater currently attacking them. I rather doubt that as well, Minerva. Spotting a small card on the grass, Albus summoned it to him. I believe I've found our culprit, an invitation to the wedding addressed to one Orion Black. Amelia and Edgar Bones were trapped on one side by a masked Death Eater and on the other by a serpent made of fire. Bloody fools used fiendfire. Amelia shouted as she turned her wand on the blaze, attempting to wrest control of the flames from its caster. Edgar, a fourth-year student, was terrified, but he knew that if he stayed frozen he would end up dead. He didn't know that many offensive spells yet, but he did have a good arm. He spied a stone on the ground and hurled it at the nearest Death Eater. Coincidentally, that was the one controlling the fiendfire. The stone struck the back of the Death Eater's head, stunning him and allowing Amelia to take control of the fire and send it back to devour its master. Don't look, Ed, she told her brother as the now burning Death Eater began to scream. Harry and Arcturus had squared off against Abraxas and Lucius. There were no witty lines, no insults, only curses, both shouted and non-verbal. Lucius was ready. He aimed the curse he had been practicing at Harry, Corpus Uri. Arcturus knew this spell. The corpse-burning curse was lethal to whomever it came into contact with. He threw a blasting hex that threw both Malfoys to the ground. He sent a banishing charm that knocked Harry flat to the ground well away from the curse, which struck a tree and ignited. Abraxas was the first one up. He sent a familiar green light at the old wizard. Arcturus didn't have time to react. The killing curse struck him, dropping the Lord Black to the ground. Harry saw red. For the first time since the death of Sirius back in his original timeline, he wanted nothing more than to hurt the wizard who had killed Arcturus Black. The killing curse was not something Harry had used before, but it was all he could think of at that moment. Avada Kedavra, he shouted as the jet of green light struck Abraxas Malfoy. Lucius was stunned by Amelia, who ran to Harry's side. Dumbledore found the wards they were using to keep us from getting away or summoning help. We need to get Cygnus Black to Saint Mungo's, she said to him. That bastard killed Lord Black. She asked, indicating Abraxas. Harry nodded. Amelia winced. I've already summoned the Aurors. Nodding again, Harry walked away and went towards Bellatrix. She was watching as Andromeda levitated her father into the house. When he walked to her side she looked at him. Organ-crushing curse. Andy applied the counter. But he's going to need help healing. Harry put his arm around her. Your grandfather is. Bellatrix held up a hand stopping him. I know Harry. I saw it. She looked at the ground. He's dead and the most likely person responsible for his murder or being here is my uncle Orion. Transporting the wounded Cygnus to St. Mungo's, Andromeda and Druella left Pound's house with Harry's promise that as soon as they had finished speaking with the Aurors, he and Bellatrix would be on their way to check on him. This was the first time Harry had met Alistair Moody since his death in Harry's 6th year. He looked different, slightly less, carved wooden head, and more, ugly man made of leather. Bones says that they were here for you, that right? He asked Harry. Yes. I've made some enemies since coming back to England. Somehow they got hold of one of the invitations and bypassed our security system. He said looking at the invitation the older man held in his hand, this one was meant for Orion Black. Then you should have charmed the invitations to burn up if the wrong person touches them. You've got to always think about the people who would try to kill you. Think of them more than you do the ones who won't hurt you. As for Orion, he was already at Gringotts when my Aurors went to inform him of the attack. It seems though that Arcturus Black changed his will recently. Orion Black is no longer the heir to the Black family. Moody grinned unpleasantly. You wouldn't know anything about that now, would you? Why would I? Aside from the duel at his home and a few meetings, we haven't spent that much time together. Harry was confused, an emotion Bellatrix shared. Grandfather never tells anyone his plans. Bellatrix offered, if he changed his will, he would have made us all wait until now before we heard anything. Arcturus Black had been well known for keeping secrets. It was his way. No one knew the complete story of the man or his plans for his family. It would make things much more difficult for the Aurors, and Harry knew that. Has Orion been detained yet? Harry asked Moody. I hope he has. He's responsible for the death of Arcturus and the attempted destruction of my family. He's claiming his invitation was stolen and we don't have enough proof to bring him in on that yet. With the change in the will though, we'll be keeping an eye on him. Moody said, I'd recommend you change the wards. They were able to cancel them out until Albus found the wardstones they had put around the grounds. With that, Moody left them to their own devices and went to speak with Albus and Minerva. Harry took Bellatrix back into the house. I wasn't expecting our wedding to be this eventful, he said softly. Bellatrix frowned. I just wanted today to go well. Apparently I'm bad luck at every wedding I'm involved in. She sighed. Grandfather is dead, father is hurt. She looked so helpless at that moment that all Harry could think to do was take his new wife into his arms. We've managed to get Lucius, he's going to Azkaban. I doubt he could talk his way out of that. We've got Rookwood, and you killed Rabaston, he said against her hair, and we will get justice for Arcturus. I promise you that. Let me change, and we can go to St. Mungo's, Bellatrix said as she broke from the embrace. The ghost of a smile touched her lips. If you want to come upstairs, you can see what I was going to surprise you with. She laughed mirthlessly at the thought of the lingerie she had planned to wear for him hanging up in her closet. I doubt we'll have much of a wedding night after all this, she thought morosely. Harry surprised her by pulling her back against him. No, I'll wait until tonight. I like your surprises. He eyed her deeply. We're still going to have our wedding night. I don't care what else they throw at us today. Walburga had gone along with Druella to St. Mungo's. She watched miserably as the healers worked to save Cygnus. We thought we were his favored servants, but once allied to Fawkes we were just as disposable to him as anything else. She clenched her teeth as that thought filled her mind. Voldemort had promised so much. A return to the old ways, power and prestige beyond what the Blacks had already possessed, and the chance to truly shape their society. But it had been lies. She knew this now. She'd seen it with the death of James Carver, the attempt on her own life, and the murder of Arcturus. She had no place with Voldemort, and so in order to survive, she would cast her lot with Harry Fawkes. The Lord Slytherin, he really was the heir to Slytherin. Walburga could hardly believe that. Harry Fawkes, this nobody that had waltzed into their lives, was the lord to the most important house at Hogwarts. Sitting in a chair, Narcissa watched as Andromeda conferred with the matron. It didn't look good, not if the looks on their faces were anything to go by. Please don't die, father. I want you to meet your grandchildren one day. Narcissa had been thinking more and more about the family she would one day have with Harry. Seeing Bellatrix getting married had brought those feelings to the foreground even during the ceremony. She couldn't shake the image of her and Harry, both older, watching their daughter standing under the same tree with a young man at her side. Harry and Bellatrix had arrived now and Narcissa moved to stand with them. "How's he doing?" Harry asked quietly, taking her hand. "Resting. They applied the counter curse and are regrowing the damaged organs." She replied. "What did the Aurors say?" "Uncle Orion is the most likely culprit behind this. They used his invitation to get here. But grandfather tricked him by changing his will." Bellatrix replied to her sister, "My theory is that he wanted control over the family and the best way to accomplish that would be to kill all of us. But since he's not the heir, then with everyone except grandfather alive, then who is the new Lord Black?" Narcissa wondered aloud. Harry didn't have the answer. No one but the goblins would until his sealed will was read. Cygnus was resting in his room at St. Mungo's. He had been hit by 2 curses. Thankfully Andromeda had prevented the curses from continuing their work on her father. Now he was being kept on bed rest as his organs were healed. Harry was at his bedside, along with Bellatrix and Narcissa. Andromeda led her mother out of the room when she noticed the look on her father's face. "He wants to speak with them alone," she thought as she closed the door behind them. "Bellatrix, I'm sorry we ended up spoiling your wedding with my attempted murder." He smiled weakly to his daughter, his hand shakily going to hers. "You seem to have found a good man." He looked over to his new son-in-law. "Treat her better than Rodolphus would have." Harry nodded, his arm going around Bellatrix's waist. "I will, sir." The both of them, Bellatrix and Narcissa. He squeezed Bellatrix gently. "I am a very lucky man to have them." Cygnus looked to Narcissa. "Your mother is still fighting the betrothal. She's trying to find another wizard to attempt to claim your hand. If something happens before the wedding, I've begun the process of moving your inheritance into the trust vault so that you will still get your share in case Orion manages to cast you from the family. You as well, Bellatrix," he said, looking to the newly minted Lady Slytherin. "As for Andromeda, it's tricky. Unless she is brought back into the family, I can't give her an inheritance. She will always have a place with us," Harry promised. "If she can't be a black, then when she's ready she can be a fox." The promise seemed to make Cygnus happy. "Thank you, Harry." Cygnus smiled weakly. "If you don't mind, I would like some rest now." He closed his eyes. Harry used this as a chance to lead Bellatrix and Narcissa out of the room. "I will find Andy and Mother," Narcissa said, leaning up to Key. "Harry, the 2 of you can go and enjoy the rest of your wedding day, or at least try to." She departed, allowing Harry and Bellatrix to apparate back to Pound's house. Harry and Bellatrix found themselves back at Pound's house and blessedly alone. While Burgo was still at St. Mungo's with Narcissa, Druella, Regulus, and Andromeda, the Aurors had taken the dead, the dying, and the stunned off of the property, and Albus and the other professors had taken Hagrid and Sirius back to Hogwarts. It was quiet. "We're married," Harry said quietly as he drew Bellatrix against him. He pressed a key into her hair, taking a moment to breathe in her scent. She turned and keyed him softly. "It's our wedding day, which means tonight is our wedding night." She smiled as the key broke. "I'm going upstairs to take a very long and very hot bath. You are welcome to come with me." She teased him, only to find herself scooped into his arms. Harry carried her upstairs to the master bedroom, and then beyond that door to their bathroom. Setting her down, Harry began to fill the claw-footed tub with hot water as Bellatrix eagerly undressed. The water was tepid when they finally rose from the bath. It had been nice to merely sit in the tub in a comfortable silence together. Now they began to dry each other, an activity that led swiftly into dotting one another, and finally going to their bed for their first time together as man and wife. Apolline had not gone to St. Mungo's with the others. She did not know the Black family, barring the sisters and Walburga. She had instead elected to stay in the guest room she had been given to try and make sense of things. "He saved me from becoming the toy of those men. I could have fought one off, maybe 2, but there were too many for me to get away from. I wish I understood why he feels so familiar." Apolline sighed and moved from her desk to lay on the bed. It was a good question. Why did she feel like she already knew him? "Life debts are stupid," she huffed. "Saving my life should not equal being connected as we are. But he went into that chamber, and I saw it as if I was there." Then there were the dreams she'd been having. Images of 2 little owned girls calling him Papa. Unbidden, a smile formed on her lips as she remembered them. The youngest one couldn't have been more than 9 in the dream, where the eldest was a teenager, nearly a woman herself. Fleur and Gabrielle Fawkes were the joy of her life. They were raised in England as well as in France, Harry and Apolline believing that it was important for them to know both sides of their heritage. Fleur, the eldest, was a 7th-year student at Beauxbatons in France. It was the only school that regularly saw Vila students. Apolline had never taken a job outside of the home. She was content to be his wife and to oversee domestic affairs. She was the one who met with and directed the workers in the orchard, as well as the vineyard that Harry had installed for her. He kept his job at Hogwarts as a professor, eventually becoming the headmaster. While she never bore him a son, he considered every student that passed through those doors his child. She helped him spearhead a program that in time would lead to British students with Vila parentage being able to study at Hogwarts free from the bullying that came from being considered a creature. Apolline fell asleep, dreaming of those own daughters calling Harry their father. The reading of Lord Black's will was held on Monday. Harry had received a letter advising him to be there. All the Blacks were to be in attendance as well. Walburga had came to pick up Sirius from Hogwarts. Harry and Narcissa left via his flow and were met at Gringotts by Bellatrix and Andromeda. I was given a letter stating that I needed to be here. Andromeda explained as she met them, I'm not sure why though. Mother and Aunt Walburga have been giving me dirty looks ever since they arrived. Bellatrix for her part at Harry in greeting. She led Harry and Narcissa to the meeting room. Seated at the long table were witches and wizards looking bored, anxious, or in the case of Orion, as neutral as possible. Harry looked out at the group. He didn't recognize half of the Blacks seated along the table. They must have all been dead by the time I learned about magic. He thought as he took a spot between Bellatrix and Narcissa. The doors opened and a goblin came into the room flanked by his guards. He sat down at the head of the table and began to look over his papers. Finally one of the Black Witches cleared her throat as if to hurry him along. The goblin looked up over his glasses and spoke swiftly to the guards. The next outburst from anyone present will result in their expulsion and forfeiture of any inheritance. One of the guards said, Master Ironclaw has spoken. The assorted Blacks began to straighten up in their chairs. Goblins were very serious when it came to matters like this. If expulsion was threatened, then it would happen. We are gathered to hear the last will and testament of Arcturus Regulus Black, Lord of House Black. Your attendance signifies that you will respect the outcome of this will and will not attempt to circumvent it in any way. Ironclaw said as he took out what Harry recognized as a recording crystal. The crystal lit up and the voice of Arcturus filled the room. I, Arcturus Regulus Black, being of sound mind and body, do hereby make my last will and testament. Witnessed by my personal account manager Master Ironclaw, the first inheritances were to the members Harry hadn't recognized. He let his mind drift, perking up when he heard the name, Doria Potter. Doria Potter was my dad's aunt. She was the reason I was made the heir after Sirius changed his will. Now Harry had a chance to actually see her. She was roughly the same age as Walburga, if possibly a few years older. She had the same curling hair, though hers was steel gray now, but her eyes were the same warm brown as his father's. He wanted to speak to her, but he didn't know what to say. What if I asked her about joining the alliance? The voice of Arcturus continued speaking. Finally Harry heard his own name, Harry Fawkes. You are the only person I know that I can trust to guide my family and house into the future. Thus, I have removed Orion from his place as my heir. In his stead, I name Sirius Black as my heir, to become the Lord Black when he reaches his majority. I name you, Harry, as the regent of House Black. Teach Sirius and prepare him for the dangers to come. The fact that Orion had been removed caused a great amount of murmuring from the group. Orion, Harry noticed, looked as if he was slowly turning a shade of purple that he only remembered Vernon Dursley turning once. That was when he thought I'd punctured his tire when he ran over the toy soldiers I found in the garden. Orion Black, as of this moment, you are only a Black in name. Until the day that Sirius becomes Lord Black, Harry Fawkes will be the one to lead my house. Harry, should you need it, you have the ability to cast anyone you choose from the family. The voice of Arcturus cut through the noise in the room. My final act as head of the Black family is to admit Andromeda No Name back into the family, should she wish it. Harry looked over to Andromeda and saw a shocked expression on her face. This concludes the reading the last will and testament of Arcturus Regulus Black, Ironclaw said as he rose from his seat. The moment the goblin left, Orion was up and his wand was pointed at Harry. You miserable interloper. You are no black. He spat at Harry. Harry for his part looked from the older wizard to Walburga. Walburga, would it bother you terribly if the man I believe responsible for your attempted murder was cast from the family? Harry's voice was calm, almost bored. He knew that should Orion attempt anything, he would have at least 3 wands on him. Walburga looked at Orion. She needed to know the truth. I want a magical oath that you were not responsible for the death of James Carver, or the attack at the Peverell Lestrange wedding. Do that, Orion, or I will give Lord Peverell my blessing to cast you from the house. She watched as her husband turned his wand towards her. You cow, I will do nothing of the sort. Orion shouted. For a moment everyone was silent. Then Harry used his wand to knock Orion into the wall. As Regent of House Black, I agree with Walburga. Swear your oath or be removed. With not only Harry, but Bellatrix, Andromeda, Narcissa, and Walburga holding their wands on him, Orion had no good option. Instead, he chose to storm out of the room. Well, that's a non-verbal, I arranged the death of someone and tried to do it again, if ever I've heard it. As Regent, I remove Orion Black from Black family. Orion No Name is now no longer welcome in any property owned by the Black family. This I say, so mote it be. Harry's wand glowed as Orion was struck from the family name. The family began to clear. Harry made his way over to the Potters. Up close it was even more clear that Doria and Walburga were nearly the same age. Lady Potter, may I have a word before you leave? She looked at him curiously, as if trying to place why he looked so familiar. Yes, Regent Black, what can I do for you? Doria tried to place why the man in front of her felt so familiar. He looks like Fleement's boy James. Perhaps that's why. He's a bit thinner featured than is normal for Potters though. It's Harry, ma'am. Harry Fox. I teach dueling at Hogwarts. I was wondering if I could speak with the Potter family about the possibility of joining the alliance I had formed with House Black. He said, watching an amused twinkle touch her warm eyes. You are a bold young man, definitely not a politician. I'm sure my sister despises that about you. Doria chuckled softly. Walburga never had the patience for people who didn't play the game. She doesn't like a lot about me. Particularly how I came to be engaged to Narcissa. I interrupted a betrothal she had arranged between the Malfoys and the Blacks. Harry said, earning another smirk from the woman before him. My, you are an interesting one, Lord Fox. She said, I believe you may be receiving a letter from Charles later this week. It's Peverell, ma'am. I am the head of House Peverell, and Slytherin as of a few weeks ago. Harry said, watching the amusement turn to genuine interest. Peverell, that is an old family. Now I'm sure you'll be receiving that letter, if only so that we can hear how such an ancient house found its headship after so long. Not to mention Slytherin. I'm sure that sticks a bit in the old girl's craw. I tell you what, I'll arrange a meeting myself. You tell me the story of how you became the lord of those houses, and I'll tell you embarrassing stories about Walburga from when she was a child. Sirius was back at Hogwarts, trying to make sense of the past week. Professor Fox married my cousin, my father tried to have us all killed, now I'm the next Lord Black and Professor Fox's regent. Grandfather trusted him enough to make him the guide for the family until I turned 17. Why? What does Professor Fox know that is so critical to our family? James and Remus were playing gobstones in the courtyard. James was concentrating on winning, but Remus was distracted. He continued to glance over to his other best friend. Something is wrong with Sirius, but he won't tell us. All we got out of him is that Professor Fox is a member of his family now. He had other things bothering him at the moment as well. A fifth-year girl had came up to him over the weekend while Sirius was away. Jane Thornton had asked him, a second year, to help her with coming up with a study guide for charms. It didn't make any sense to the young werewolf. James had been no help either. His response of, she probably just thinks you're cute was not what Remus had wanted to hear. Still though, Remus as he thought about the preliminary guide he'd made to show her, it is nice that someone like her could possibly think I'm cute. Jane was quite possibly the most beautiful woman he'd ever seen. Well, he thought so. She was on the Hufflepuff Quidditch team. She had the slim build of a seeker. She had dark brown hair that she preferred to keep cut short, very nearly a boy's cut in fact. But the most beautiful thing was her eyes, they were a warm honey brown color. It was a nice thought, but there was no way she could be attracted to me. Remus thought sadly, besides that, I'm a werewolf, it's too risky. Best she sticks with her friend Cuthbert. Remus didn't trust himself with a relationship. No one wants a monster. Peter Pettigrew sat apart from the others thinking about what Professor Fox had told him. He'd thought about it a lot actually. Would I spend the rest of my life looking for the best terms I can find? He didn't want to think so. He wanted to think that his friendship with his fellow Marauders was better than that. But was it? If we didn't have Snape to prank, would I still be their friend? Or would I be seen as another person to prank? He definitely didn't want to believe that. These were the three people who trusted him the most. They would never prank him. But did they respect me? Or am I just a pity friend? He didn't know and he was scared to try and find out. Bellatrix Fox, the Lady Slytherin. Bellatrix smiled as she looked at herself in the mirror. She'd been the Lady Slytherin for nearly 2 weeks now. She loved it. Mostly she loved Harry, but she also enjoyed the look of beady envy on her mother's face whenever she saw the Slytherin lady's ring. The Rosiers, a family nearly as old as the Blacks, but not as well connected, had long touted their connections to the older houses. Try getting older than Slytherin. She thought proudly as she inspected her beady form. Tonight was a special night. Tonight she wasn't going to cast the contraception charm. She hadn't told Harry about it yet. She wanted to surprise him. They had discussed children off and on. Mostly off, but that's because I was still a Lestrange. She thought with a small frown. Harry will be a great father when the time comes. She believed that. She'd seen him with his students, even the idiots. She'd even teased him about some of the witches having a crush on him. Perhaps some of the wizards. I saw how that Flophart kid was staring. He either wants to kill my husband or propose to him. Of course, given that he was a memory charm-loving probable rapist when Harry was a boy, I'm betting that it was killing Harry not cuddling him. I'm the one who does the cuddling of Harry Potter around here. She looked down at her stomach with a tiny smile. I can't believe I'm actually looking forward to this, to starting a family. It was not the life Bellatrix had expected at all. She had made it very clear to Rodolphus after their failure of a wedding night that she would never give birth to a child of his. Harry though, she wanted those black-haired children. She sighed and sat down on the edge of the bed. She supposed she should dress. After all, Harry would not be home for some hours yet. But some part of her didn't want to dress. She leaned back on the sheets, enjoying the feel of the silk touching her skin. She knew that there was a war brewing between her family and her former master. Brewing isn't the word. The wards have been updated and strengthened. Harry refuses to let anything like our wedding happen again. The war is here. It's just a matter of when they attack us again. That idea annoyed her. She didn't want to fight a defensive war. She wanted to go back to the damn it. He's put it under a Fidelius charm. I can't remember where he was. That was a setback and she did not like setbacks. If we'd have moved faster on the Gah. She slapped her hand on the bed in annoyance. It made sense. Voldemort was many things, but he wasn't a fool. He'd just lost a lot of soldiers in one battle. He would draw back, recover his numbers and strike again later. We'll just have to be ready for anything then, she thought as she rose from the bed to dress. When Harry arrived they would have to have a discussion about what to do regarding Voldemort before anything else happened. Amelia watched as Alistair circled Lucius Malfoy. She smiled, hidden behind the paperwork as her mentor stood behind the glaring own teenager. Your father is dead. You were looking at life in Azkaban for what you were a party to boy. Murder of Lord Black, attempted murder of Regent Black and the family of Lord Black. Attempted murder of Albus Dumbledore, not to mention our own Bones here. Do you have anything you'd like to say? Lucius rolled his eyes. I am a pureblood. Even if you were to put me in Azkaban, the Dark Lord will free me. He stated proudly even as he strained against the enchanted ropes that held him. He will bring horrors to you, Alistair Moody and to the Bones family for this indignity. Moody looked to Amelia. Leave us for a minute, take that report and file it. The lad and I need to have some words. I want the name of his lord, and he looks like just the sort to give it to me. Amelia knew what her mentor was planning. She did as he asked, leaving the room and the two wizards. Crack. Lucius' head snapped forward as Moody struck him, nearly throwing him in the chair to the floor. Give me a name. It wasn't a question, it was a demand. Moody cuffed the younger wizard on the side of the head. I have nowhere to be but here knocking you down a peg, boy. Unless you like me hitting you, I'd start talking. K off. Lucius spat at the Auror, pinkish saliva spraying from his mouth. Gone was the scion of an old and powerful house. In its place sat a furious and, unless Moody missed his guess, terrified teenager. Moody smiled. You haven't learned how this works yet, I see. Let me repeat myself. I'm going to ask you his name and then I'm going to hit you. Unless you enjoy being hit, you're going to answer me with a name. He saw Lucius prepare to spit at him again and punch the younger man in the temple. Lucius Malfoy saw stars from the blow. You can't do this, you bastard. I will have you in Azkaban for hitting me. He sneered, his teeth stained red. You'll be out of a job and in the cell beside mine. But where I'll walk out a free man, you'll wither and rot. Another blow struck Lucius, then a second and a third one. The little bastard is bleeding all over my good interrogating table, Moody thought with a frown. He flicked his wand at the prisoner, simultaneously closing his wounds and cleaning the blood from his table. Now let's start this over again, he said as he began the interrogation again. Amelia came back to the room and found Moody reapplying the healing charms he'd cast. The boy can't say anything, my guess is a loyalty charm. Can't break it without breaking him. He shrugged, not that the idea doesn't have appeal. But I want him on the stand with a gallon of Veritaserum in him. He then stunned Lucius. Always remember this, Bones. You can do things the legal way, or the effective way. When it comes to these animals, go with the effective way if you can avoid getting caught. Moody tapped his wand to the temple of Lucius, removing his memories of being beaten and replacing them with merely being interrogated. Harry was ready for the Slytherin Hufflepuff students. He already knew what would happen. Tate and Thornton will wipe the floor with whomever they get put against. Those two are insane for just fifth years. He liked it though, in a way they reminded him of Fred and George. Thankfully, they are better behaved. There were other students that stood out, ones he remembered from his time. Mafalda Hopkirk, a sixth-year Ravenclaw for example. She was timid for the most part in class, rarely speaking unless called upon and never volunteering to assist in demonstrations. But when it came time to actually duel, she had the best reaction time of all of my years. Maybe it's because she's so nervous all the time. He smirked as he thought about the Mafalda he'd met once after the Ministry had been destroyed by Voldemort. She certainly grew out of those nerves by the time I was 16. She took Crabbe's head off with a cutting charm without blinking. Narcissa made her way into the classroom, pausing Harry's daydreaming. He smiled and rose, greeting his fiancée with a key that she eagerly returned. Mother sent me in all this morning. Evan Rosier wants to have dinner with her to discuss me. Narcissa wrinkled her nose in disgust. He's older than Mother by at least 15 years. Really? Did he miss the part where I killed Rodolphus Lestrange in the last duel I had for your hand? Harry asked, puzzled. I don't understand why he thinks it would go differently this time. She sighed softly and rested against him. I'm not sure. After all, it would have to be approved by Lord Black, or in this case Regent Black. Maybe it's not a challenge to our impending marriage. Perhaps he wishes to enter into the alliance between houses Peverell and Black. Harry thought for a moment. I doubt it. I killed his son Philip 3 years before I got sent here. He looked into her eyes. We could just elope. Run off to Gringotts and make you my wife without letting them see it. She shook her head. Is it so much to ask that I get a wedding as Bellatrix did? I mean, I don't want another full-scale skirmish, but I would at least like a proper handfasting. She looked down from his gaze to their hands. I am not ashamed to be yours, and I would be yours in the face of Rosier trying to marry me. I don't want our marriage to be something we hid from the world. She looked back up to him. I love you. You risked your life for me. She looked away. I want our marriage to be something I can tell our children about. Getting married at Gringotts, because we feared my mother would try and allow another to challenge you for my hand, isn't the story I want to tell them. He nodded. I just want you to be safe. He did. She could see it in his eyes, could feel it in his touch, in his key. But it didn't help matters when she still felt the niggling doubt that he was only with her because he had seen no other way to save her. He squeezed her hands gently, causing her to look back at him. I do love you, Narcissa. I cannot imagine my life without you in it. As usual, words of love from Harry made everything better. She smiled and Ed him, her hand sliding down as she distracted him. If you ever, she whispered as she squeezed him firmly, I mean ever, try and elope with me instead of giving me a proper wedding, I will make sure that Bellatrix is a very disappointed witch for the rest of her life. Do you understand me? Harry's strangled cry of, yes dear, brought a smile to Narcissa's lips. Minerva watched as Harry came down the stairs for dinner. At his side was Narcissa, talking quietly with her fiancé. They paused at the entrance to the Great Hall. Harry pressed a quick key to her lips as they parted. When he sat down beside Minerva, she spoke quietly, Key, dotting a student, even one you are going to marry in a few weeks, is frowned upon at Hogwarts. She looked to him, besides that, I'm certain those who attacked us have friends still here. You make her a target by Key, dotting her in public. Harry, filling his plate, didn't respond right away. Instead, he looked to Minerva and then back down the line of tables where she sat at the Gryffindor table with Sirius. She's already a target. That's why she eats with her cousin when she doesn't eat with me back at Pound's house. He cut into a piece of sausage on his plate. I'm tired of her thinking I don't want to be married to her. I've been treating her like just another student here at Hogwarts, and that's going to end. Minerva frowned before sipping from her goblet. How, precisely, will you put an end to it? Plenty of possibilities raced through her mind, none of which she liked. One, in particular, Harry taking his fiancée to bed while they were at school horrified her. Mostly due to the impropriety of it, but also that jealousy she'd been thus far unable to shrug off. Rolanda had given her an idea during one of their weekly get-togethers. Just ask him for a consort contract. Be Minerva McGonagall, consort of House Peverell, and shag him cross-eyed. Minerva didn't like the idea of being a consort. Still, thoughts of being with Harry were appealing. Too appealing, she thought sadly. Harry noticed his friend's mood deteriorate. What's wrong? He asked her, his hand going to hers to gain her attention. She blinked from her thoughts and looked to him. I'm sorry, I just had something on my mind. That's all. I'm not about to tell him anything regarding my conversation with Rolanda. Rolanda Hooch, sitting beside him on his other side, however, smirked. She was probably thinking about the consort contract I told her she needs to get you to sign. She grinned and winked at Harry. You've got 2 wives, Avila, and 2 other ladies living in your house, why not add Minerva to it? I can think of a few reasons, Hooch, Harry said, holding up a finger. One is that Minerva deserves more than just being a consort to someone. He held another finger up. Secondly, Bella would kill me. A third finger came up. Next, Narcissa would kill me just in case Bella didn't finish the job. A fourth finger came up. Finally, 2 wives are plenty for any man. I mean, you're decent looking when you aren't acting like a prat, but you've never seen me try to sneak you into the showers. Oh, have you thought much about that? Rolanda asked, teasing him. Minerva glared at her friend, Rolanda Jane Hooch. I will thank you to leave my private life out of your mouth when we are in the Great Hall. In fact, I will amend that to thanking you to keep my private life out of your mouth whenever there are students near us. She looked over to Harry. I'm sorry about that. In truth, I was planning on never bringing up her suggestion, but she had to open her entirely too large mouth. Rolanda laughed at that. Just take her into a closet and give her a seeing too. Rolanda looked over to the rapidly paling face of Minerva. It'll do her some good. She's been pining ever since you married Lestrange. There are moments in one's life where one can reasonably feel as if the universe has decided to use you as their target. Being trapped between 2 witches, one who has admitted feelings for you, and the other who thinks it's both fun and a good idea to tease the 2 of you, would be one of those moments. Harry closed his eyes and took in a deep breath. Rolanda, if you keep this up, I promise you I will get a dose of love potion, put one of Pringle's hairs into it and then force it down your throat. That idea caused Rolanda to stop smiling. That's a low blow, Fox. Minerva, get your wife and tell him to behave. Minerva looked over at Harry and winked before looking back at Rolanda. I don't know Harry. Perhaps she'd prefer Og instead of Pringle. The look of horror on the face of Rolanda Hooch was enough to make both Harry and Minerva laugh loud enough to gain the attention of nearly everyone. It has been long acknowledged that the best way to avoid a fight between 2 best friends is for one friend not to date the crush of another. Sirius knew this and, for that reason, had stayed clear of the red-haired Muggleborn in their house. That was not to say that he and Lily Evans had not had encounters. Ever since his cousin had gotten engaged to Professor Fawkes, she had been noticeably hostile towards Narcissa. He had called her out on it each time he'd heard it, but all that had done was make her do it more often. Sirius knew this as well. He was many things: a slacker, a prankster, a terrible gobstones player. He was even, to his eternal shame, a decent ballroom dancer for his age, but he was not stupid. If Evans and I ever had a thing, James would never forgive me. So why was she in his mind right now? Why was he watching her and Marlene McKinnon talking instead of working on his transfiguration essay? Maybe Professor Fawkes is rubbing off on me and I'm becoming attracted to witches that can do me absolutely no good. Still, it beats Moony, that. Puff Thornton asked him to help her with charms and it's all he can think of. He shook his head, banishing thoughts of Lily Evans to the wayside and returned to his work. From their spot by the fireplace, Marlene and Lily looked up from their study session and saw that Sirius Black had finally stopped looking their way. "I think he likes you," Lily said to her own friend. "Come off it, Evans, Black was staring at you the whole time." Marlene scoffed and turned back to her work. Lily tried to keep her mind focused, but it was hard going. "Does Sirius like me? I hope not, I have enough trouble with Potter eyeing me. Remus wouldn't be so bad. I like the way he actually talks to me instead of trying to impress me by harassing my best friend." For Lily Evans, the quickest way for someone to become dead to her was for them to bully Severus Snape. He was her first magical friend. Even before that he'd been one of her only friends, as Petunia did a fine job of running others off. The fact that James Potter had made it his mission from day one to harass her best friend meant that it had been very easy for her to write him off. Could that change one day? Maybe, but it would require a drastic change in his personality, and that was something Lily did not think he was capable of. Remus Lupin was in the library with Jane Thornton. "It's amazing, Remus, that you are 3 years below me, but you know this stuff better than most of the ones in my class," Jane said quietly as they looked over the Orchideus charm. "Thank you, but this is one of the easiest charms to master. You simply think of the flowers you want to produce, spin your wand like this," Remus said, circling his wand lazily, "and say Orchideus." With that, a bunch of yellow tulips sprouted from his wand. Jane caught them, and smirked even as she sniffed them. "Flowers on our first date. It's a little trite, but it'll do, Lupin." She fought a chuckle as she watched the younger wizard's eyes bulge at the word date. "When you hit your 3rd year, I'll expect butterbeer at the 3 broomsticks, and that's at the very least." Narcissa grinned to herself as she stood in front of her mirror. "Harry got permission to take me out of the castle tonight." Her fiancé was taking her on a date in Muggle London, dinner, dancing, the works, that's what he promised. She looked at the outfit she'd been given by Dobby the Fox House elf. "It's very shimmery," she mused. The dress, bought by Andromeda for her from a boutique she frequented after being thrown out, was a deep crimson red. It was cut so that there was a long slit going to about her knee along the side with matching heels and a purse sitting beside the bed. The purse, she decided, was something she wanted to keep around. "I can keep all my things inside it and not have to rely on the pockets of my robes." It was nearly time. Narcissa quickly dressed, flicking her wand to allow the zipper along the back to slide up on its own. She had just slid her shoes on when she heard a knock on her door. Harry stood there, dressed in what she assumed was a Muggle suit. "You look wonderful," Harry said, as he drew her into his arms and at her. "You look very dashing yourself, though I do wonder if you told Andy what color dress to get. This is very nearly Gryffindor red, Mr. Potter," she teased him, both in referencing his old house and his old name. Still, she at him back and drew her arms around him tightly. "I did no such thing. That said, Andromeda and I did talk today," he said quietly. Narcissa took one look at his face and some of the mirth she'd felt left her body. At her look, Harry continued, "She's pregnant. Thinks it had to have happened the last time she and Ted were together." "Will she tell him?" Narcissa asked. Harry shook his head. "She's asking me to make them both wards of House Peverell." He sighed. "She also wants me, if anyone asks, to claim the child as mine." Narcissa was confused by this. "Why would she want you to claim the child? It doesn't make sense. Andy has the chance to be a Black now." "Wait. She's afraid a half-blood child would not be treated well by the rest of House Black, isn't she?" Harry nodded. "No one knows me, so she can claim that her baby is pure blood. I don't mind the idea. I mean we've got enough money now that we could afford to help her take care of her daughter. Her daughter, that was the metamorphagus from your time, you called her Tonks. Narcissa asked. Harry had shown them the young Auror. I don't know if Andromeda will give birth to her, but if she does then I want to make sure she gets a better shake than she had in my time. In my time, she was considered a novelty by the other Aurors for her abilities. Harry sighed softly. She was one of my best friends and if I can help her have a better life, then I want to do that. Narcissa nodded. Have you told Bella about this? You told me about her reaction to becoming my fiancé. I doubt she'll take your first child being from her other sister very well. In fact, Narcissa was worried that this would be the thing that made Bellatrix snap and actually kill Harry. I haven't yet, but I will tell her. I want her approval before I do anything. Harry said. Memories of the cruciatus she'd used on him flowed into his mind, but we can figure that stuff out later, he said, putting on a smile and offering her his arm. I believe I owe you a date in London. Narcissa took his arm and allowed herself to be led out of the room towards his quarters. They would go from Hogwarts to the Leaky Cauldron and then apparate from there into London proper. Bellatrix had been in the study when Andromeda approached her. Bella, can I talk to you for a moment? She asked her sister. What happened to Andy? Bellatrix thought she looks as if she'd just seen a ghost, and there aren't any here. What's on your mind? She asked Andromeda. Andromeda sat down beside her and was silent. She's playing with her fingernails. Bellatrix noticed that's her tell for when she's worried. I'm pregnant, Andromeda said quietly. Does Ted know? She asked. Andromeda frowned softly and shook her head. Bellatrix supposed that she shouldn't be surprised her sister hadn't told her former husband. Would I tell Harry if I was pregnant and we weren't together anymore? A scary thought, imagining a life where she was no longer with him. In the end, she supposed that she would most likely do the same thing as Andromeda. No, I don't want my child to be a Tonks. I also don't want them to be a Black, she said, looking down at her hands and then up to Bellatrix. I've asked Harry to name us both as wards of House Peverell, and to claim my child as his. What? Bellatrix couldn't believe what she'd just heard. Why would you want to have your child be considered a bastard of Harry? I mean, the scandal. The scandal would be nothing compared to how our family would treat a child of myself and Ted. Andromeda interrupted her. They would be treated as no better than a house elf. Harry wouldn't allow that, he's the regent. Bellatrix said, trying to soothe her sister. Your child would be safe. As we were safe. They sold you to Lestrange, tried to sell Sissy to Malfoy. If I have a daughter, I would rather her be born a fox. Harry would not force a marriage contract upon her. Andromeda pressed. I am not asking to marry him. I don't want his hand, just his last name for my child. And you've come to me for permission to ask him. Bellatrix wasn't sure what her answer would be. She did not like the idea of a fourth woman with children connected to Harry, even tangentially. But she also knew the truth. Andromeda spoke. Even with Sirius at the head of House Black, Mother would most likely go behind his back to marry a granddaughter, even a half-blood one. No, Andromeda said, I've already spoken to Harry. Then why tell me this? Bellatrix asked, feeling anger beginning to brew within her. If you were just going to go around my back and ask my husband anyway, why tell me anything? Because, even if I was going to ask him, I wanted you to know about it. Besides, we both know that if you said no, Harry wouldn't do it. Andromeda explained. She was right, Bellatrix knew that. Her husband would never do anything like this, not without telling her, not after what happened when he'd asked for Narcissa's hand. So, you're trapping me between my desire to give my husband a child first, and preventing our mother from selling your future child to whatever family would have them. Bellatrix said quietly, you do Slytherin proud. She sighed softly. All right. If Harry approves of your scheme, then I will not fight it. But I do not like it, Andromeda. She said, looking at her sister. Andromeda sighed, I wouldn't either. You're lucky. Harry loves you. He fights for you. I'm not going to lie, Bella, I am jealous of what you have with him. I thought I could have that with Ted, but Ted was so wrapped up in himself that after we graduated and got married, he hardly had time for me. I was lucky to be with him once a month. Harry makes it a point to come home to you. She stood up. Thank you for your permission, she said to her sister as she left the room. She was stopped by Apolline. May I speak with you, Andromeda? Apolline said, leading her into her room. I overheard your conversation with Harry today. Given the reaction from his wife, I think I will postpone asking to be made a consort. Andromeda chuckled softly at that. That might be wise. I didn't ask for that. All I want is the protection for my child that will come from their being named Fawkes. That said, people will assume that I am a consort, especially since Harry would be claiming my child as his. Perhaps letting people think she was his consort would be wise. She would have to think about it. Hypothetically, Andromeda began, if you were to ask him to make you a consort, which house would you want? It was a good question. Harry was Lord of Peverell and Slytherin. He could technically have 2 consorts, one for each house. No, absolutely not. I don't mind letting others think I'm his consort, but I will not do that to Bella or Sissy. She shook her mind of the thoughts as Apolline prepared to answer. Peverell. From what I've seen, your youngest sister is the more reasonable one. Apolline answered truthfully, watching a slight smile come to Andromeda's lips. This is nice, Narcissa thought to herself as she sipped her glass of white wine. Harry had gone all out, she noticed. The restaurant was beautiful, the food fantastic, and best of all, Harry hadn't mentioned either of her sisters once during their date. I take it back, this is heaven. Narcissa had no problem admitting to herself that she was insecure. Harry, she knew, would have been happy to marry Bellatrix and only Bellatrix. But he'd rescued her from Lucius Malfoy and she didn't have words for how grateful to him she was. Harry, I have a question, what are your plans once Riddle has been dealt with? Harry paused as he cut into his steak to think for a moment. Well, honestly I hadn't given it any thought. I mean beyond the, living with my family happily ever after, part of it. I'll probably stay teaching defense for at least a few years. Why do you ask? She shrugged and sipped her wine again. We are quite wealthy now, but eventually there will be at least a few heirs to our family names. We have to provide for them. Besides that, I wondered if there was something that appealed to you as a job. For Narcissa, it was becoming a Medi-witch. She'd always been fascinated by healing magic and how a skilled healer could bring someone back from the brink of death itself. There was power in healing, and being a Slytherin, she liked that aspect. One could call in quite a few favors if the right people were kept alive because of their talents. Well, began Harry, I liked teaching, so I could see doing that. When I was younger I wanted to be an Auror. Nearly a decade of constant attempts on my life took care of that urge. For a while I wanted to play professional Quidditch, but I think I'm a bit too old for that now. Harry rarely talked about his old life, and Narcissa found that she wanted to know everything she could about it. She wanted to know more about her future husband, especially with their wedding date looming. In roughly 6 weeks, I'll be Narcissa Fawkes, the Lady Peverell, she thought to herself. Dinner ended and the two walked out hand in hand. Narcissa leaned in and gave Harry a key, flavored both with her wine and the dark chocolate mousse she'd had. I wish this didn't have to end. Do you think we could spend the night at a hotel? She frowned internally at the pleading she heard in her voice. He smiled and pulled her into an embrace. Of course we can. This is your night, after all, whatever you want is what we'll do. Harry meant it too. He had been ignoring Narcissa when they were at Hogwarts. It wasn't fair to her. She deserved an active partner. The hotel they chose was a comfortably lavish one near the King's Cross station. Checking in as Harry and Nancy Potter, it was a simple matter of paying in cash and acting appropriately snooty to get past the front desk without being asked too many questions. Narcissa loved the hotel room. This would be the night Harry would learn a valuable lesson about his fiancée. She quickly became addicted to television. Harry's plans for a night of romance withered in the face of a night watching Are You Being Served? I can't imagine the Narcissa Malfoy of my time watching a comedy, or anything really. He thought with a bemused expression as she lay on the bed beside him, giggling at a ribald joke delivered by Mr. Lucas. Eventually, though, the television was turned off and the pair lay under the sheets together. Sleepily Narcissa looked into his eyes. Harry, she began, do you ever think about the other me, the one you knew before? Seeing those memories of the broken woman she'd been in his original timeline had filled Narcissa with terror. She never wanted to see herself like that. She was like, I was like a walking corpse. Harry drew her up against him. I think I pitied Narcissa Malfoy more than I ever hated her. It's true she allowed horrible things to happen, but she never took part in them. To be honest, I believe she allowed Lucius free rein because she just didn't care anymore. He stroked her cheek gently. That's not you. The Narcissa Black that I know is brilliant, passionate, and will never have to worry about being a plaything to someone like Lucius Malfoy. She keyed him then, putting every ounce of passion she had into that key. No more words, she whispered as he felt her cool hands touch his warm skin. Lay with me until we cannot stay awake any longer. She pressed a key to his chest and then another as she began to tug at his clothes. Harry had never had many good dreams. Here and there he saw himself with his family, or perhaps having a normal life. This dream was different. He was with Tonks again. She'd been the second witch he'd ever been with. After Ginny died he'd felt numb, and that numbness had nearly gotten him killed more than once. She'd decided that the best way to pull him out of that numbness was to throw him onto the bed. Afterward, they'd fought. Understandable, he'd lost his wife a few weeks earlier and she had essentially forced him to have say with her. Her reasoning that he was too important to lose himself to grief fell on deaf ears. Still, she'd stuck with him. They'd even had a child together. Teddy, named after her father, was the joy of their lives. Then she'd died in the Battle of St. Mungo's, cursed by Dolohov. Now she was back in his arms, dotting him fiercely as if to make up for lost time. Make love to me again, she pleaded even as her hands traced his back. Harry looked into her eyes. Dora, what's the matter? Replacing me already, Daddy? With that, Tonks vanished, replaced by Narcissa. Is this better? Harry awoke with a start. Reaching for his glasses, Harry looked at the clock. It was nearly 4 in the morning. He looked at his side. Narcissa was shaped almost like the letter C, as she curled against him, her head resting on his chest. Harry put back his glasses and went back to sleep, trying to put the image of his second love out of his mind. Sunday at Hogwarts found Sirius Black in a dilemma. He needed help with his potions homework. James was no help. Remus was busy with his Hufflepuff. Peter was working on his own essay for charms. He had no other option. He would have to speak to Lily Evans. He could admit that she was the smartest person in their year when it came to potions. Peter was a fair hand at them, but Lily seemed to devour everything Slughorn taught when it came to brewing. Problem is, we haven't had a single polite conversation this year. Still, no one would call Sirius Black a coward. He rose from his bed and made his way down into the empty common room. Well, it was supposed to be empty. He found the very witch he was looking for sobbing as she looked miserably at a letter. "Evie Lily, are you all right?" he asked as he came to her side. "I'm fine," she said, sniffling and folding the letter quickly before he could look at it. "What do you want to Black?" she asked him, trying to look tough but utterly failing thanks to her red-rimmed eyes and sniffling nose. "I wanted to ask you a favor," he said, "but you are obviously not all right. Will you please tell me what's wrong?" Sirius didn't know how to explain it, but the look on her eyes made him want to try and comfort her. He decided to try the same thing he did with his mother. He put his arm around her. The damn broken Lily, in spite of herself, began to sob against him. "It's my sister Petunia," she managed. "She sent me a letter telling me not to come home. She said we're freaks." She continued to sob as Sirius, at first frozen by shock, managed to slowly pat her back. "You are not a freak, Lily. You are possibly the smartest witch at our school, and you're the only person I can think of who sees any good in Sniv and Snape. You are a good person, and if that makes you a freak, then I'd rather be a freak than whatever your sister thinks passes for acceptable," Sirius said quietly, turning the embrace into an actual hug. "I'm sorry for the way I've acted around you." Lily drew in a calming breath. It's all right. Everything has been so crazy this year. First, your cousin gets engaged to Professor Fox, then you nearly die in an attack at his wedding to your other cousin." She looked up to him. Even now, with watery green eyes and skin blotchy from crying, Sirius had to admit she was probably the most beautiful girl he'd ever seen. "You know," Sirius said, trying to make her smile, "we could send her a howler. Do you think your parents would mind her getting shouted at?" The idea of Petunia being screamed at did, in fact, make Lily smile, not only smile but giggle as well. She squeezed Sirius tightly, giving him a strong hug. That was the moment that James Potter came downstairs. Damn, Sirius thought as he saw the look in the eyes of his best friend. "Sirius, what's going on?" James asked him. "Why are you hugging Lily?" "None of your business, Potter." Lily managed, wiping her eyes and breaking from the hug. What Sirius and I do is no concern of yours." With that, she walked away, leaving the two boys and making her way out of the common room. "What was that, Sirius?" James asked. "You know I like her." Sirius found that he didn't like the whining edge in James's voice. "I wasn't doing anything. She was crying, so I gave her a hug. It's no big deal." Sirius defended himself. "Besides, if we were to like each other, what's the big deal? It's not like we have to get married." Peter Pettigrew looked up from his work with a smile. He knew that he wasn't the best student when it came to charms, but he felt like this paper might actually get and exceeds expectations, maybe even an outstanding. He thought to himself. A gurgle in his stomach told him that it was time to go downstairs. "James and Sirius are already downstairs. I hope they haven't been waiting for too long," Peter thought as he stood up. He came down to find two of his best friends shouting at one another. Sirius stormed out of the common room, leaving James panting as the excess adrenaline left his body. "What happened, James?" Peter asked, looking at his red-faced friend with concern. James took his glasses off and shakily cleaned them on his robes, then put them back. "From now on, Sirius and I are not friends. He betrayed me." James never thought Sirius would do something like this. They had been like brothers from the moment they first met. Peter wrung his hands nervously. This was not his forte. He wasn't the friend who discussed problems, he was the friend who, well, okay, if he was honest with himself, he tended to be more lackey than friend, proper, but they were all he had. "What happened though?" he asked again. James frowned. "I caught him with Lily. He wouldn't go any farther." Just the thought of Sirius hugging Lily made him angry, furious even. Peter sighed softly and watched as James went back upstairs. "Maybe he'll be in a better mood when I come back," Peter thought as he reluctantly left the common room on his way to the Great Hall. Sirius didn't know where he was going, only that he needed to be away from James and the common room. He found that he was in the Great Hall and sat down without paying attention to where he was. Being a Sunday, it wasn't mandatory that the students sit with their houses. So, at the table were a collection of Gryffindors, but also a Hufflepuff and a pair of Slytherins. He finally looked up and noticed that he was sitting beside Remus, who was sitting across from the fifth-year Hufflepuff, Jane Thornton, who were going over their review work. Beside Thornton sat her best friend, Alexandra Tate. Tate, a Slytherin, ignored the goings-on of her friend in favor of thumbing through Quidditch Digest, as she lazily spooned eggs into her mouth. Alexandra was by far the tallest one at the table. She had messy white blonde hair and large blue eyes that devoured the magazine in her hands. Beside her sat another Slytherin, one that Sirius should normally loathe being near. Severus sat quietly as he and Lily went over their potions textbooks. Finally, she looked up and noticed him. "BL Sirius, you're here without Potter?" She asked quietly. "I hope it wasn't." She stopped when he held his hand up. "It wasn't you, Lily. James is just being a prat. Give him a few days and he'll be fine," Sirius said, hoping that he sounded more confident than he felt. He looked over at Lily's book. "Believe it or not," he said quietly, "I was going to ask you about potions when I came downstairs this morning." "Well, you're welcome to study with us, provided you don't harass Severus," Lily said, ignoring the soft scoff from her dark-haired friend. "I promise," Sirius said, deciding that he could at least try to be polite. Lily turned then to Snape. "Sev, would you mind helping Sirius and I with the review for last week's lesson?" she asked him, before turning to Sirius. "The swelling solution was very difficult, wasn't it?" Sirius nodded. Snape, however, looked dubiously to Lily. "How do we know this isn't a trick by Potter? He wouldn't put it past them." Severus Snape was a relatively sharp young wizard. He knew the foursome's penchant for trickery. The only reason he had ignored Remus' presence at the table was that he was oblivious to everything except the paper in front of him and the face of the witch across from him. "I swear, on my magic, that I am not here as a trick, prank, or lie," Sirius said seriously. "Right now I'm not in the mood to work on anything with James, so I especially don't want to join him for any pranks." Lily beamed and looked at Snape. "See, Sev. Now, let's get back to the review." The trio began to work on their studies, not noticing the small boy who watched them from the entrance. Peter couldn't believe what he was seeing: Sirius, Evans, and Snape sitting together. This had to be what James was talking about. Even Remus is there. Quickly, Peter turned and made his way back up the stairs towards the common room. He needed to tell James what was going on. When Narcissa woke up, she found herself greeted by a wondrous sight. Harry had ordered room service for them. The cart by their bed was practically groaning with all sorts of wonderful smelling foods. The man in question, judging by the sounds, was inside the bathroom taking a shower. A naughty thought came to her mind and she slipped out of the bed and made her way into the bathroom. Harry was washing his hair when he felt a pair of hands snake around his waist. Blinking in surprise, he cursed as the shampoo stung his eyes. He heard a giggle and turned around, squinting at the nude form of his fiancée. "I hope you're happy. I have shampoo in my eyes," he said sullenly. Narcissa giggled again and turned him back around, nimble fingers working into his hair. "Just close your eyes and I'll put some water in your face to wash it out," she said, leaning into him and dotting his shoulder. "I've enjoyed this, having you all to myself," she whispered against his ear as she turned to put some water in her hands. She poured it over his face, taking the stinging shampoo from around his eyes. She turned him around and at him deeply. When his arms cupped her bottom, she lifted herself, allowing her legs to come around his waist. "We don't have to be back until tomorrow morning," she all but hissed as she felt him rubbing against her. "Let's stay today as well." She groaned as he moved. She positioned herself better to slide him inside. Task accomplished, she pulled his head down to her beasts. "In any case, we aren't leaving this shower until the hot water runs out, or your legs give out." The hot water in the luxury hotel they'd chosen lasted the longer of the two. Harry's legs eventually weakened and they were forced to retreat back to the bed. It wouldn't be the worst thing in the world, Harry mused, if we stayed here another day. Returning to Hogwarts on Monday morning, Harry found the Great Hall bustling with activity. The students were all in their usual places, well, nearly all of them. There seemed to be some disarray in the Gryffindor second years. "That's strange. Dad is sitting with Wormtail, but normally he sits beside Sirius. Sirius is sitting on the other side of Remus and Mum." Harry was puzzled by this. He sat down beside Minerva and leaned over. "So, what did I miss?" he asked, trying to sound casual. "A row between some of my second years. The ones you watched for me. It seems Mr. Black and Mr. Potter are no longer on speaking terms. My fifth-year prefect had to separate them before it turned from shouting to curses," she replied, looking at the table. As ever, their friend Mr. Lupin acted as a peacemaker, or attempted to anyway. The strangest part was the other party involved. "Who was that?" Harry asked, though judging by the fact that his mother was sitting beside Sirius he had a hunch. A hunch that was confirmed by Minerva. "Miss Evans. From what I've been told, Mr. Black comforted her," which rankled Mr. Potter. "At breakfast yesterday the two were studying with Mr. Snape of Slytherin. Mr. Potter was alerted by someone," she explained, stopping when Harry spoke up. 10 galleons say it's Pettigrew." She nodded. "I prefer to not gamble, so I will just say now that you are right." Mr. Potter came down and they had a shouting match until the prefect separated them. "They are each facing detention with me for the next week. I'll take one of those off your hands. You've got enough on your plate," Harry offered her. Minerva took a moment to think about it. The truth was, she simply did not have enough hours in the day to get everything she wanted done. There was barely enough time for the things she needed to get done. Losing one of those detentions would free up some time for her to do other things. "Thank you," she said to Harry. "I will let you know once I've looked over my schedule which day would be best." Harry chuckled and rolled his eyes. "Minerva, we both know you have your schedule memorized." A wry grin came to his face. "There's no way you couldn't tell me what night you want free." "Perhaps not," Minerva replied, "but it's a question of prioritizing them. I have 2 days in mind. One is preparation for the OWLs, the other for the NEWTs. Harry chuckled softly. "You may think I'm premature, Professor Fox, but when you are teaching defense next year you will need to prepare for these examinations as early as possible," Minerva said evenly as she spread jam onto her toast. At the Gryffindor table, things were tense, to put it mildly. James didn't say anything to anyone, only looking up from his mostly untouched plate to glare at Sirius. Sirius did his best to ignore James and concentrated on talking to Lily. "Double potions with Slytherin today," he said, trying to break the ice. She nodded. Yes, 7. I have already practiced the next potion according to the lesson plan. It's the frostbite curative draft. She smiled. It's a fascinating potion. Did you know that you have to grind the salamander teeth diagonally in order to get the maximum amount of powder? Sirius chuckled. I did not know that. Lily Evans, Sirius was learning, was brilliant. Admittedly, he'd always known it on some level since meeting her. But hearing her talk about potions seemed to bring it home. What is so fascinating about potions for you? He asked her. Judging by the gleam in her eye, he had just asked the million-galleon question. It's everything about them. For example, there's a diagnostic charm to tell if someone has been given a love potion. But the only way to get it out of their system is with a purging potion. A pisky can heal most wounds, but it takes a potion to regrow missing bones. She said breathlessly, potions are like their own sort of magic. You don't need a wand, or magical talent to be a good brewer. You just need patience and discipline. Sirius laughed at that. I suppose that's why it's so hard for me. I have neither of those. Lily laughed with him. Sirius could feel the anger wafting off James as he and the girl James fancied laughed together. James had a plan. Sirius had a reputation for flirting with every witch from 7th year down. All I need to do is get the right witch to go along with it. But who? McKinnon. She's out. She hates Sirius. What about Marconi and Slytherin? Wait, no, she's dating that 3rd year. Puff. Now that's an idea. I know he fancies that 5th year Slytherin. Tate. Now that idea had merit. Alexandra Tate was beautiful, talented, and most of all, she was on the record for disliking most of the old houses. Maybe she would be willing to help pull a prank on the newest Lord Black. James smirked and suddenly found that he had an appetite after all. Remus had done his best to act as a friendly ear to both James and Sirius. He had tried, but it wasn't working. His best friends were stubborn, silly boys who preferred pranks to actual discussion. He was also distracted. Jane had given him a letter this morning. She'd been waiting outside of Gryffindor Tower for him when he'd came out. She'd thrust the note into his hand, winked at him, and then walked away. Now, he was looking at the letter. Remus. Yule break is coming up. My parents have a box seat at Portree. POP is playing the Bats on the 29th. Thing is, my parents are going to be visiting my uncle in Cardiff that day. So poor little me will have that box all to myself. It would be a shame if I had to sit up there all alone, don't you think? Send your parents and all and ask them if you can come with me to the match. I promise you'll leave with your chastity intact. Jane. Remus stared at the letter. He let out a soft breath. He wasn't used to someone taking this kind of interest in him. The 29th isn't a full moon. It's safe enough. He dug into his satchel and pulled out some parchment and a quill. As he wrote, he couldn't help but look up. Jane Thornton was watching from the Hufflepuff table. She smiled at him, and winked as she had done before. Jane wasn't sure what it was about Remus that she liked so much. He was mature for his age, hell, he was mature for her age. He was brilliant. She had no problem imagining him being able to take his NEWTs by the time he was in his 5th year. Alright, so maybe she did know why she liked him. She'd done some minor research into his name when she realized that she enjoyed being around him. He was a half-blood, the son of a muggle and a wizard. His father was one of the few wizards who tried to push for changes to the legislation that dealt with cursed humans. Specifically werewolves, which makes sense. If my last name was Lupin, I'd be interested in wolves too. Jane Lupin. That was an interesting thought. An idle one to be sure, but a thought nonetheless. He'd be a 4th year student when she was ready to graduate. If they were interested in pursuing a relationship, they would have to work out how to see each other in those 3 years. Perhaps we could find a house in Hogsmeade. She mused as she watched him writing. Their eyes met and she winked at him, just as she had done when she'd given him the invitation. When his face turned red, she grinned. Yeah, I like him, and 3 years isn't so much. Ma and Da have 6 years between them. That dirty old woman picked her man fresh off the express his final year and they haven't looked back since. Admittedly, Hester and Jude Thornton had known each other before getting married the day after he graduated. She had been the daughter of his father's boss. But they were happy together, and to Jane, that was worth it. Bellatrix was bored. Harry had been gone for the whole weekend with Narcissa. Andromeda had been busy at St. Mungo's. She still hated her aunt. That had only left Apolline to talk to, and to be fair, how much can you say to the woman who owes your husband a life debt? She decided to take a walk on the grounds. She had started at the Ollery. Harry's owl was at Hogwarts, so she opened the door and let her own swoop down and land on her arm. How about I let you out to do some hunting, would you like that, Loki? The owl barked in affirmation at her and she stroked his feathers. Taking him clear of the Ollery, Bellatrix lifted her arm, watching as the owl lifted from her and began to fly towards the snowy grounds of the manor. She stood there a moment longer, enjoying the warmth of the direct sunlight contrasting against the chill of the day. This manor would be beautiful one day, she knew that. Dobby, she called out, watching as the house elf appeared before her. Dobby, I want you to take the notices of maid in my study for hiring a stable master and an orchard tender. Next, I want you to find us at least 3 more house elves. We have a lot of work to do to make sure that the grounds are ready for planting in the spring. Dobby nodded furiously and then vanished again. Bellatrix sighed and made her way towards the empty stables. Dobby had been busy here. The formerly damaged and moldy stables had been cleaned and repaired. She could smell the leather of the saddles and harnesses already purchased. Soon they would have horses, and Bellatrix found herself imaging a carriage ride at Yule with Harry and those dark-haired children she'd seen in her dreams. Of course, now there will be at least 1 or 2 own children as well. Bellatrix was annoyed by how irritated that thought made her. She was supposed to be more mature than this, but the idea of sharing her husband infuriated her. When she was still a Death Eater, she would burn off the rage she felt by practicing curses on Muggles. Not the healthiest way to deal with her anger, but it had worked. Harry, though, he believed she could be a better person, and damn her for a fool, she wanted to prove him right. She wanted to, but she wasn't sure if she could. Everyone knew the dangers of the dark arts, their use was intoxicating and addictive. She'd used many curses during her time, even as brief as it was, with the Death Eaters. Can I control myself? Hard to say. I have used an unforgivable on Harry when I was angry. But she hadn't meant to. Harry had assured her of it. She imagined those children again. For them, she would learn to let go of her anger. A soft crunch alerted her to someone walking up behind her. Turning, she saw Apolline, wearing a red cloak. Not a fan of the cold, are you? Bellatrix asked quietly. No, Madame Fox, my home is the south of France. I grew up near the Mediterranean. Devon is a bit colder than what I am used to, Apolline said, lowering her hood. Even having made her promise to her as yet non-existent children, Bellatrix was still annoyed at just how beautiful the villa was. Bellatrix raised an eyebrow. You live here, Apolline. You can call me Bellatrix. She chuckled softly. There's no reason to be formal. You want to be a consort here. Noting the look on the face of the villa, Bellatrix smirked. You and Andy should be quieter if you wish to discuss things. Apolline pursed her lips for a second. I wish I didn't want to be with your husband. I'm a villa. Everyone expects us to be good little trophies, but I wanted to find a man of my own. The words seemed to strike something within Bellatrix. She had wanted a life of her own. She'd been forced into a marriage contract with a man she'd hated. I get it. More than you know. I fell in love with him after I tried to kill him. Bellatrix said, I failed in my task and I was tortured for it. I came back to try again. He noticed I was trembling from cruciatus exposure. He healed me, even knowing that I was here to kill him. We fought, I lost. I asked him to kill me, he killed me instead. Bellatrix smiled softly at the memory. I was only a few weeks after that when we met you. Which explains why you were ready to hex me for being within 30 feet of him. Apolline said, smirking. He is loyal to the people that matter to him. She sighed softly. I would ask you, formally, if you will allow me the position of consort for House Slytherin. Bellatrix looked away and drew in a breath, finally turning back to face her. All right. It was a simple one-word answer. It was all she was going to give, and luckily, it was all Apolline needed to hear, if her smile was anything to go by. Voldemort looked at the Muggles his men had captured. Or, rather, what was left of them. He grinned at the sight of the broken, mangled bodies. Drawing his wand, he began to channel his magic into the corpses. As his power worked into the flesh of the dead Muggles, he watched as they began to draw into each other. Merging into each other, leaving a pile of bluing flesh and spindly limbs. Row upon row of mouths, each other multiple sets of gnashing teeth, dimmed eyes crammed into what looked like holes set inside the hands. It was a creature of nightmare, his nightmare to control. The abomination wouldn't last long. Perhaps as little as a few hours once it began to unleash its fury upon the world. His creature would be loosed upon Hogsmeade at the end of the month. Until then, it could be kept in stasis. Voldemort finished the ritual and quickly put the thing into stasis. An entire block's worth of muggles had been broken down and put into this multi-limbed beast. And in a few weeks, just as the students were doing their Yule shopping on the final Hogsmeade weekend before break, he would invite them to gaze upon his nightmare. He would oversee the attack himself. It was time he stopped hiding in the shadows and actually gave the people of magical Britain a name for their terror. Voldemort. For now, few knew of him. By the end of the year, all would know. He turned to his servants, Travers, Yates, stop embarrassing yourselves. He snapped, hitting the two Death Eaters who he had noticed turning pale as if they had wanted to vomit with a quick cruciatus. If you cannot handle a bit of applied necromancy, then perhaps you would be more useful as parts to build another beast later, he warned them. That served the purpose. Both men, once they had stopped screaming, had immediately cowered at their master's side. Our time at Hogsmeade isn't just for mayhem's sake. Once we are finished, we will collect the corpses and build another beast, one that will have limited control over the magic its components had possessed before death. He raised his hands to the assembled Death Eaters. All will bow, or they will die. None will stand against us. I will bring the world into the glorious age I envision, where the mudbloods and the muggle lovers are wiped away, or I will destroy the world and build a new one in its ashes. The cheering of his servants served to bring a cold smile to his lips. My second, the one whose power will nearly match my own, will be the one who brings me the head of Harry Fawkes. It was the day of the Hogsmeade weekend. Harry made his way down the path to the village, Narcissa at his side. The pair were planning on meeting with Bellatrix and Apolline at the Three Broomsticks once Harry had completed his rounds with Minerva. Bellatrix had appeared in his flow that morning, telling him that she had something important to discuss with him once they arrived. Narcissa looked at Harry with a fond smile. She reached over to take his hand and squeezed it, earning a smile from Harry. He pulled her closer and pressed a key to her lips. We have to be careful, he said softly against her lips. I'd hate to forget we have plans today and drag you back up to the castle and to my quarters. She grinned and leaned back up to key him firmly. I rather like that idea, but I believe I know what Bella and Apolline wish to discuss. Apolline wishes to become a consort to either Peverell or Slytherin. Harry nodded, still holding her against him. I suppose it was bound to happen, he said softly. I mean, she's beautiful, but we haven't spent much time together, any really. I don't think I can be in a duel relationship, or a relationship at all with her until we've gotten to know each other better. That surprised Narcissa. She would have thought any man would jump at the chance to be with Avila. She will enjoy that, I think, a chance to be around you without expectations of anything more than your friendship, Narcissa said, breaking from him and taking his hand to lead them down the path again. Most men would give their wand hand to be in your position, you know. 3 different beautiful women seeking your favor, she mused more to herself than to him. I know you care about Bella and me. I'm still trying to ignore the voices that tell me you're only here out of obligation. But I'm getting better at it. They arrived at the final bend leading into Hogsmeade. Harry broke from his fiancée with a key, before turning to walk into the square to meet with Minerva. The deputy headmistress was waiting on him with a look that hovered between stern and amused. Saying goodbye to your fiancée, Professor Fawkes? She asked him as he approached her. We'll meet up later. I promised I'd meet her and Bellatrix at the Three Broomsticks once I'd completed my round with you. Harry explained, walking with his fellow professor. So, have you decided which day of the detentions I'll take for you? He asked. She nodded. I have. Wednesday next. I am planning my teaching strategy for the NEWT classes. If you would be amenable to it, I would prefer to use that evening. There was more to it than that, of course, but Harry didn't need to know that yet. I need to compose yet another letter to Fergus telling him I'm still not interested in a date. I can't believe Black and Potter got into a fight. From everything I've seen, they are practically brothers. Harry said. I hope this doesn't cause a split between them. He thought as he watched Minerva look pensive for a moment. She smiled softly. I went to school with Fleamont Potter and Orion Black. They were not close, as you could guess. Fleamont has never taken anything seriously in his life, and Orion was the quintessential Slytherin, always trying to take more for himself. She looked at him and continued, they fought over a girl, Augusta McNair, but she was interested in Martellus Longbottom and barely paid them any mind. Neville's grandmother was fought over by my grandfather and Sirius' father. That boggled Harry's mind. He tried to imagine Augusta as anything besides the angry old woman he'd met a few times, most notably at the funeral of Frank and Alice after Street. Mungo's was destroyed. McNair. I've heard that name before. I heard it when I was a third year, 21 years in the future. She nodded, a sour look in her eyes now. Walden McNair Sr., her brother works at the Ministry. He was in my department before I left. Foul man that one, always pushing more harsh punishments if a goblin is seen with a wand. She had always hated McNair. He'd always been rude to her, never thought that a woman should be an Auror. You worked at the Ministry. I didn't know that, Harry said, earning a chuckle from his friend. I was an Auror. After Grindelwald and the Muggle War, I was tired of constantly seeing death. Albus offered me his old job when Headmaster Dippet retired, and here I am. She said with a smile. Here you are indeed, this seems a job that was made for you. Harry said to her, I can't imagine you as anything other than a teacher. You're such a natural at it. Harry hadn't known this before. Minerva hadn't spoken often of her life before being a professor. She had told him that she was half-blood, that her mother was a witch and her father was a Presbyterian minister, but never about her adult life. I wasn't always a natural. My first year I hid from the students for nearly 10 minutes in my animagus form. She admitted, now I use that as an opportunity to show them what transfiguration can do for them. Harry nodded, so that's why she starts each first class as a cat, he thought as they started walking. In the Gryffindor common room, Sirius and Lily worked on their charms homework together. They hadn't made anything official, and to be honest, Sirius and Lily were both fine with that. They liked being around each other well enough, especially now that Sirius wasn't constantly teasing her best friend. Besides, Lily thought as she circled a term in her book, we're 12 years old, we've got 5 more years of school before we have to worry about if we want to be together as adults. She didn't think it mattered anyway. Sirius would be the head of House Black once he reached his majority. Pureblood society would never accept a Muggle-born Lady Black. Sirius was brave, she knew that. He wouldn't be in Gryffindor otherwise, but would a relationship between the two of them last in the fact of society treating her as second class? She didn't want to think about that. Not now, and preferably not ever. Sirius looked at her book. What did you circle? He asked her, sounding the word out in his head Laputant. What does that mean? It's the bunny tooth jinx, I'm surprised you don't know it already. It'll make someone's 2 front teeth grow down to their chest. Lily said, showing him the spell. With how much you like pranks, I thought I'd look at this so I'd know how to counter it if someone cast it on Sev. Why do you like him so much? I know I promised not to mess with him and I've kept that, but he is hard to take in large doses. Sirius asked her, he's your friend and I respect that. I do, but just why? Lily shrugged, he was the one who told me I was a witch. When Petunia started harassing me for my abilities, he was the one who showed me that I wasn't alone. I know he can be short with people, sometimes he can even be cutting with me, but he's my friend. She explained to him, then smiled, thank you for keeping your promise, it means a lot to me. She placed her hand on his. Sirius looked at their hands and then to her, he's a git, but he's your git, so I won't bother him. He said, earning another smile from Lily. Sirius wasn't sure that he knew how it happened, but after the day he'd hugged her, Sirius had found that he really liked being with her. Impulsively, he leaned in and keyed at her cheek, that earned a surprised look on the swiftly reddening face of Lily Evans. She touched her cheek. You key at me. She said, but, why? This wasn't supposed to happen. Not yet anyway. Sirius was pure blood, Lily was Muggle-born, society would never. And then she key at him. As far as first key's go, it was an enjoyable experience for the two of them. Sirius' eyebrows shot up when she keyed at him, his features flushing the same crimson as hers had. We should probably go to the courtyard, or the Great Hall, anywhere. He said to her, James and Peter will be down soon and I don't know if I can get the red out of my face before then. She grinned and took his hand, leading him out of the common room. Alexandra and Jane were walking together through Zonko's. I can't believe you've got your eye on a little second-year. Alexandra teased her best friend. Your mum's not the only dirty old woman in the family. Shut it you, Jane said, elbowing the bee. Owned witch, Remus is nice. He's very smart, extremely mature for his age. Which is 4 years younger than you, Alexandra interjected. Jane glared at her. Shut it, you. Anyway, it's not like I'm going to have him bare-arsed on the Gryffindor table anytime soon. I'll just scare off the little girls, and when he's 17 I'll do like my mother and pull him off the train and into the officiate's office. She said, grinning, or, more likely I'll key him when I graduate and send him progressively dirtier letters while he finishes his last 3 years. Alexandra laughed at that. Are you sure you aren't supposed to be a Slytherin? That is rather devious. If you do that, maybe I should snap up his friend James. He's cute in an emotional range of a teaspoon sort of way. Jane was prepared to answer, then the screaming started. All students, return to Hogwarts immediately, came the magically enhanced voice of Minerva McGonagall. Jane and Alexandra rushed out the door of Zonko's in time to see Professor Fawkes sending a jet of flame from his wand at a misshapen pile of shrieking flesh. For a moment, Jane was stunned by the horror before her, then Alexandra pulled her arm, breaking her from her terror. Come on you fool, we've got to get out of here. Alexandra shouted as she tugged Jane along. The girls began to run when Alexandra fell to the ground stunned. Alex! Jane screamed, shakily drawing her wand to cast Enervate. Look at that, caught me a blood traitor, 2 of them from the looks of it. Said a heavily accented voice. Jane turned and saw a silver-masked figure gaining on them, his wand drawn. The wizard went to curse them when a jet of purple light hit him and his mask began to leak a dark red from its holes. He shrieked and collapsed onto the ground. Wake your friend and run for it. A woman with curly black hair said as she flicked the mask off of the now silent man, Karkaroff. I should have guessed. He always did like the young ones. Jane did as she was directed, helping Alexandra to her feet and leading her back towards the road. She saw Professor McGonagall with her wand drawn, a beam of light being absorbed by a shield of some kind. Professor, what's going on? She asked. The village is under attack, and they have placed wards to prevent us leaving, Minerva said. 7th years with me, 6th years behind them and so on. The 3rd years are to be surrounded at all times until we can find a way through this barrier. She directed the students into a half-moon shape as she continued to pour magic into the barrier, trying to overwhelm it. Harry watched as the abomination before him burned and yet continued to lurch towards him. It was a horrifying thing. Eyes bubbling forth from the oozing flesh glared at him before retreating in once more. Multiple mouths alternately cried, laughed, roared, and gasped, their noises turning into a cacophonous roar as it flung its bulk forward. As Harry continued to hit the thing before him with flames, hoping that it would go down. He saw Amelia and another Auror running towards them, wands drawn. They began shooting cutting curses at the flesh he'd burned, and Harry watched as bit by bit the creature was being broken down. It was over. The thing, whatever it had been, was dead now. Then Harry heard a slow clapping from behind them. He turned, and once he saw who it was, he sent a beam of green light at the man. Voldemort, almost casually, conjured a granite slab that blocked the killing curse. Professor Harry Fawkes, he said with a half-bow, never taking his eyes off the man, you have been an irritation since you made yourself known to me. Voldemort's tone was almost conversational as he looked at his creation. Pity that. Perhaps when I try again with you and your friends here as building materials, I'll have better results. I don't think so, Tom, Harry said, sending another curse at the man. He grinned when this time Voldemort snarled as the very tip of his pinky finger was sliced away. I will kill you, Riddle. Tom Riddle does not exist. I am Voldemort, he shouted, and then the fight was on. This wasn't a duel, they each chained spells as quickly as they could. Spells were meant to kill, not disarm, not stun. There would be no second chances if a spell connected. You are Tom Marvolo Riddle, son of Tom Riddle and a cross-eyed squib named Merope Gaunt. Harry said as he ducked behind the conjured earthen wall. You are a half-blood using pure blood idiots for your own ends. I am Voldemort, heir of Slytherin. Voldemort roared, conjuring a cloud of silver darts that raced towards Harry. The darts connected with the earthen wall, spearing through it and going into the wall of Zonko's. But Harry wasn't there. He appeared beside the now ruined shelter he'd created. If you are the heir of Slytherin, Tom, then why did Salazar himself name me? Why did his basilisk call me master? I am Harry Fawkes, the Lord Slytherin, I do not claim you in my house. Lies. Voldemort cried, chaining a killing curse and then another. Harry dodged them both and sent another cutting spell, this one taking Voldemort's hand and his wand. You are marked, Fawkes. Nowhere in this world will be safe from me. He spat, before reaching into his robes and then vanishing. F.K. He's gone. Harry said, I had him. He shouted, then felt two bodies impact him. Bellatrix and Narcissa were both embracing him. I failed. He vanished. Emergency portkey. Every Death Eater has one sewn into their robes. Bellatrix said against his shoulder. Narcissa squeezed him, you destroyed his wand. You took his hand. That was amazing. Harry smiled weakly and then collapsed, his magic drained by the battle. His last conscious thought was that Narcissa and Bellatrix were very pretty when they were terrified that he was about to die. Harry awoke in the infirmary of Hogwarts. He found quite a crowd at his side. Minerva, Bellatrix, Narcissa, Apolline, Rolanda, even Amelia stood there. Did anyone catch the hippogriff that hit me? He said weakly as he rubbed his temples. You very nearly drained your core. Madame Pomfrey said to him, you will not demonstrate anything in your classes until I give you permission. Harry looked over at Minerva, how are the students? Terrified, but unharmed. Your wife saved two of ours from being harmed. She turned to Bellatrix, thank you, for saving them. She said quietly. Bellatrix nodded, Karkaroff was a disgusting maggot. The organ liquefying curse was too good for him. She said before taking Harry's hand. He squeezed it and then looked at Amelia, so, how's the village? She looked pale, a few shops will have to be torn down and rebuilt. We lost a few villagers. But we got 6 dead Death Eaters at least. That monster they had though, what was that thing? She asked him. A necromantic construct, I should think. Came a voice from the door. Albus stood there. Professor Fawkes, when you are up to it, I believe we need to speak to the portrait of Salazar. That was an old spell Tom used if I'm not mistaken. To be continue, I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.